As the cruiser moved away, Wang Baol no longer saw Spirit Breath Village or the blurred Fragment Mountain. When he closed his eyes, he felt the spirit meridians in his body. Wang Baol deeply understood the principle of, the innocent man gets in trouble because of his wealth. So he needed to hide his real spirit root. After all, 8-inch spirit roots were the known limit. If he, as a person with a 10-inch spirit root, appeared, he would cause an unimaginable commotion. If he had a powerful background, perhaps he might have been able to survive the storm. However, this was clearly not the case. If he got exposed, Wang Baol could imagine the kind of path that would be laid out before him. Believe in kindness, but don't bet on it. That was a line from the high officials' autobiographies. As a child, Wang Baol had not understood it, but as he grew older, its meaning had gradually become clear. Not long later, Wang Baol sighed deeply and suppressed his thoughts. He took out a bag of snacks, eating while walking back into the cruiser. Snacks could make anything better. After finishing the bag, Wang Baol thought of his gains and thought of how he would enter Upper Academy Island soon, which put him in a good mood. He hummed a tune and went to look for people to chat with. He first went to Chen Ziheng's room. However, Chen Ziheng was stabilizing himself after breaking through to the True Breath realm and did not have time to deal with Wang Baol. Not being able to do anything, Wang Baol decided to look for Du Min. Initially, the both of them spoke calmly. The moment Wang Baol spoke freely, however, Du Min grew annoyed and finally yelled, "Stupid fatty, get lost." Wang Baol rubbed his nose, thinking that Du Min really had a bad temper, and quickly left. After thinking for a moment, he went to look for Zhuo Yifan, but he discovered that Zhuo Yifan was also in seclusion. Wang Baol scratched his head, then decided to look for Zhao Yiming. But very soon, he also had to leave Zhao Yiming's place. When he went to Zhao Yiming's room, he found Zhao Yiming quietly sitting. No matter how Wang Baol spoke to her, she did not reply, making Wang Baol feel awkward and bored, as though he was speaking to himself. Feeling helpless, Wang Baol felt that he had better just go back to cultivate himself. But just at that moment, he received a notification from the Chancellor to meet him to describe the area on Fragment Mountain in which he discovered the corpses. When he arrived, he found that there were other people in the room too. The red-faced elder and a few unfamiliar cultivators were all looking at Wang Baol. Other than that, Zhao Yiming, Zhuo Yifan, and Chen Mingyu also quickly arrived. As the Chancellor began to ask questions, the four of them swiftly spoke one after the other, describing the altar where the corpses had been found. They also told them about how they had gotten hold of the corpse. Zhao Yiming had to rely on the mystic arts, paying a heavy price in order to retrieve it. Wang Baol was less honest, however. He only explained that there was an unforeseen event in the area. The mist spread, the statue appeared, and the strange face became illusory and then was suppressed, causing the ground to become unstable. He then used his puppets to search for a path. He had already thought of all these excuses on the way back. That long blue spear is fake. And I still thought it was a divine armament. How annoying. Most of what Wang Baol said was true, with the exception of the mask and the blue bead. It was difficult for other people to see through these kinds of half-truths. As for saying that the long spear was fake, there was no need to hide this, and Wang Baol was worried that the Dao College had a way to investigate this claim. So there was no reason to lie about that. Long blue spear. The Chancellor was slightly moved. The cross-legged, red-faced elder sitting behind the Chancellor looked at the unfamiliar cultivators after hearing Wang Baol's words. Seeing them nod, he smiled. If Wang Baol had not mentioned that the long blue spear was fake, then there would have been a problem. That is truly fake. Actually, this is not the first time that the 4 Dao colleges have discovered an illusory long blue spear, said someone from among the few unfamiliar cultivators. Until today, we have already found 3 among the other fragments. Each place had a statue and that face with a strange expression. The long, blue spears at the 3 altars disappeared after we retrieved the surrounding corpses. According to our research, they are images created from a power that we cannot control, and it has a suppressive power. It's a pity that we cannot control it. As for the corpses, they are all incomplete. Although there is value in studying them, It cannot compare to our hall this time. Listening to them speak, Wang Baol felt shaken. He did not expect the 4 Dao colleges to have discovered the altar where the long blue spear was. At the same time, a strange feeling arose in him. Didn't they get the blue bead? Am I the only one who got it? Wang Baol's heart started beating fast. He suddenly remembered that he had needed to use the devouring seed's absorbing power to get the blue bead. Unless that long, blue spear didn't vanish but condensed together under my devouring seed's absorbing power. Is that why it melted the bead? Wang Baol's changing thoughts attracted the red-faced elder's attention. He looked over in surprise. Feeling the red-faced elder's gaze on him, Wang Baol inhaled and spoke. Grandpa, if the long blue spear is truly a projection, what if there really is this spear that is hidden in a place that we don't know? If there really is one, this should be the divine armament. The red-faced elder did not see through Wang Baol's deception. When he first learned of this all those facts years ago, he had also been similarly surprised and doubtful, so he smiled upon hearing this. Divine armament? How can there be so many divine armaments? Even today, the entire Federation only has one divine armament, which belongs to the 4 Dao colleges and is used by the Federation president. That is our Federation's most prized treasure. The red-faced elder laughed. Usually, he would not have said any of this. It was just that he liked Wang Baol, so he explained the matter. Only one. Wang Baol's eyes widened. It seemed that it was also Chun Mingyu's first time hearing this, as he was stunned. However, Zhuo Yifan and Zhao Yaming did not seem surprised. Clearly, they already knew about this. The red-faced elder smiled. He did not continue talking about the divine armament. Instead, he asked the 4 of them about some details, then allowed them to leave. Even by the time he reached his own room, Wang Baol was still shocked. There is only one divine armament in the entire Federation. Finally, Wang Baol understood the value of the divine armament. His gaze revealed his longing. Currently, he knew information about the Federation that many regular people did not know. For example, the 4 Dao colleges had formed an alliance, becoming a powerful force within the Federation. Almost half of the officials in the Federation came from the 4 Dao colleges. In addition, the current and previous the Federation presidents had also come from the 4 Dao colleges. On some level, the 4 Dao colleges could choose the president. Previously, Wang Baol did not understand the reason. Now he knew that it was because, among all the powers in the Federation, the only divine armament belonged to the 4 Dao colleges. On a certain level, one could even say that the Federation president was the spokesperson for the 4 Dao colleges. But a strong Senate also had the ability to check the 4 Dao colleges' power. Wang Baol was muddled on their overall usage, but he could still roughly guess. The 4 Dao colleges decided on the president, and the Senate decided the Federation's national policy. They were in opposition, yet they could not be separated from each other. This was because there were other powers constraining them from the inside, while there were countless beasts on the outside. Wang Baol inhaled deeply as he thought about this. Although he did not understand most of it and could only guess, he knew that he would be able to raise the mysterious veil over the Federation once he entered Upper Academy Island. How much do they know of Enduring Clan? And how much do they know of this big sword's origin? Since they discovered the corpse, then, have they discovered any living people? And is there anyone from the Federation who has already stepped into that ancient greenish-bronze sword which had stabbed the sun? The longing in Wang Baol's eyes increased. He had even asked Zhuo Yifan about the 5-generation Sky Clan spells. Regarding this, Zhuo Yifan's explanation was a little profound. It was as though it was a mystic art that the 5-generation Sky Clan had discovered from a fragment. It was also the foundation of the world, calling forth the so-called previous world, and concerned with the origin of spirit roots. Even though it was not true breath, as long as the body had a spirit root, one could put it to good use. It was just that Zhuo Yifan's mastery was not as good as Zhuo Yixian, so he could not do this. Furthermore, there is obviously a large number of fragments from the old sword. I wonder how it looks on the moon and the other stars. Wang Baol looked out the cruiser at the sky with anticipation. Time flew, and one day passed. As the cruiser descended from the sky, one could see green forest lake in the distance. At this moment, in a place in Ethereal City, there was a 30-foot wide moat separating this land from Ethereal City. It circled the land, forming an inner city. This place was Ethereal City's inner city and also the family business of one of the Federation's 17 senators, Ethereal City's city lord. The size of the area enclosed by the moat was shocking. It was as big as dozens of large manors. From afar, the vintage castle in the center was even more eye-catching. There were birds singing and flowers exuding their fragrance. There were ponds, artificial mountains, and many touched-up ancient castles surrounding the center castle. Throughout the entire inner city, even the stone panels of the floor, the surrounding architecture, and the protective river all had hidden array runes, causing this place to be wrapped in array formations. Furthermore, all this was only what the eye could see. One could imagine that there would be even more protection and killing tactics hidden in this inner city, undetectable to the eye. At the same time, there was also a large number of guards wearing black armor patrolling the area. Each of them gave off a strong aura. There were also large numbers of attendants, cooks, musicians, retainers, and so on. They were all busying themselves in this inner city, as though their lives' meaning was to serve the owners till their own deaths. At this moment, behind the castle, there was a forbidden place that no one could enter without the owner's permission. There was an old tree there, dozens of feet tall, with a flourishing crown that covered an area 100 feet wide and countless drooping branches. Among the pervasive green, one could vaguely see some green, unripe fruits. Under the old tree sat two people. One of them was Lin Tianhao. His expression was depressed. He looked forward, wanting to speak but stopping himself each time. As for the person whom he was looking at, it was a middle-aged man wearing a black swallowtail jacket. His back was facing Lin Tianhao. He looked at the fruits on the tree, seemingly lost in thought. This man's figure was tall and straight. Even though he was middle-aged, he only had wrinkles at the corners of his eyes. If one did not look closely, they would think that he was a youth. The aura emanating from him, however, was like an ocean, deep and unfathomable, with a hint of suppressive force. This caused the converging spirit chi in the area to fluctuate. He was one of the Federation's 17 senators, Ethereal City's city lord, Lin Yu. However, these fruits will be ripe soon. Looking at the fruits on the old tree, Lin Yu smiled. He had always been handsome, and with such a smile, it seemed that old tree had gained an abundance of vitality. Lin Tianhao looked at his father. His expression was still depressed, and he did not speak. "Do you still not understand?" Lin Yu turned, his eyes shining as he looked at his only son, who was also the successor whom he had placed the most hope in Indiana. However, with high hopes there was also great disappointment. He knew that his son's greatest weakness was in making arrangements. Hearing his father's words, Lin Tianhao could not stand it anymore and let out all the thoughts that he had suppressed. "Father, I still don't understand why you don't let me return to the Tao College. With your standing, even if I did do those things, there's no problem with returning to the Tao College. And it's also because you didn't let me go back that I couldn't take part in this opening of Spirit Breath Village's mystic realm. That damned Wang Baol already went, and I received news that he actually has an 8-inch spirit root." As Lin Tianhao said that, he clenched his fist. This was what made him the most frustrated. Looking at Lin Tianhao, Lin Yu's expression was calm. Under his gaze, Lin Tianhao's breathing grew faster, and he bent his head. "However, as my successor, Ethereal Tao College is only an interlude, just to let you go through the motions, and yet you're treating it as something serious," Lin Yu said blandly. Although he did not raise his voice, there was a strange, threatening force that covered the area, causing Lin Tianhao's heart to shudder. He bent his head even further. "Such a small character actually made you so preoccupied. However, I'm disappointed in you." Lin Yu's gaze was still calm, but his words made Lin Tianhao shudder. He looked up with anxiety, wanting to explain. Lin Yu's previously calm gaze turned fierce, as though there was a sudden burst of lightning landing on Lin Tianhao. Lin Tianhao could not even explain himself, swallowing his words with a shudder. Seeing this, Lin Yu's gaze revealed his disappointment, unseen by Lin Tianhao. He gradually dissipated his ferocity and raised his head to look at the sky. After a long time, Lin Yu spoke, his voice weary. However, this world is big, mysterious, and unpredictable. The Federation has the 4 Dao colleges and the Senate. We balance each other, but we also can't rely on each other. At the same time, there are the Trillionaris Corporation, 5-generation Sky Clan, and the other 2 major sects watching, much less the Sea of Beasts outside. The Trillionaris Corporation is rich enough to compete with any country and is unfathomable. The 5-generation Sky Clan is rumored to have the most orthodox ancient sword legacy, and there is some evidence that the 2 major sects seem to have a sleeping ancient sword cultivator. The 4 Dao colleges can choose to open up and accept any powerful people to join, but the Senate can't. All this is only in terms of the Federation. There's still the moon, the other planets, and that seemingly endless territory on the ancient greenish-bronze sword. Even further, there are things that I don't even dare to believe, things that nobodies can only shudder at as they dream of them. Lin Yu muttered. It seemed like he was speaking to Lin Tianhao, but also as though he was speaking to himself. With such a magnificent universe, can't you have more foresight? As your father, I hope that you can quickly grow up. Don't expend energy on these nobodies. Because of my existence, your life is completely different. Can you understand this? Nervous, Lin Tianhao was even more shaken by his father's words. As his brain buzzed, he felt that he could vaguely understand the hidden meaning in his father's words, so he quickly nodded. Father, I understand. You don't understand. Lin Yu shook his head. He raised his right hand and waved it. In an instant, there was a resplendent light exploding from his hand. In the blink of an eye, there were actually 8 figures. These 8 figures' eyes were closed, and they floated motionlessly in midair as though they were restrained. However, their appearance caused Lin Tianhao's eyes to widen suddenly, and his breathing became rapid. These 8 figures, 7 of them were identical to Lin Tianhao, and they had spirit roots in their bodies, ranging from 1 inch to 7 inches. As for the last faceless spirit root, it was 8 inches long. Other people needed to struggle hard and have great luck in order to get their spirit roots. But right now, in front of Lin Tianhao, from 1 to 8 inches, they were all there. You don't have to fight with other people in the first half of your life. I have already prepared everything for you. This is the difference between you and those nobodies, however. I have already arranged your life for you. If you just keep walking this path, you will definitely reach the peak. In the future, when you become Ethereal City's Lord, when you become the new senator, that is when you will need to start working hard. If you truly understand this, then go to Ethereal Dao College's Upper Academy Island to study. Lin Tianhao was shaken. This was the first time that his father had spoken so clearly about his future. He stayed silent for a long time, as though his entire person in deep thought. Then he spoke lowly. I understand. At that moment, the returning cruiser from Spirit Breath Village had already landed in the Dao College's aerial port. Before they left, these students had still been in ancient martial arts realm, but when they returned, most of them were true breath experts. As they walked out, none of them could hide their emotions. They were even more excited when they noticed that all the faculty's teachers and a large number of students had come out to welcome them. The Chancellor understood everyone's feelings, so he waved his hand and dismissed everyone. In that moment, all the true breath students immediately dispersed. Soon, the aerial port was filled with the noisy sound of chatter. There were also quite a number of people welcoming Wang Beol. Naturally, Lu Daobin and the others led the group, wearing the inspector robes and enveloping Wang Beol. They laughed and congratulated Wang Beol the entire way, and Wang Beol returned to the Dermic Armament faculty in high spirits. I, Wang Beol, have returned. As he stepped on the peak of the Dermic Armament faculty, Wang Beol laughed at the sky. After some small talk, Lu Daobin prepared a feast in honor of Wang Beol. Only when the moon was high in the sky did the drunk Wang Beol return to his cave abode. After burping, Wang Baol drank a mouthful of some ice spirit water to sober himself up. He took out his voice transmission ring and sent a voice transmission to his parents, informing them that he was already a true breath expert and that he had entered Upper Academy Island. "Aren't I amazing, old Wang?" Wang Baol said, pleased with himself. His parents' delighted voices soon traveled out from the voice transmission ring. After talking to his parents for a long time, Wang Baol saw that it was getting late, so he stopped the voice transmission. Sitting on the veranda of the cave abode, Wang Baol looked at his surroundings, appreciating the silence. His feeling of not wanting to leave grew stronger. How time flies. 1 year ago, I just stepped into the Dao College, and now, I'm going to enter Upper Academy Island. Wang Baol sighed, but after thinking of his gains in the Spirit Breath Village, his mood improved. Let's not speak about turning over the treasures to the Dao College first. When the Dao College is done recording everything and gives me their tabulation, I can take a portion of the items back or to exchange them for something valuable. Even if it's just that blue bead, it will be a huge gain. Wang Baol thought, his heart starting to beat fast. At this point, his right hand reached into his pocket. When he pulled his hand out, he drew out a gray bead. This bead had originally been blue, but after dimming, it had become gray. When he held it in his hand, there did not seem to be anything special. However, Wang Baol knew its origins, and the fire in his eyes blazed. If I'm not wrong, this object is the long, blue spear that I condensed with my devouring seed. That means that there is only one of these in the entire Federation, right? Even though I currently don't know how to use this treasure is definitely special. After some research, Wang Baol wondered if he should ask the little missy in the mask. After all, if it was just what he had discovered in the 5 Peaks, it was not important. But the clues from the Spirit Breath Village were also related to the mask. Wang Baol felt that he should sound her out. As he thought this, Wang Baol immediately took out the hallucination pillow to enter the hallucination realm. After a while, when he returned, his gaze held some doubts. In the hallucination realm, that mysterious little missy had actually held her silence on this matter. No matter how he asked, there was no response. Not telling me? Wang Baol rubbed the area between his brows. This little missy was too mischievous. He had a conjecture about the bead, however, and he planned to test it out when he reached Upper Academy Island. After putting the bead away, Wang Baol closed his eyes and revisited his memories of fighting and using dermic artifacts in the Spirit Breath Village. This was a habit that he had cultivated after reading the high officials' autobiographies, a way of concluding. After a while, Wang Baol opened his eyes. He touched his chin and started to think. Learning how to create spirit chi waves is only one of the gains, but my dermic artifacts are too monotonous. Other than exploding, they only explode. Other than injuring the physical body and eliminating enemies, perhaps dermic artifacts could be used for greater effect on mental states. Deep in thought, Wang Baol thought of how Li Yi and the others had looked like they were about to break down when the puppets escorted them away. This is a topic that I can research. Next time, I need to find a chance to experiment and create a dermic artifact that can affect people's mental state. It will strike fear into people's hearts the moment they look at it, and they will surrender without fighting. Perhaps with this dermic artifact, the weak can defeat the strong. Wang Baol's eyes lit up. He felt that he had truly gained too much from this trip to the Spirit Breath Village. As he pondered, Wang Baol was happily cultivating himself. Gradually, the sky grew bright. When it was morning, he had just finished his meditation and discovered a crowd right outside the door of his cave abode. Visitors came and left in an endless stream, especially those true breath students from the dermic armament faculty who had just returned. Previously, the journey had been too rushed, so they did not have time to build friendly relations with Wang Baol. Now that they had returned, they immediately came to visit. These visits continued for 5 days. Only when Wang Baol received the entrance letter from Upper Academy Island from the Chancellor did it become peaceful. Thus, he packed his bags and looked at the cave abode that he had lived in for a year, his anticipation growing. At dawn on the 6th day, a gong resounded throughout the Lower Academy Island. This gong could be heard all over, and the sound continued for a full 5 minutes. No matter what they were doing, Every student could hear the sound, and all of them walked out of their rooms. As the sound continued, they saw various true breath figures from each faculty sprinting toward the Chancellor's Peak. They are going to Upper Academy Island. I wonder when we can also enter Upper Academy Island. Lu Daobin stood outside the accommodation for the Dermic Armament faculty. Vaguely, he could see Wang Bao's figure from among the figures sprinting toward the Chancellor's Peak. Although he looked normal on the outside, his heart was feeling melancholic. I have to work hard so that the distance between the head prefect and I won't be too large. If not, I won't be able to catch up to him. On the mountaintop behind him, Goatee had also walked out. He was also looking at the distant figure of Wang Bao, his gaze showing his encouragement and satisfaction. He could still picture Wang Bao's blood-covered image during the hallucination exam. On Alchemy Faculty Peak, Zhou Xiaoya also silently walked out of her accommodation and gazed at the Chancellor's Peak. After a long time, her expression showed determination and longing. She tightened her small fist and muttered softly under her breath. Brother Baol, the alchemic recipe that I handed over has already gone for inspection. As long as it passes the inspection, I have the possibility of entering Upper Academy Island. Under the gazes of countless students from the Lower Academy Island, these few hundred students from various faculties who had ascended to the true breath realm in the Spirit Breath Village gathered at the Chancellor's Peak. Very soon they reached the square on the Chancellor's Peak. They were the people who had returned from Spirit Breath Village and the first group who would enter Upper Academy Island. There would be the second group later filled with people who took the makeup exams and those who had ascended in each Dao College's own mystic realm. They would subsequently be sent to Upper Academy Island. Right now, at this square, the few hundred people stood without a sound. Their anticipatory looks were all directed in front at the Chancellor. Upper Academy Island. Please open the mountain gates. The Chancellor turned and swung his sleeve. His voice was like thunder, traveling toward Upper Academy Island, which was shrouded in fog. In an instant, the sky changed, the winds reversed, and a loud roar echoed in the firmament. The fog around Upper Academy Island parted. A stream of pure light, like a bridge, suddenly shot out from within Upper Academy Island's fog and connected to Lower Academy Island's Chancellor Peak, forming a light path. The moment the light appeared, all the true breath cultivators, who had been silently waiting, felt their hearts shake. Wang Baol stood in the crowd, looking at the gathering light coming from Upper Academy Island and at the bridge that the light formed, feeling his anticipation rising. Upper Academy Island isn't your final stop, but another stop on your life's path. Next, I will personally escort you to Upper Academy Island. Follow me and let's go, the Chancellor said before turning and stepping onto the light bridge. Behind him, all the true breath students immediately followed him onto the light bridge, walking toward Upper Academy Island, which was in the middle of Green Forest Lake. As they neared, Upper Academy Island became clearer in their eyes. Upper Academy Island had always been mysterious to them, with mist covering it throughout most of the year. Even if they were currently walking on the light bridge, they still could not see past the opaque fog covering Upper Academy Island. It did not take long. The Chancellor stopped upon reaching the edge of the fog and turned to look at all the students behind him. Upper Academy Island is the core of Ethereal Dao College. There is always a heavy gust of wind isolating it from everything else, so you can only see fog, but now you will soon see the real Upper Academy Island. As he finished speaking, the Chancellor turned and took a step forward into the fog, disappearing into it. Everyone's anticipation grew even stronger and they stepped into the fog. Wang Baol inhaled deeply and followed, melding into the fog. It seemed as though he had walked into water. Everything was blurry. Other than the light bridge below his feet guiding him, he could not see anything clearly. Even though he knew that there was no danger, Wang Baol's natural instinct was to be wary, and the spirit thread circulated within his body. Before long, he suddenly heard the crowd in front of him gasp. Heavens, this is Upper Academy Island. It's completely different from what I imagined. Is this paradise? Hearing the gasps from the front, Wang Baol's eyes glimmered, and he increased the pace of his steps. Soon, He stepped out of the mist, and a wave of thick spirit chi hit him. The surrounding mist disappeared in that instant. As even more gasps traveled toward him, he saw the world beneath his feet. Below his feet, there was a huge platform floating in midair. If one looked at it from above, it seemed like a chessboard. Standing on the platform, Wang Baol looked around him, feeling a wave of emotion in his heart. The water in the lake below him was clear, but it was not how Wang Baol had imagined Upper Academy Island. Instead, in that azure sky, in the sea of clouds, there were huge floating islands. Each island was about as big as the Lower Academy Island. If it was just that, however, it would not have been as shocking. The reason everyone was so shocked was because these 10 islands were more like 10 enormous mountain peaks floating upside down in midair. On each suspended mountain there were mountain ridges creating numerous mountaintops. In the sea of clouds, they could see countless buildings and structures, with strange flora and fauna all over these 10 suspended mountains. There was even a fragrance pervading the air. Under the 10 suspended mountains were countless vines. The vines were thick and thin, their lengths alarming, and each of them was connected, stringing all 10 suspended mountains together. There were even more flourishing vines that hung from Green Forest Lake. This was Ethereal Tao College's Upper Academy Island, drastically different from the Lower Academy Island. The fog in the area was the array formation hiding everything and isolating it. On some level, it was as though the space had contracted. Looking from the outside, the boundaries of the area were not too big, but in actuality, the land was much, much bigger than Green Forest Lake. All of this shook the hearts of the people who had entered. Wang Baol's eyes were also wide, and waves of emotions rose and fell in his heart. Upper Academy Island had far exceeded his imagination. The Chancellor, who had been walking in front, smiled. He was not surprised at everyone's shock. After giving them a moment, he coughed dryly, and the sound traveled into the students' ears like thunder, silencing them. Upper Academy Island structure is similar to the Lower Academy Island. There are 10 suspended mountains, each mountain representing each pavilion, each a counterpart to the Lower Academy Island's faculties. Actually, the Lower Academy Island structure was modeled after Upper Academy Island. After introducing Upper Academy Island, the Chancellor cupped his fists toward the 10 mountains ahead. With this gesture, the 10 mountains immediately glowed, which produced 10 beams of light shooting forward. These beams connected with the platform that they were standing on, forming 10 bridges. Vaguely, on each suspended mountain, they could see 7 or 8 figures standing at the other end of the bridge, greeting the Chancellor. Combat Faculty's True Breath students, go to the first mountain. As the Chancellor spoke, Zhui Yifan and the others stepped out. This time, the combat faculty had the most people, almost 200 people stepped onto the bridge. As they walked toward the combat faculty pavilion, the Chancellor's voice resounded again. Each 8-inch True Breath graduate will be treated differently from other students by each pavilion. Not only will they receive a cave abode, they will also receive a cruiser and a storage bag as encouragement. Zhui Yifan, remember to collect them. Zhui Yifan stopped in his steps. He could not hide his emotions, bowing his head in acknowledgement. Standing among the crowd, Wang Baol heard this. His eyes lit up, his anticipation rising. In the remaining time, the Chancellor started to make arrangements for each group of True Breath students to continuously make their way toward different bridges, entering different mountains. When the Array Runes faculty students started to leave, the Chancellor pointed at the distant Array Runes Pavilion. In the Array Runes Pavilion, there is a mystic realm that everyone can open. There is a legacy from a bolt of divine lightning hidden in there. You can enter to try it. So far, there has only been one person who has managed to earn all of it, but it's good enough to obtain one of the 5 divine powers from lightning's legacy. When he finished speaking, the Chancellor's gaze landed on the 7th suspended mountain. His voice burst forth again. That is the Dermic Armament Pavilion. Dermic Armament faculty students, go over. His heart shaken, Wang Baol inhaled deeply and paid his respects to the Chancellor. Only then did he step out onto the light bridge. Immediately, the people behind him followed. A row of people walked on the light bridge and gradually, they made their way toward Upper Academy Island's Dermic Armament Pavilion. As they got closer to the Dermic Armament Pavilion's suspended mountain, the 7 or 8 figures at the head of the bridge became clearer. Most of them were youths wearing blue robes with extraordinary cultivation, giving off spirit force. This was especially so for one of them, who was a middle-aged man wearing a purple robe. His gaze was calm. Currently, he was looking at Wang Baol and the other students that were quickly walking toward them. His expression was not angry, his body giving off a suppressive force like an ocean wave. The moment one got closer to him, the spirit chi in one's body would become unstable. "Greetings, seniors." After leaving the light bridge, Wang Baol quickly cupped his fists and bowed deeply. The people behind him followed his lead, greeting the seniors immediately. "This is the pavilion head of the Dermic Armament Pavilion." A long-faced, blue-shirt cultivator introduced the man in purple. "Greetings, pavilion head." Without waiting for other people to react, Wang Baol quickly bowed again. Other people quickly bowed, too. The middle-aged man in the purple robe smiled. He nodded without saying anything and turned to leave. The long-faced, blue-shirt cultivator who had introduced him, however, had clearly become more friendly. He reminded Wang Baol and the others to follow. He took a few more glances at Wang Baol, clearly aware that Wang Baol was the 8-inch spirit root graduate. Wang Baol was a little nervous. The people behind him were similarly so, and they all quickly followed behind. As they walked, they looked at the surrounding mountain ranges and pavilions. Soon, they reached a large hall below the mountain range. Here, the purple-robed, middle-aged man stepped. He turned, his gaze sweeping across Wang Baol and the others, and his smile grew a little. "Welcome to Dermic Armament Pavilion. Not a bad batch of students. Not only do you have 2 people with 8-inch spirit roots, one of you even became a armament disciple. Take a look." The purple-robed, middle-aged man smiled slightly. When he finished speaking, a person immediately walked over from outside the large hall. This person wore a blue long robe. His face was handsome, his figure tall, with a dignified bearing and look. He walked over and bowed toward the purple-robed, middle-aged man before turning and looking at all the students, Wang Baol included. All of these familiar faces had shocked expressions. His eyes flashed and laughed lightly. "Long time no see, everyone." Wang Baol's eyes flashed. "Lin Tianhao." The expressions of the Dermic Armament True Breath students changed. They had naturally recognized Lin Tianhao. Before Wang Baol had replaced Lin Tianhao, the Dermic Armament faculty could be said to have been under Lin Tianhao's control. Most of them had interacted with Lin Tianhao in one way or another. Although he appeared easygoing, he was actually cruel and merciless. They had heard that he had been expelled, but he had suddenly appeared at Upper Academy Island and even become some so-called armament disciple. Even though they did not know what an armament disciple was, since the pavilion head had pointed him out, it must have been an important status. After a short silence, they immediately cupped their fists to greet Lin Tianhao. Seeing the change in everyone's faces upon seeing him, Lin Tianhao smiled. Regarding the conflict with Wang Baol, he understood his father's meaning. It was just that he still felt a little bit uncomfortable. On the one hand, today's appearance was merely a formality. After all, today was the day that Upper Academy Island received their new students. But on the other hand, he was also announcing his return. As for Wang Baol's intense stare, Lin Tianhao merely sneered. "Father was right. This Wang Baol is only an ant. But if I can crush him without any effort, that would be even better." Wang Baol's expression was dark. Nevertheless, while he was surprised to see Lin Tianhao there, it was still within his expectations. Previously, when the Chancellor had punished Lin Tianhao, Wang Baol had already expected this. So, it's truly the case that Lower Academy Island and Upper Academy Island have different student roles. Wang Baol looked coldly at Lin Tianhao. He had no need to hide his conflict with Lin Tianhao. Furthermore, he could also see the fluctuations from Lin Tianhao's 8-inch spirit root. Regarding that, Wang Baol knew Lin Tianhao's background, so he was not surprised. When the others noticed the fluctuations from Lin Tianhao's 8-inch spirit root, all of them had complicated feelings. After all, they did not manage to get an 8-inch spirit root even after struggling, but it seemed that Lin Tianhao had easily surpassed all of them. What is this armament disciple that the pavilion head previously mentioned? This was what Wang Baol was wary of. He noticed that Lin Tianhao's clothes were the same as those 7 or 8 young cultivators. It was not convenient for him to ask, however. Wang Baol understood that this was a form of address, and he would understand what it meant very soon. The purple-robed middle-aged man had also noticed Wang Baol's expression, but he did not pay too much attention. He did not know the situation between Wang Baol and Lin Tianhao, and he had no intention of learning about it. Even though both of them were 8 inches true breath experts, and there were only a few of them, there were still some in the dermic armament pavilion. Furthermore, this was not his concern, so he did not pay it any attention. To him, he had only appeared that day because he was required to. Whenever new disciples arrived, the pavilion head had to appear to give them some direction. He would never waste his time on such things otherwise. As for Lin Tianhao, he had only joined Upper Academy Island because of connections in the Tao College. Thus, he did not pay much attention to Lin Tianhao. He spoke blandly. There are many rules that differ between Upper Academy Island and the Lower Academy Island. The pavilions are stricter than the faculties. Lower Academy Island is a school, but Upper Academy Island is a sect. What you learned at the dermic armament faculty was only the basics. Now that you have reached the dermic armament pavilion, you will get to interact with materials to forge artifacts and learn the ways of forging. Furthermore, you will learn recipes for advanced inscriptions and spirit kernels. So be humble and work hard. All these words were what the pavilion head was required to tell the new disciples each year. Now that he had finished speaking, the purple-robed, middle-aged man made the blue-shirt cultivators handle the registration and turned to leave. Very soon, these 7 or 8 blue-shirt cultivators each took charge of a group of people, bringing them away. As for Lin Tianhao, he had arrived earlier and had clearly finished his registration. Right now, Lin Tianhao bowed to the surrounding blue-shirt cultivators, who immediately returned the greeting, before finally leaving. He waved his hand and actually drew out a small cruiser. Seeing Lin Tianhao step onto the small cruiser and leaving, Wang Baol snorted. That's not a big deal. I will also have a cruiser soon. Looking away, Wang Baol decided to bury the issue deep in his heart. He followed the long-faced, blue-shirt cultivator for registration. Along the way, they engaged in small talk. The blue-shirt cultivator was also interested in making friends, and soon, Wang Baol understood the dermic armament pavilion even better. Not long later, the registration procedures were finalized. Everyone had also retrieved their bags filled with their robes, jade slips, and identity tokens. The blue-shirt youth pointed at the jade slips with a serious expression and said, "Junior brothers, you may not leak these cultivation techniques. One of them is Dermic Armament Pavilion's cultivation technique to refine artifacts, the technique of infinite armament transformation. The other one is Ethereal Tao College's True Breath Realm foundational cultivation technique, Cloud Ethereal Technique. As for the mountain ranges where you belong, and the place where you will be living, you can find directions in the jade slip. You can begin moving out." Once he finished speaking, the blue-shirt cultivator cupped his fists toward everyone and left. After returning the greeting, Wang Baol stepped forward to ask about the special treatment for 8-inch spirit root that the Chancellor had previously mentioned. After informing Wang Baol of where to obtain his cave abode and the other items, the blue-shirt cultivator smiled and nodded before turning to leave. At this point, all the dermic armament faculty students were feeling emotional. Upper Academy Island was treating them so lightly that they felt a little disappointed. After bidding farewell to Wang Baol, they dispersed, needing some time to get used to their new status and environment. Wang Baol, on the other hand, did not feel disappointed. Instead, he felt even more competitive due to Lin Tianhao's appearance. He inhaled deeply, changed into a regular disciple's robe, and patted his stomach as he looked at the long gray robe on himself. Although the color is different from Lin Tianhao's robe, I'm more handsome than he is. This clothing gives me an extremely graceful bearing. Wang Baol felt that he could defeat Lin Tianhao simply based on appearance and felt smug. He hurried in the direction that the blue-shirt cultivator had told him so that he could retrieve his cave abode. He walked at a comfortable pace, looking at the surrounding mountain peaks and infrastructure. Through his previous conversation with the blue-shirt youth, he already had some understanding of the Dermic Armament Pavilion. There were 4 main mountain ranges divided into north, south, east, and west, with each mountain range having numerous mountain peaks. However, these 4 mountain ranges were not separate but whole. Regardless of whether it was the cultivation center or the office, each made up for what the other lacked, and they were all different. It feels like a city itself. Absorbed in thought, Wang Baol saw many gray-robed disciples, all moving around hurriedly. As for the place that was in charge of the cave abode and cruiser, it was called the Pavilion Administrative Department and was located in the northern section of the Dermic Armament Pavilion. Very soon, Wang Baol found the Pavilion Administrative Department. It was a large, 3-story building. When he entered, he saw a blue-shirt, middle-aged man with a mustache. He was seated behind a large table, resting with closed eyes. There were even a few gray-robed disciples around him. All of them were speaking in whispers. When they detected Wang Baol's presence, they immediately looked over. Wang Baol blinked, his gaze sweeping across the blue-shirt, middle-aged man. He walked over and coughed, placing his identity token on the table. "Senior brother, I'm here to get my cave abode." The blue-shirt, middle-aged man slowly opened his eyes and looked at Wang Baol with some surprise. After examining the identity token, his expression changed slightly. 8-inch spirit root? The surrounding disciples looked over after hearing those words. Thereafter, they cupped their fists at the blue-shirt, middle-aged man. Knowing how to behave in a delicate situation, they left. Only when everyone around them had left did the middle-aged man take out a jade scroll from the side. After examining it, he looked troubled. "Junior brother, the cave abode is currently still in use, and so is the cruiser, but don't worry, it will probably be available after 5 days. As for the storage bag, no problem, just wait a minute." The blue-shirt, middle-aged man finished speaking and ascended to the 2nd floor. Soon, he returned with a black bag and placed it politely in front of Wang Baol. Wang Baol furrowed his brows. The man's attitude was very good, and he did not mind waiting for 5 days. However, Wang Baol was a smooth person, so he took out a rainbow spirit stone and placed it on the table with a smile. "Senior brother, please help me keep an eye out. When I move into the cave abode, I will give thanks." The blue-shirt, middle-aged man's eyes lit up. With a laugh, he warmly promised, "Don't worry, junior brother. The cave abode will definitely be ready in a few days, but you might still have to wait for the cruiser. After all, you don't want to use something that other people have used, do you? To make a new one, we will need some time." The blue-shirt, middle-aged man slid the stone into his pocket. With his sincere attitude, Wang Baol had nothing else to say and could only leave. He walked according to the directions given on the jade slip. When he was almost at his living quarters, he suddenly stopped. With some suspicion, he sniffed, and his eyes immediately grew bright. "This smell is very familiar. This is the smell of potatoes." Wang Baol laughed smugly, feeling that his nose was pretty great. No matter what food, he immediately knew what it was just from the smell. When he raised his head loftily, he saw that there was a valley ahead and immediately followed a road outside the valley. As he approached, a fragrant smell and street noises traveled toward him, causing Wang Baol to increase his pace. Just as he was about to enter the valley, he suddenly inhaled. "Heavens! It's actually my favorite soy egg." Wang Baol's body shook, and he immediately stepped into the valley. Once he saw everything clearly, the street's noises, the shouting, and the numerous fragrances enveloped him. This was actually a market. Instead of selling pills and dermic treasures, it sold countless snacks. Surrounding this valley, there were even many shops with advertisements hanging on the doors. One of them was actually advertising a snack that Wang Baol had seen in Ethereal City. I can't believe Upper Academy Island actually has a place like this. Unless, could they be testing the determination of the disciples? Wang Baol's eyes were bright. He noticed that there were many gray-robed disciples walking in and out, and it was incredibly lively. Occasionally, he would even see a blue-robed armament disciple. In actuality, each pavilion had a market like this. Even though they had broken through the ancient martial arts to become true breath experts and were real cultivators, they could not avoid having food. With so many people, there would naturally be many businesses catering to various daily necessities. I am a cultivator, and I have already swallowed the world's spirit chi. How can I become greedy for mortal pleasures? Furthermore, I want to lose weight, so I need to resist. Wang Baol shook his head and sighed. He wanted to leave, but just as he began walking, he passed a small food stall. He inhaled deeply, and after struggling with himself for a long time, he finally turned back. Senior brother, I want 30 servings of this potato, and pack 100 servings of this soy egg for me. Senior brother, I want all of this ice spirit water, and give me 8 boxes of your snacks. After a while, Wang Baol walked out of the market. As he ate the potatoes, he swallowed 1 soy egg and drank ice spirit water. His expression, however, was bitter. Forget it. Forget it. I won't diet today. After all, I had to meet Lin Tianhao the moment I arrived, and now I have to figure out how to get rid of him, and this needs a lot of effort. Just blame Lin Tianhao. Thinking about this, Wang Baol tore off another chicken leg and bit into it viciously. As he slowly walked out of the market, he saw a row of buildings, not far from where he was, at the bottom of a mountain. There were at least a few thousand buildings. Although they were densely packed, they were arranged neatly. People did not live together. Instead, each disciple had their own building. When he found his quarters, Wang Baol examined it. Although it was not as good as Lower Academy Island's cave abode, it was still clean and neat. The only problem was that when he opened the window, he could see the bustling market below in the valley and smell the fragrance, which was a struggle. Although this place is good, it's testing my determination. After struggling for a while, through a great effort, he managed to resist the urge to buy snacks and studied the cultivation technique Jade Slip that had been distributed by Upper Academy Island. As time passed, and the moon hung high in the sky, the market outside began to close. The surroundings grew quiet. That was especially so given the season. In addition, with the positioning of the mountain in midair, the wind was extra cold. It passed through the window, blanketing Wang Baol's body, making him feel very comfortable. Currently, Wang Baol was also absorbed in the cultivation technique from the slip. His gaze revealed him to be deep in thought, and he occasionally looked up and closed his eyes, as though digesting and deducing the information. Just like that, Wang Baol's first night on Upper Academy Island slowly passed. Only when the sword sun in the sky rose, casting light on the earth, did Wang Baol finally inhale and end his research into the cultivation techniques. So, the true breath realm is actually separated into 5 levels. According to the description, the spirit chi on the first level is as fine as silk. The mist on the second level becomes a stream, and on the third level, the streams become a river. Thereafter, the river becomes a larger river until finally, the streams and rivers flow into the ocean. Wang Baol muttered to himself with anticipation in his eyes. After researching through the night, he finally had a better understanding of true breath. The Cloud Ethereal Technique is Ethereal Tao College's cultivation technique. If I cultivate according to the instructions, I can rise to the top of the true breath realm with some cultivation. Furthermore, other than the first level, the other 4 levels all have their own special spells. The most important change in this cultivation technique is to allow spirit chi to become like mist, to become flexible and easy to control. When one cultivates themselves to the limit, one can increase the speed while allowing them to become ethereal. The explosive cultivation, one can slowly meld into the spirit chi in the world, drifting from place to place. Wang Baol inhaled deeply, thinking of the talisman that the vice-chancellor had taken out when he displayed his skills. The Jade Slip had also introduced the talisman. The first level of true breath was as thin as silk due to the lack of spirit chi, so it was difficult to display Dharma spells. It needed the help of talismans to condense the Dharma spells. In the second level, the strands of mist gathered into a river. Unless it was some Dharma spell that required an enormous force, Regular spells no longer needed the piece of paper. Judging from this, the Vice-Chancellor is a first-level true breath expert. If he had reached the second level, he could display cloud ethereal techniques. Cloud Finger. Thinking of the Jade Slip's introduction to Cloud Finger, Wang Baol's heart burned. Bending his head, he took out the Jade Slip for the technique of infinite armament transformation, his eyes bright. I can also learn the Dermic Armament Pavilion's technique of infinite armament transformation. This is actually the complete edition of the Qi fostering art. There is Advanced Inscription Study, Advanced Spirit Kernel Study, a section on fusing materials, and a section on refining artifacts. If I manage to study this deeply, I can transform all objects into treasures on some level. One night of research allowed Wang Baol to have a deep understanding of the Dermic Armament Pavilion's curriculum. The Jade Slip even mentioned that in the Dermic Armament Pavilion, disciples could visit designated areas to listen to their seniors' knowledge and also look at video lectures on Upper Academy Island's Spirit Intranet. In conclusion, Dermic Armament disciples did not prioritize studying like Lower Academy Island. In here, disciples spent most of their time alone, absorbed in their own refinement and experiments. With new knowledge that he needed to understand and research, Wang Baol was in high spirits, immediately immersing himself in it. Soon, for days passed. In these 4 days, Wang Baol cultivated the cloud ethereal technique while studying the technique of infinite armament transformation, visiting the market the moment he felt hungry. Perhaps because it was too convenient to get food, while he was still fumbling with his cultivation technique, his weight had steadily increased every day. In the span of 4 days, it had increased by a lot. This can't go on. Early in the morning of the 5th day, Wang Baol patted his stomach, eating his sumptuous breakfast with a distressed expression. He looked back as he walked out of the market. With a long sigh, he took out a mirror, looking at his clearly plumper face. Although I'm still handsome, I need to be careful. Wang Baol touched his face, wondering if he ought to go to the Pavilion Administrative Department to retrieve his cave abode. Just as he put away his mirror, he noticed the reflection of a cruiser flying overhead. Wang Baol's eyes were sharp, so he noticed that the person on the cruiser was Lin Tianhao. It's him again. He's also in this mountain range? Wang Baol raised his eyebrows. When he looked again, Lin Tianhao had also noticed him. Lin Tianhao lowered his head and met eyes with Wang Baol. One of them was in the sky, and one of them was on the ground. Lin Tianhao seemed to have some sort of thought and sneered. Father was right. We're not from the same world. However, Wang Baol, whether or not you can find your footing in Upper Academy Island will depend on if you get caught in my plot. With this thought, Lin Tianhao arrogantly looked away, ignoring Wang Baol. He purposefully headed toward the cave abode area halfway up the mountain. Wang Baol saw Lin Tianhao fly past toward the middle area of the mountain, landing right outside the door of a cave abode and entering. His eyes grew wide, his gaze turning icy. He has a cave abode. Interesting. This Lin Tianhao has a cruiser and a cave abode. I have an 8-inch spirit root and have made great contributions to the Dao College. Yet I have nothing? Wang Baol's expression turned dark. Previously, he had not paid much attention to the cruisers, but now he noticed that the cruiser had a number. With his current understanding of Upper Academy Island, he could see that the Dao College had issued it. Realizing that it had been 5 days since he had spoken to the Pavilion Administrative Department, Wang Baol suppressed his inner fire, turned around, and headed straight toward the Pavilion Administrative Department. When he had almost arrived, it seemed that there was no one else. As Wang Baol noticed the blue-shirt cultivator in charge of the Pavilion Administrative Department, this blue-shirt cultivator had also noticed him. The cultivator rubbed the area between his eyebrows. Without waiting for Wang Baol to speak, he sighed. Junior brother Wang, just wait a little more. I've already gone to ask. It seems like the cave abode will be available in another 10 days. Hearing this, Wang Baol could hardly suppress his anger, but he felt that there was something odd about this situation. So he immediately took out 10 rainbow spirit stones and placed them on the table. Senior brother, I want it today. The 10 rainbow spirit stones were a small windfall for the blue-shirt cultivator. He looked at them and gave a wry smile. Junior brother, I'm not lying to you. You possess an 8-inch spirit root and were Lower Academy Island's head prefect. Becoming an armament disciple is just a matter of time for you. I wouldn't dare offend you out of all people, but I also can't offend the other party. I've already chased them away several times. Wang Baol squinted. He waved his sleeve, and the rainbow spirit stones on the table had increased to 30 pieces. He spoke calmly. Senior brother, please make it clear. This? The blue-shirt cultivator hesitated. Although he was not willing to offend Wang Baol, he still had his duty to his job. The records for the cave abode were a secret, so he could not leak them. If it had been anyone else, he would have long chased them away. Even if Wang Baol raised his hand, he still had to abide by this principle. However, Wang Baol was too good at negotiating. He looked at Wang Baol for a while, his gaze finally showing his decision. Junior brother Wang, I accept you as a friend. As he said this, he collected the spirit stones on the table and took out a jade slip from the various scrolls beside him. He placed it to the side. After knocking it for a while, he stood to stretch. Junior brother Wang, I still have a dermic artifact that I'm refining in the back. I'm gonna take a look. Wait for me. I'll be back in about 5 minutes. With that, the blue-shirt cultivator turned to leave. Wang Baol saw the jade slip on the table and immediately understood his meaning. He picked it up and dusted it before his expression changed. The jade slip recorded all of the owners of the cave abodes. They were definitely all full, but under Lin Tianhao's name, there were actually 2 cave abodes. These 2 cave abodes were together. Along with the blue-shirt cultivator's actions, the meaning was self-evident. Damn you, Lin Tianhao, you dare to take my cave abode? The ice in Wang Baol's gaze exploded. He could no longer suppress his growing anger, but soon, he realized that something was not quite right. It seemed as though the other person's actions were too obvious. Wait, this guy isn't stupid. Wouldn't he be afraid of being beaten up by me after taking my cave abode so obviously? Although he was angry, Wang Baol did not lose his cool. Suspicious, he thought about it, wondering what would happen if the senior brother from the Pavilion Administrative Department did not show him the jade slip. With this thought, he slapped the table, understanding immediately. This, digging a pit for me? This rat is actually trying to scheme against me. I've read so many high officials' autobiographies, and I was just thinking of how to beat you up. Look at how I'll cripple you this time. Wang Baol sneered, his eyes flashing coldly. Wang Baol was seething with rage. He did not leave immediately, instead standing there as his thoughts swirled in his mind while he awaited the return of the blue-shirt cultivator. Before long, the blue-shirt cultivator returned, and with a single glance at Wang Baol's facial expression, he understood that Wang Baol had already understood the situation. Therefore, he put his jade slip away and stayed silent. Looking at the blue-shirt cultivator, a flash appeared in Wang Baol's eyes. He cupped his fists and began to speak suddenly. Senior brother, I was hot-tempered when I was on the Lower Academy Island. I was unfriendly with Lin Tianhao and once attacked his subordinates in front of him. He is well aware of my personality. Wang Baol's eyes flashed as he spoke from his heart. As he spoke, the blue-shirt cultivator was taken aback, and his eyes narrowed into slits. Qualifying for a place in Ethereal Dao College, passing the major assessments to enter the Upper Academy Island, and making it to the ranks of someone in charge of the administrative office indicated that he was not ignorant. The cultivator understood instantly as he listened to Wang Baol's words, and he turned solemn. He realized that he had most probably been taken advantage of by Lin Tianhao, who was plotting against Wang Baol. If Wang Baol was so provoked by anger that he lost control of himself and resorted to violence against Lin Tianhao, the situation would have turned ugly. After all, had it not been Wang Baol, who had excellent people skills, he would not have revealed the information. He had a duty and responsibility to fulfill, and issues implicating the cave abodes were secrets that should not be in the public eye. Had conflict arisen, there would have been trouble in his own territory, which would have affected his reputation. Wang Baol would have appeared unreasonable, creating a terrible impression the moment he arrived at the Dermic Armament Pavilion, which meant that he would be punished. As for Lin Tianhao, The most he would have needed to do was apologize, as he was not the one who carried out the assault. When he was rushing Lin Tianhao on the cave abode a few days ago, he did not reject but instead simply said that there would be a delay of a few days. This Lin Tianhao is trying to push all the blame to me? The blue-shirt cultivator revealed a cold, distant look in his eyes as he looked at Wang Baol and spoke. He was no simple character to be pushed around given his experience, which had landed him in his current position. Junior brother Wang Baol, I have rushed junior brother Lin several times. This time, could you help me to remind him again? As he spoke, he took out a jade slip and passed it to Wang Baol. Thank you, senior brother. Wang Baol's eyes lit up. He had clearly stated his wishes previously, and this was exactly the result he wanted. He accepted the jade slip and turned to leave. Looking at Wang Baol leave, the blue-shirt cultivator raised his head and turned to look in the direction of Lin Tianhao. He snorted. To him, regardless of whether it was Wang Baol or Lin Tianhao, they were the same. However, now that he compared the both of them, he could immediately make a conclusion and was willing to help Wang Baol and give him a legitimate reason. Now, as Wang Baol left the pavilion administrative department, he began charging toward Lin Tianhao's cave abode, the fury in his heart burning stronger than ever. Lin Tianhao, regardless of whatever evil plots you had previously, I will hit you till you cry like a baby. Plotting against me, taking over my cave abode? The more Wang Baol thought about it, the more furious he became. He picked up speed, dashing toward the cave abode zone. From afar, he looked like a gigantic ball, kicking up dust as he charged past everyone. Many disciples within the Dermic Armament Pavilion were taken aback after noticing the fuss. What is it? What's this fatty going to do? Running at such a high speed? As curiosity arose in the disciples, Wang Baol had arrived at the cave abode zone, specifically to the edges of the zone where Lin Tianhao's cave abode was. He raised his right hand and retrieved a big megaphone and screamed nonsensically, starting with calling Lin Tianhao names. Lin Tianhao, you bully! I'll fight till the end with you! His voice was like the thunder, exploding in pulses within the cave abode zone. Lin Tianhao's cave abode was the hardest hit, as the sound wave was so strong that it spread into the cave abode, straight through the insulation of the array formation. Lin Tianhao, who was refining dermic artifacts, jolted in shock. Hearing the voice, he laughed coldly, knowing that his ploy had worked. He guessed that Wang Baol had a conflict with the pavilion administrative department before coming, and now that he had come for himself, he pretended not to hear anything. Seeing how Lin Tianhao had refused to come out from his cave abode, Wang Baol turned solemn as he stood in front of the cave abode. At the same time, as the sound waves continued spreading, people residing in the cave abodes a distance away emerged and began reprimanding Wang Baol. Who's screaming and shouting? So noisy! Listening to the scolding from a distance away, Wang Baol laughed coldly before holding up the large megaphone again to scream into it. Lin Tianhao, I'm not the one who separated you from Zhang Dalong 1. Even though you cruelly and wickedly destroyed my Zhu Gongqiang too, but I really respected the love between the both of you. The scolding from afar stopped momentarily after he spoke before being replaced with even louder exclamations of shock. What's the situation? There's too much information from that message. Who's Zhu Gongqiang and who's Zhang Dalong? They sound like the names of strong, beastly males. Holy shit, this is a scoop. To think that Lin Tianhao had such preferences. As the commotion spread, Lin Tianhao could not bear it any longer. He immediately opened the cave abode and rushed out, roaring with anger. Wang Baol, what nonsense are you blaring? You're finally willing to come out. The moment the furious Lin Tianhao walked out, Wang Baol's anger erupted, his body charging out immediately, and the spirit thread within him spread. His speed was boosted to the maximum as he arrived in front of Lin Tianhao, raising his right hand and landing a punch on him. Wang Baol put in all his strength into the punch without reserving a single bit of his energy. He controlled the spirit chi from within while drawing in spirit chi from the outside, resulting in a hurricane in front of his fist that erupted right before Lin Tianhao. Despite being an impressive, capable individual who had broken through at the 8-inch state and had made ample preparations by deploying his numinous treasures for protection, Lin Tianhao had still underestimated Wang Bao's prowess. Now Wang Bao's punch, accompanied by a loud boom, directly landed on his body, breaking apart all sorts of protective measures that he had prepared. It was deafeningly loud, and his body was thrown into the air, out of the cave abode area, unable to withstand the impact. His utter disbelief was apparent on his face, but the shield-like protection afforded by his numinous treasures against Wang Bao's punch merely made him pale-faced. "Bastard Lin, I've been wanting to punch you for a long time. It's time we settle the matters from the pond cloud rainforest." Releasing his anger, Wang Bao picked up speed as he rushed toward Lin Tianhao, kicking hard at his crotch. How could he be so fast? Lin Tianhao was taken aback. He wanted to dodge, but Wang Bao's speed was unbelievable. As he neared, Lin Tianhao was kicked into the sky, accompanied by a loud boom once again, before landing on the mountain rocks a distance away. The moment he landed, Lin Tianhao had wanted to take cover at the side while bearing with his pain breathlessly. However, he was still too slow. In the blink of an eye, Wang Bao neared again, grabbing a fistful of Lin Tianhao's hair and swinging him hard toward a corner. He then kicked his crotch strongly again, sending him toward the mountainous rocks in the opposite direction. This tactic was something that Wang Bao had learned from the 9-inch spirit root. He was like a hurricane due to his speed and strength in order to block any opportunity for retaliation for the other party once they lost it. As the loud boom reverberated, Lin Tianhao, despite being protected by his numinous treasures, was beaten to the extent that fresh blood spurted out from his mouth and pain radiated from every part of his body as a result of the repeated attacks. He was in a daze, but Wang Bao's angry roar indicated that it was far from over. "You still dare to take my cave abode? You have forced me into this. I did not originally intend to blurt out the information between you and Jiang Dalong, as well as my pitiful Zhu Gongqiang. You were too cruel and too overbearing." Between his words, Wang Bao dashed out again, attacking continuously. Regardless of whether he twisted Lin Tianhao's arm or kicked his crotch, Wang Bao was extremely vicious. Furthermore, his strength was far too superior that Lin Tianhao's, who, despite also having incredible strength, had no way to fight back or resist Wang Bao. Right now, numerous dermic armament pavilion cultivators had gathered and were watching the commotion. After understanding what was going on, they were shocked. "Wang Bao? I have heard of him before. He's the new disciple this year, and he's ferocious. Is he from the dermic armament pavilion like us? Why does it feel like he belongs to the combat pavilion next door? What's this combat power? And this Lin Tianhao, is it true that he really likes men?" However, why did Wang Bao mention his Zhu Gongqiang? As the surrounding crowd discussed, Lin Tianhao's roared crazily. Instantly, it seemed like a red glow had erupted from within his body. It was obvious that he had activated his secret treasure, resulting in a light wave that allowed him to break free of Wang Bao's hurricane-like attacks and gave him the chance to retreat swiftly. Wang Bao's pupils constricted. There were many people around, making it inconvenient for him to unleash his prowess. Seeing that Lin Tianhao had broken free of the tight situation, he did not chase after him but instead cleared his throat and cupped his fists while facing the onlookers. "Good morning, senior brothers. All of you are witnesses that once I mentioned the incident about him and my Zhu Gongqiang, he went crazy with guilt." The onlookers looked at each other, bewildered. Lin Tianhao's mind buzzed with activity. He had never experienced such an incident and had never been beaten so hard another. If that was it, he could still let it go. But with the mentioning of Zhu Gongqiang, he had lost all control. Now, his body was in intense pain, and his finger was about to break off. The immense pain in his crotch resulted in bloodshot eyes, but he did not lose logical control of himself as he forcefully calmed down. "Wang Bao, there's no use fabricating these things. The innocent will know that they are innocent." Between words, Lin Tianhao's eyes revealed a cold, evil look. He retrieved a flying knife numinous treasure, and the moment it flew, it instantly created a suppressive force. Its quality was shocking, and it was at least a fifth-grade numinous treasure. It was obvious that other than the protective treasures, Lin Tianhao had another trump card. Wang Bao's eyes narrowed. He felt that it was not enough to simply attack Lin Tianhao. Since he had plotted against him, then he should tarnish his reputation, regardless of whether it was true or not. After all, once his reputation was tarnished, it would be difficult for him to deny anything. Therefore he harumphed. "Fellow Taoists, I have proof." As he spoke, Wang Bao raised his right hand, instantly retrieving a puppet. It was a large puppet that was full of hair. With one look at it, anyone could tell that it was burly and strong, and the moment it saw Lin Tianhao, it became coy. The puppet let out a disturbing sound as it ran toward Lin Tianhao, its arms raised as if wanting to hug Lin Tianhao. That sound, crisp and clear, spread in all directions. That figure, extremely alluring, extremely captivating. That's my Zhu Gongqiang. After being tormented by Lin Tianhao for 3 days and 3 nights, it can only let out such sounds all day. "Lin Tianhao, tell me, what exactly did you do to my Zhu Gongqiang?" Wang Bao screamed angrily. It was dead silent all around. Those disturbing sounds dumbfounded everyone, and very quickly, the sound of ragged breathing emerged, erupting suddenly in the cave abode region, like a ferocious wind sweeping the area and creating a hurricane. What's this? A dermic artifact puppet. Its sound, gosh, that disturbing sound. I've got goosebumps. Such talent to be able to make a puppet like this. The words that Wang Bao had said previously especially reverberated in the ears of the onlookers at this moment as they breathed. Eventually, it created an even more shocking commotion among the people. Is that true? Regardless of whether it's true or not, what exactly did Lin Tianhao do to this Zhu Gongqiang, wrecking the puppet to this extent? 3 days and 3 nights? What a beast! Look at the expression of this Zhu Gongqiang, bashful yet aggrieved. The way it walks also seems weird and perhaps a little painful. There must be a good story behind this. Ha! Interesting. Really interesting. Listening to the conversations between the people around him, Wang Bao gained an understanding as well. The words of the surrounding disciples made him realize that each of them was more talented than him, and none of them were good-natured. Lin Tianhao trembled. His eyes widened to such a degree that they were about to pop out as he looked at the bashful hunk that was running toward him with open arms while making disturbing sounds. His mind buzzed with so much activity that even the numinous treasure flying knife in front of him became unsteady and fell to the floor. "Get lost! Get lost! Don't come near me!" He was flabbergasted, especially since he had never experienced such an appalling incident in his life. He stepped back instinctively, and his breathing quickened as he felt his vision turning black due to how bizarre everything was. However, Zhu Gongqiang was so fast that the instant Lin Tianhao retreated, it immediately neared. As the disturbing sound grew louder, it opened its arms wide and hugged Lin Tianhao tight. That hug shocked Lin Tianhao so much that all his hair stood up, making him crazy. As he flailed his arms, dermic artifacts flew out of his storage bag, directly toward Zhu Gongqiang. With a loud bang, Zhu Gongqiang's body vibrated violently, and it was instantly thrown off. When it landed, its body was severely damaged, and Wang Bao immediately approached it to give Zhu Gongqiang a hand as it struggled to pick itself up. Wang Bao looked extremely sad as he glowered at Lin Tianhao. "Lin Tianhao, Zhu Gongqiang is already so pitiful, and you still attacked it? Was it wrong that it was so happy to see you, and simply wanted to reunite with you with a hug?" A commotion arose once again, and the people around added fuel to the fire. Everyone understood that the accusations Wang Bao made against Lin Tianhao were not technical, and some had even vaguely heard Wang Bao mentioning something regarding the Lower Academy Island previously. However, to them, they were not acquainted with the Lower Academy Island in the first place, so as long as there was a show to watch, a show whose content made their dull lives that much more interesting, they were content. In reality, even if Lin Tianhao and Wang Bao switched positions, they still would have reacted in the same way, especially since the scenario involved the production of dermic artifacts, which jolted everyone awake. Some of them even roared in an evil tone. "Lin Tianhao, that's too much. Come, share what you did that turned Zhu Gongqiang into this state. Haha, Lin Tianhao, don't be shy, tell us. Lin Tianhao's eyes were red with fury. To him, what had happened that day was too much to handle. Previously, he had still been able to force himself to calm down. But now that Wang Beil had created such a commotion, which was intensified by the onlookers, he realized that it was not that no one understood the situation. However, even if they understood it, it was inevitable that news would spread. When he thought about how everyone in the Dao College would recall the scene with Zhu Gongqiang and him in the future, Lin Tianhao was about to go crazy. He was trembling hard internally. Far more than when Wang Beil attacked him like a hurricane. Wang Beil, I'll kill you. As he roared, Lin Tianhao's body flew into midair. He had lost all logic as he charged toward Wang Beil. Wang Beil closed his eyes and laughed to himself. He was someone that held a grudge and did not like to leave without taking revenge. Had Lin Tianhao watched his behavior on Upper Academy Island, he would have let it go. But since he had made the mistake of provoking him, he decided to retaliate fiercely in such a manner. Not only did he want to physically attack Lin Tianhao, he wanted to bruise him both in terms of his reputation and in terms of his psychological state, such that he would not recover from the shame however hard he tried. Now, as he watched Lin Tianhao approaching him like a lunatic, Wang Beil's eyes flashed, and he clenched his right hand into a fist, preparing to attack as the spirit thread inside him began spreading and the devouring seeds started to turn. However, at that moment, a massive suppressive force that no one was able to resist suddenly erupted like a giant, invisible hand from the middle peak of the Dermic Armament Pavilion's 4 mountains, directly suppressing and freezing the spirit chi in the environment. Then, an angry, dull voice reverberated in the surroundings. Wang Beil, where do you think you are? How bold of you! The loud voice caused Wang Beil's entire body to tremble. He had difficulty breathing, and as his expression turned awful, Lin Tianhao trembled as well. He was forced to stop 30 feet from Wang Beil, vibrating violently as he urgently tried to control it. Even the onlookers who were watching the show were affected as well. Their facial expressions changed and did not even try to resist it as they all respectfully lowered their heads. Greetings, Pavilion Head. As everyone greeted, a long rainbow appeared, hanging in midair. Within the rainbow was a figure, that of the Dermic Armament Pavilion Head dressed in purple. He was stepping on a green flying sword, his expression awful as he stared coldly at Wang Beil. Wang Beil was unhappy, for the appearance and words of the Pavilion Head meant that all the blame had been pushed onto him. However, being extremely familiar with the high official's autobiographies that he had read, he did not reveal a look of dissatisfaction and was instead as respectful as the people surrounding him. He even stepped forward quickly as an undetectable glimmer appeared in his eyes. Those few steps were meant to convey his respect toward the Pavilion Head, as well as to make the relationship between them rosier. However, he was even nearer to Lin Tianhao as a result. Regardless, Wang Beil did not care as he greeted the Pavilion Head in the skies with cupped fists. Please appease your anger, Pavilion Head. The disciple knows his mistake. After which, Wang Beil immediately put the puppet beside him away. However, when he touched the puppet gently, the disturbing sounds it was making grew louder, and it looked at Lin Tianhao with open eyes, its desire for a hug stronger than ever. This very scenario was like adding fuel to fire. Lin Tianhao was a prideful person, viewing himself as an extraordinary individual. The shock that he had experienced that day had been so huge that he could not even maintain his logical side. The crazy rage that he tried hard to suppress was instantly unleashed. If Wang Beil had stayed 30 feet away from him, it would not have mattered. But the problem was that he was now less than 20 feet away. Therefore, instantly, Lin Tianhao roared with rage in his eyes as he controlled the Dermic artifact flying knife and many other Dermic artifacts to attack Wang Beil. Once he started his attack, he immediately realized that something was amiss. However, it was too late to take everything back. His sudden movement was unexpected. No one had imagined that Lin Tianhao would dare to launch an attack under the watchful eyes of the Pavilion Head. Instantly, his flying knife and other Dermic artifacts rained down on Wang Beil. Wang Baol sneered inwardly but revealed a look of shock on his face as he immediately deployed all sorts of protective gear. He tumbled strongly, landing on the ground a distance away, forcing out a mouthful of fresh blood in order to look pitiful. In reality, his tough physique was not even slightly affected by the attack, but he still faked a miserable look. Pavilion Head, I know that I am bold. Even though I have broken through at the 8-inch Spirit Root stage and did a good deed for the Tao College in the Spirit Breath Village, I had never thought that my accomplishments would give me any special privileges. According to the Tao College's rules, people who have broken through at the 8-inch Spirit Root should be rewarded with a cave abode and a cruiser, but I did not accept them. This Lin Tianhao has an 8-inch like me, and he has been bestowed with everything. I am grateful to the Tao College, for I, Wang Baol, would not be me without the Tao College. I have no unhappiness toward the Tao College at all, and I understand completely. Even if Lin Tianhao barbarically occupied 2 cave abodes, taking away what was rightfully mine, I have no unhappiness. Today, I'm here because the senior brother at the Pavilion Administrative Department sent me here to get things regarding the return of the cave abode moving, and this can be proven by the Jade Slip. If the Pavilion Head wants to mete out a punishment, I will take it wholeheartedly. Wang Baol struggled to stand up as he took out his Jade Slip, standing with his head lowered and his eyes revealing a look of sadness and anger. The entire place fell silent instantly. Wang Baol looked at Lin Tianhao, whose expression was turning awful, his heart filled with immense delight. Bastard Lin, you want to fight me? If I can't force you to your wit's end, I am not Wang Baol. Wang Baol was extremely delighted as he thought of how perfectly he had executed the entire thing and had pushed Lin Tianhao into a difficult position. His delight was not apparent to the onlookers, but his back looked broad and reliable in the eyes of the masses. His words especially moved the surrounding cultivators, for they were all empathetic toward the disadvantaged. This was the pity tactic that Wang Baol was using. The bold move by Lin Tianhao, who resorted to violence under the watchful eyes of the Pavilion Head, also dumbfounded everyone as they developed a certain hostility toward Lin Tianhao. Now they all lifted their heads to look at the Pavilion Head. Lin Tianhao, on the other hand, felt suffocated. He had never seen this side of Wang Baol and instinctively realized that the fellow was pretending to be disadvantaged, putting up a good show that was filled with vivid details. Pavilion Head, he's just pretending. Lin Tianhao grew anxious as he tried to speak. However, the middle-aged men dressed in a purple robe in the sky simply threw a cold gaze, causing Lin Tianhao to tremble with fear internally, as he was forced to shut his trap despite the anger that he was experiencing reaching the boiling point. Seeing how Lin Tianhao fell silent, Wang Baol was even more gleeful. However, he understood that everyone was intelligent, and his acting could not be too exaggerated. Therefore, he lowered his head and did not speak. The purple-robed, middle-aged man in midair withdrew his gaze from Lin Tianhao. The violence that he had displayed previously made him unhappy. Even though the additional cave abode that Lin Tianhao had was approved by him on the grounds that it would be used to refine dermic artifacts, he had not thought much about it then. Now that trouble had arisen, if Lin Tianhao had not launched his attack, he would have put his main focus on reprimanding Wang Baol and simply chiding Lin Tianhao, seeing how everyone had greeted him respectfully. However, now the entire situation had changed. Given that Lin Tianhao had attacked and Wang Baol's attitude was justified based on the flawless story that he had told and the proof that he had. Furthermore, it was pivotal that Wang Baol had remained respectful and not willful throughout, despite having sensible arguments for his behavior. On the other hand, Lin Tianhao, what intensified the situation was that there were onlookers. As the Pavilion Head, he could not ignore the thoughts that people might have in their minds. Now he narrowed his eyes, looking at Wang Baol several more times. He could see through Wang Baol's pretense and motives, but he had to agree that Wang Baol was a capable individual who knew how to maintain relationships. Both of you, don't you dare do this again. One more fight in the Tao College, and both of you would be severely punished. And you, Lin Tianhao, why on earth are you occupying a cave abode that belongs to others? Return it immediately. The Pavilion Head glanced coldly at Lin Tianhao before turning to leave. Lin Tianhao's heart trembled. Wang Baol was pretending to be bitter and pitiful, but he was the one that was truly bitter and pitiful. He knew that he had lost this round. As the pavilion head left, Wang Baol stood up, clutching his chest as he cupped his fist toward the people around him. Senior brothers, everyone is from the same sect, and we would be neighbors in the future. I am new here, and I hope to gain valuable advice from all of you. Wang Baol stepped up passionately, as he greeted all the senior brothers and senior sisters amiably. He even gave each of them one of his rainbow spirit stones. Even if they only received one rainbow spirit stone, everyone present was pleased, and their impression of Wang Baol grew fonder. They started chatting heartily with each other. The earlier incident had left them with a good impression of Wang Baol. They understood that before them was a cunning, ferocious, yet extremely capable individual. At the same time, the puppet was proof that Wang Baol was extremely proficient at refining dermic artifacts. Furthermore, as someone who had achieved a breakthrough at the 8-inch state, he knew how to delicately handle tasks and interpersonal relationships. A person like him was an all-rounder in their eyes. They had been aware previously of the matters involving Wang Baol in the Lower Academy Island and the Spirit Breath Village, but they did not know the details. Now that they began checking the matter up and gained a better understanding of everything, they became even more passionate. Even though they all realized that Wang Baol had been putting on an act just now, they did not care. As the laughter all around inflicted pain to his ears, Lin Tianhao immediately turned and rushed toward the cave abode. Wang Baol glanced at him, harumphed silently in his heart, and did not care about him anymore. He continued chatting heartily with the people around, and after they had all left, Wang Baol stood in front of Lin Tianhao's cave abode. Looking at it in detail, the two cave abodes there were situated at the extreme corners of the entire area. The distance between their doors was less than 100 feet. After taking a look, he felt that the one on the right carried a bad omen, for it was the last in the line, while the one on the left was much better, being situated in the middle, and therefore began to speak loudly. Lin Tianhao, I want the cave abode on the right that you're residing in. Get lost right away. I want it. The moment he spoke, blue veins immediately appeared on the forehead of Lin Tianhao, who was moving his items into the left cave abode. He had originally planned to give Wang Baol the cave abode on the right, but now he changed his mind. He turned and rushed into the cave abode on the left and cleaned up briefly before throwing out the cave abode identity token. Take it or leave it, he said as he returned to his cave abode on the right. A grown-up like you, still rebellious and mischievous. Wang Baol caught the identity token and cleared his throat. In the right cave abode, Lin Tianhao gritted his teeth after hearing Wang Baol's words. Then Wang Baol stepped dramatically into his own cave abode on the left. Wang Baol was instantly satisfied the moment he stepped inside and took a look. Not only was it more than double the size of his cave abode in the Lower Academy Island, there was also a resting area, a seclusion area meant for meditation, and most importantly, came equipped with an earth-fire smelting furnace. That meant that he could refine dermic artifacts in the comfort of his own cave abode and no longer needed to go to a designated area to do so like on the Lower Academy Island. At the back, there was also a veranda where one could see the clouds in the sky and another mountain peak in the distance. Looking even further, it seemed like the sky and the lake had combined into a beautiful painting, making one rejuvenated. At the same time, the spirit chi was much more concentrated compared to his previous room. That was accentuated by the fact that different kinds of flowers and plants were growing in the cave outside the balcony, and the scent of the flowers carried in the wind was refreshing to anyone who smelled it. What a good place. Even though Wang Baol was a little disappointed that he was neighbors with Lin Tianhao, he was able to distract himself from that as he was satisfied with the cave abode. Delighted, he sat there and began munching on a bag of snacks. Next, I need to set aside time to refine and learn. I'm not here to battle Lin Tianhao. My goal is to become the president of the Federation. Thinking of this, Wang Baol put his snacks down and began accessing the spirit intranet of the Upper Academy Island. He familiarized himself with the structure of Upper Academy Island as well as information regarding higher-level inscriptions and the forging. Other than this, I also need to understand the structure of Upper Academy Island and the meaning of being an armament disciple, Wang Baol was deep in thought. He had understood a small part of everything and now began to look for information in detail. At the same time, as Wang Baol was learning and researching, his neighbor, Lin Tianhao, was extremely depressed. He gritted his teeth as he sat inside, an evil look appearing in his eyes. As he took out his jade slip to pass some instructions, he laughed coldly. Wang Baol, how dare you tarnish my reputation? Let's have both our reputations tarnished then. Time passed quickly, and 3 days flew by. The incident of how Wang Baol regained possession of his cave abode only spread slightly within the Dermic Armament Pavilion. After all, to the majority of the disciples in the Dermic Armament Pavilion, both Lin Tianhao and Wang Baol were merely just newcomers that did not garner much attention. Even though Wang Baol's performance in the Spirit Breath Village and Lower Academy Island was impressive, it simply meant that he had potential to be unleashed. Right now, Wang Baol finally found the information that he was looking for on the Spirit Intranet and gained a deeper understanding of the Upper Academy Island and the Dermic Armament Pavilion. The Dermic Armament Pavilion takes charge of refining Dermic artifacts and numinous treasures internally and the maintenance of Dermic armaments for the troops situated within the borders. At the same time, Ethereal Tao College does not advocate individuality. Instead, the disciples from the different pavilions have to work with each other, practicing outside in small groups during semester time. Wang Baol mumbled as he meditated with his head raised and his legs crossed. Simultaneously, he also found information about the Dermic Armament Pavilion structure. The Dermic Armament Pavilion was like a city. Going from top to bottom, there was the pavilion head, followed by the 4 deputy pavilion heads and the armament soldiers, then the numerous armament disciples. An ordinary disciple was of the lowest rank. At the same time, relative levels of authority lay in the hands of these people. To Wang Baol, the pavilion head was like city lord of a city, ranked highly within it and controlling the entire place. He had great authority, able to not only control life and death but also wielding limitless power in the boundaries of the rules. As for the deputy pavilion heads, they could be thought of as the deputy city lords. They were assistants to the pavilion head and also wielded immense power. They were all in charge of their respective regions in the Dermic Armament Pavilion, and if they collaborated with each other, they could possibly go against the pavilion head. The armament soldiers belonged to the 4 deputy pavilion heads in name. Under the leadership of each deputy pavilion head were some armament soldiers who were in charge of the organizational management within the Dermic Armament Pavilion. They were the supervisors of the various organization. Lastly, the armament disciples shared a similar relationship as that between the armament soldiers and the deputy pavilion head. There were many armament disciples under the lead of each armament soldier, and they assisted the armament soldiers in management. All these were similar structures seen in almost every pavilion within Upper Academy Island. The ordinary disciples, on the other hand, had no power at all. Not to mention the pavilion head. The armament soldier alone wields so much power that it's unimaginable. If one becomes an armament soldier, they will be in charge of an organization. Furthermore, this is Upper Academy Island, the core of Ethereal Tao College. Every single armament soldier would make an ordinary city lord bow in respect if they appeared in the streets. Wang Baol took a deep breath as his eyes revealed an unusual look. If I could become an armament soldier, not only will people be less likely to bully me, but I will also be a step closer to becoming the president of the Federation. Wang Baol was filled with emotions. As he thought of searching up ways to become an armament disciple on the Spirit Intranet, he suddenly noticed that a notice had appeared on the Upper Academy Island's Spirit Intranet, and his name was inside. Wang Baol reacted and immediately opened it. Soon he began laughing. Today, let's introduce Wang Baol from the Dermic Armament Pavilion. It's said that when he was in the Lower Academy Island previously, he cheated in order to rise to the ranks. He was despicable and shameless to the extreme. So, this is it? I was wondering why he was so rich. It turns out that when Wang Baol was head prefect in the Lower Academy Island, he was violent and forcefully snatched what belonged to others. He was so greedy and such a thief, and that allowed him to amass wealth. Notices like these were few and far between initially, but they began to grow in number. That was especially so as the notices began to focus on issues of lust, wealth, and power, and they were extremely insulting. Such lowly tactics made Wang Baol realize that Lin Tianhao only looked intelligent on the surface but was extremely childish. That was the conclusion that he came to after reading the notices, and he lowered his head slightly. If this was the Lower Academy Island, Lin Tianhao's tactics could still work. However, they were on Upper Academy Island, and everyone was focused on their own cultivation. No one was stupid. Issues like that could hardly tarnish one's reputation, and instead revealed how uncultured and sly one was. Culture. It seems like Lin Tianhao has hit puberty late. He's so narrow-minded, like a clown. Wang Baol shook his head and felt that he should not bother himself with it. He had wasted too much time on Lin Tianhao, so he raised his right hand, where his storage bracelet was, and waved slightly to retrieve an object. However, I shouldn't waste the opportunity. Let's experiment with him. The limits of how much the human mind can withstand. It's nice that I can now research psychological dermic artifacts. Thinking of his research direction, Wang Baol was uncontrollably excited. Holding the megaphone, which he had just retrieved, Wang Baol smiled slyly. He turned to the smelting furnace room to further refine the megaphone and adjust the inscriptions, causing the dermic artifact to be even more powerful and changing the direction where the sound waves from it would spread. As for the materials required, Dermic Armament Pavilion disciples on the Upper Academy Island could use spirit stones to buy more refinement materials. Most of the materials were considered rare items on the Lower Academy Island, but that was due to differences in level. In reality, refinement materials that were really rare were present on the Upper Academy Island but were not possible to purchase with the spirit stones. Instead, they could only be exchanged after one completed a certain specified mission. Soon, Wang Baol concluded his refinement process. He was satisfied as he looked at the 30 or so megaphones that he had refined and excitedly installed them on a wall of the cave abode. Behind that wall was Lin Tianhao's cave abode. After adjusting all of them, Wang Baol dusted his hands and sat down with crossed legs. Satisfied, he took out a bag of snacks and began munching on them. Next, it's time for the experiment. Let's first test the psychological impact of the noise. As he spoke, Wang Baol swept his right hand, and all the megaphones installed on the walls trembled and were activated. However, no sound emerged from his cave abode at all. Instead, all the noise was directed toward Lin Tianhao as a result of the adjustments that Wang Baol had made. The noise pierced through the stone wall, erupting directly in Lin Tianhao's cave abode. Lin Tianhao was assessing the spirit intranet within his cave abode, looking at the discussion smearing Wang Baol. His lips curled into a smile, and he had wanted to send out instructions again using his jade slip. However, suddenly, it was as if waves of thunder had appeared within his cave abode, resulting in shocking, deafening sound waves. It was like an extremely large number of people made angry, disturbing sounds simultaneously, forming an extremely loud sound wave that violently vibrated his cave abode. Dust even fell as a result of the vibrations of the surrounding walls. As his cave abode was located at the edge of the entire region, with the other side of it being a cliff edge, the noise was unable to affect other people, despite being extremely loud. Lin Tianhao was taken aback, and he had not been able to react before his eardrums burst. He instantly turned dizzy and felt as if his world was spinning. His quiet secret chamber was instantly thrown into a world of chaos. Screaming pitifully, Lin Tianhao's trembling body immediately stood up. He covered his ears, but the noise was too loud and reverberated continuously within his cave abode. The sound waves erupted, resulting in his breathing growing extremely rapid, almost as if his heart was about to burst apart. He rushed out of the cave abode, almost growing crazy. The hum in his ears was never ending, and he only recovered after a long while. He glared angrily at Wang Baol's cave abode. Wang Baol! Lin Tianhao had never expected that Wang Baol's retaliation would be so perverse. Unable to control himself, he began screaming angrily. His angry roars spread into the ears of Wang Baol, who was munching on his snacks while sitting cross-legged. He took out his jade slip and began recording. What a huge reaction. it is likely that the protective mechanisms within his body have been activated. The sudden eruption of sound waves challenges the limits of human behavior. It's not useful for influencing one's psychological state. I must record this result. Wang Baol recorded the results of his experiment with a look of seriousness on his face. He adjusted the megaphone, and seeing that he would not be able to obtain experimental results in a short time, he began researching on the cloud ethereal technique. Lin Tianhao, who was standing outside the cave abode, was jumping with anger. His eyes were blood red, and he stood there howling for a long while. Even though Wang Baol refused to come out, the disturbing sound had grown much softer. Lin Tianhao gritted his teeth and returned to his cave abode once again. However, he had belittled Wang Baol's psychological test. The noise had decreased in volume but then suddenly grew louder again, becoming more shocking than ever. The loud boom was unbearable for Lin Tianhao. He immediately ran out of the cave abode, his anger and insanity pushed to the extreme. He began attacking Wang Baol's cave abode but was unable to overcome the array formation. After a long while, Lin Tianhao was pushed to the limits and was going insane. After breathing rapidly a few times, he clenched his teeth. "Wang Baol, you want to drive me away? Impossible." Lin Tianhao's eyes revealed a cold look. He knew that it would be useless to approach the pavilion head regarding the matter since Wang Baol did not assault him. Furthermore, the pavilion head would not bother himself with insignificant matters like that. Therefore, he gritted his teeth before turning to leave. When he returned at night, he activated the many protective dermic artifacts that he had brought, forming a dense protective shield to block out the crazy noise. However, the noise came and went. Sometimes it was completely silent, while other times it would suddenly erupt. Even if Lin Tianhao could shield against it by activating the protection artifacts, activating them wasted a lot of his spirit energy. Therefore, after a few occasions, seeing that it has quieted down, he turned off the protective shield, only to have the noise suddenly erupting again, frightening him and putting him in a trembling state as his blood rushed, as if trying to burst both his brain and his heart. After a few consecutive incidents, Lin Tianhao still could not figure out the pattern. He shouted angrily toward the sky. He felt that even if he was a true breath cultivator, his heart could not withstand attacks like these. He was indignant, and even though he did not move out of the cave abode, he was unable to stay in the same place and had to seek temporary refuge elsewhere. Seeing how his test subject had left, Wang Baol was a little disappointed. After a few sighs, he shifted his attention from Lin Tianhao. Everything on his mind was revolving around practicing the cloud ethereal technique and becoming an armament disciple in the shortest time. He had already thoroughly researched the methods to become an armament disciple on the Spirit intranet. If I want to be promoted to the armament disciple, I must perfectly refine 100 first-grade dermic artifacts. A flash appeared in Wang Baol's eyes. He knew that a first-grade dermic artifact was defined differently on the Upper and Lower Academy Islands. Dermic artifacts on the Lower Academy Island were stagnated at the spirit kernel stage due to the teachings of knowledge. There were no complete teaching materials regarding the refinement materials and the refinement process, resulting in the products that the students produced being of quasi-first-grade dermic artifacts. On the other hand, the standards set by Upper Academy Island were that the first-grade dermic artifacts were perfectly refined using superior quality refinement materials and refinement tools. This made the dermic artifacts a lot more challenging to make, and at the same time, the dermic artifacts made were not to be chosen freely by the disciples. Rather, it had to be one of the first-grade dermic artifacts listed by the Dermic Armament Pavilion in order to meet the requirements. Picking from the approved list, one could be promoted if one managed to refine 100 different dermic artifacts. This task was extremely challenging and difficult to fulfill within a short time, especially for those who had just managed past the assessment to enter Upper Academy Island. There were also many who were unable to accomplish it even after several years. However, even though it was also challenging to Wang Baol, it was not a major issue. After all, when he was on the Lower Academy Island, Wang Baol had long been exposed to the refinement materials and the refinement process, and he had successfully made some first-grade dermic artifacts. He could even made artifacts a grade higher, just that they were not perfect. He was confident that it would not take long for him to refine perfect, first-grade dermic artifacts after learning systematically. It is definitely a challenge to become an armament disciple, but how did Lin Tianhao do it? After understanding the method to become an armament disciple, this question floated in Wang Bao's mind. However, he quickly recalled Lin Tianhao's background. He thought briefly and vaguely understood the reason. It seems like I need to find an influential character who will speak up for me quickly. If not, if I only work hard and train, I will definitely be disadvantaged in the future. Wang Bao scratched his head as he thought. His target was the elder who gave him the jade slip on the Chancellor's Peak, someone whom he deeply respected. Right now, the significance of the elder in the dermic armament pavilion seemed even greater. Someone who is superior to the pavilion head? Wang Bao thought about it briefly before collecting his thoughts. He understood that the basis for everything to work would be that he made it as an armament disciple at the very least. First, refine some dermic artifacts, and rise to the rank of an armament disciple. As he trained in the cloud ethereal techniques, he also began to work hard in researching the technique of infinite armament transformation. He even bought materials in his attempt to refine the perfect, first-grade dermic artifact. As the days went by, Wang Bao's life became stable and peaceful. Other than practicing and refining, he spent his time watching lessons on the Spirit intranet. Occasionally, he would head outside for classes, and everything seemed to return to normal. His neighbor, Lin Tianhao, did not return, so even though it appeared that Wang Bao only had a single cave abode, he could practice and refine spirit stones in record time as the two cave abodes shared a spirit pool. Wang Bao was comfortable, but he began to miss Lin Tianhao. What a perfect test subject. Such a pity that he left just like that. There are still many experiments that have not been carried out. My research on psychological dermic artifacts has been forced to stop. Wang Bao felt like it was a wasted opportunity, but that thought did not linger for long. After half a month, Lin Tianhao returned. The moment he returned to the cave abode, he retrieved numerous megaphones that he had gotten others to make within the time period that he was away. He installed them on the walls and turned them on to produce noise in order to retaliate directly against Wang Bao. At the same time, he was also prepared, activating specially created protective measures. After blocking out the noise, Lin Tianhao sat down with crossed legs and laughed coldly. "Want to force me to move away? Impossible." Noticing that Lin Tianhao had returned, Wang Bao was surprised. He had long prepared for the day that Lin Tianhao would copy his tactics and was able to resolve it easily. He also feared that he would run again, so he immediately carried out his next experiment. He swept his sleeve and bellowed with a deep voice, "Zhu Gongqiang!" With a loud boom, a figure instantly flew out from Wang Bao's storage bracelet. As it fell to the ground with a bang, the figure raised its head and let out a low growl. That was the dermic artifact puppet that Wang Bao had refined. On the surface, the puppet was a hunk, burly and extremely suave. It was especially hairy, which made it look rough and vicious. If not for the noise that it made, it actually resembled a metal tower standing there. Even its gaze was bright, making it very different from the other puppets that Wang Bao had made. Speaking of this dermic artifact puppet, it belonged to the earliest batch of puppets that Wang Bao had refined during his vacation at the Lower Academy Island a while back. It had accompanied him through the life and death battles in the Pond Cloud rainforest and was the one who instilled indescribable fear into the men in black. It was the one that had led Wang Bao to have a new understanding of dermic artifact puppets. During the incident back then, there had been 3 puppets that made the men in black fearful. In the Dao Enlightenment incident, the puppets had been further improved by Wang Bao when he installed voice functions in them. However, even though Wang Bao had continued to refine more puppets after that, most of them had been severely damaged. That was especially so when he was in the Spirit Breath Village, where the array formation of the debris mountain killed a large number of them. Therefore, this puppet was the only one remaining from the original batch. It had been damaged previously by Lin Tianhao's flying knife, but Wang Bao had completely repaired it. Now, Wang Bao stood there, all eyes on the puppet, with a look of satisfaction. "Zhu Gongqiang, I'm using you for an experiment. Are you willing to do it? Wang Baol pretended to speak softly. The moment he spoke, the hunky puppet suddenly raised its head. It looked confused, but the bright glow from the rainbow spirit stone replaced its gaze. If one did not look closely, one would think that the puppet had resurrected, even more suave and ferocious than ever. It then suddenly spoke. M. That sound instantly caused Wang Baol to tremble from head to toe. All right. Wang Baol could not stand the sound at all. He touched his nose and cleared his throat before bringing the puppet into the smelting furnace room. He planned to make a few more of the puppet as well as to enhance and tweak Xianxia a little. Soon, when Wang Baol walked out, 3 hunks were following behind him. They all looked exactly like Xianxia, strong and burly. They were topless, revealing their exaggerated muscles, and coupled with how hairy they were, they sure instilled fear in anyone timid just by standing there. Satisfied with Xianxia 1, 2, and 3 that he specially created, Wang Baol looked in the direction of where his neighbor Lin Tianhao was at from the corner of his eyes and delightfully flailed his arm. From now on, all of you are the protective guards of me, Wang Baol. Guard the door, and no one shall enter without my permission. At the same time, remember the task you have at hand. Record the data regarding the emotional changes in our test subject. The 3 hunky puppets roared simultaneously. As the roar caused Wang Baol to tremble, the 3 puppets immediately turned and dashed toward the entrance of the cave abode. They stood outside the door of Wang Baol's cave abode, putting up an imposing front, and did not move at all. Wang Baol was satisfied. He sat down with his legs crossed and did not care about anything that happened outside as he continued to research on the chapter regarding refinement materials in the technique of infinite armament transformation. Just like that, 2 days passed quickly. Lin Tianhao did not leave his cave abode in those 2 days. He felt comfortable, and in the pockets of time between refining dermic artifacts, he looked coldly in the direction of Wang Baol's cave abode, his lips curling with disgust. Other than using a megaphone to create noise, this Wang Baol has no other tactics, unlike me. I have so many of them. So let's see who moves away first. Wang Baol. As he exclaimed, Lin Tianhao stood up, wanting to go outside to buy some materials for refining dermic artifacts. He was in good spirits and stepped outside after opening the door of his cave abode. However, the moment he stepped out, a familiar disturbing sound hit his ears even before he could realize it. Shocked, Lin Tianhao turned to look in the direction of the sound and immediately saw the 3 burly hunks standing outside Wang Baol's cave abode. They were even in awkward positions as they looked at him lustfully. It was difficult to imagine 3 burly hunks making themselves so coy and seductive, and the entire scene was definitely refreshing and unconventional. It was even more difficult to imagine 3 hunks acting so bashful while making soft, disturbing sounds, and the combination of everything made one's hair stand on end. They were even waving at Lin Tianhao, signaling for him to come. If that was just it, it would not have mattered as much. However, Wang Baol's trump card was not to be belittled. Instantly, Lin Tianhao, who was standing there extremely confused, heard the high-pitched voice from the 3 burly hunks. Come on, little lover. Come on. Come and catch me. Come and spank me. Baby. That scene immediately caused Lin Tianhao's mind to buzz with activity. He almost tripped on his feet, goosebumps covering every inch of his body, especially when he noticed that the 3 puppets all looked identical to Xianxia. He instantly thought of the slander that Wang Baol had made against him previously, and his rage rose there and then as he subconsciously wanted to attack them. However, he controlled himself after realizing that it was all Wang Baol's ploy. The moment he attacked, he would have fallen into a trap. Therefore, he forcefully restrained himself, pretending to look calm and to not have heard anything as he walked away. The 3 puppets instantly returned to their normal state the moment Lin Tianhao left. They continued standing there like guards, and Wang Baol's eyes lit up as he stood in the cave abode. It seems like this kind of psychological warfare has the most effect. This result will be extremely useful for my research in the future. Wang Baol felt that he had found a direction to further research psychological dermic artifacts. In reality, he was not at all concerned about Lin Tianhao's attacks. If he ever did attack, he would have violated the order by the pavilion head. After all, the puppets were also his dermic artifacts. Attacking them was equivalent to attacking him, and until then, Wang Baol had no plans of driving this valuable test subject away. He needed to make the most out of it. Little bastard Hao, work hard. I have high expectations of you. After he had finished recording everything, he felt that the experiment data would be immensely useful to him when he refined dermic artifacts in the future. He was in good spirits as he continued to read up on refinement materials. In reality, the effort that he had put in all that while, coupled with the understanding he had previously, had already allowed Wang Baol to grasp the majority of the concepts. Next, he planned to begin trying to refine perfect first-grade dermic artifacts after fully understanding the refinement materials. This was so that he could familiarize himself with the last chapter on refinement materials. He had not realized himself, but since arriving on Upper Academy Island, he had wasted no time in improving his skills and knowledge at breakneck speed. On the other hand, Lin Tianhao had not been able to concentrate on his cultivation as his mind was about to go crazy. This way, it would not be long before the Wang Baol and Lin Tianhao standards grew further apart. In the 2 weeks that followed, Lin Tianhao did not realize it, but there were many times when he was so angry that he flipped. However, unless he decided to never head out, every single time that he left and returned to the cave abode, Wang Baol's 3 puppets would cause green veins to bulge on his forehead. He could never get used to them. On the other hand, it was impossible for him not to head out. Even if he tried his best to reduce the number of times that he had to go outside, there were still people who paid him a visit occasionally. Very quickly, news began to spread. Lin Tianhao was helpless, and the thought of moving away arose in his mind. However, he was indignant and did not have the desire to learn and practice anymore. Therefore, he began thinking about how to retaliate. Before he thought of a method of revenge, a youth dressed in a white robe appeared outside his cave abode. He was dressed differently from a Dharma disciple and carried an unusual air. One could see that he was someone of high status, someone who wielded considerable power. He was extremely handsome and charismatic, making the white robe that he was wearing look even lighter. He stood outside Lin Tianhao's cave abode with his arms akimbo. With a puzzled look, he gazed at the 3 burly puppets standing outside Wang Baol's cave abode. The 3 hunks stood like guards, their eyes motionless and their manner imposing. As he stared, the youth appeared a little touched. After throwing a quick glance at Wang Baol's cave abode door and then at Lin Tianhao's cave abode, he thought for a moment before flicking his sleeves, causing Lin Tianhao's cave abode door to vibrate instantly. "Is junior brother Lin around?" the youth asked with a smile. Inside the cave abode, Lin Tianhao was feeling awful. He had not planned to care about it after hearing the voice initially, but as he raised his head to look outside the cave abode, his pupils immediately constricted. "Chen Yutong? Why is he here?" Lin Tianhao recognized the white-shirt youth standing outside the cave abode. He knew that he was considered the true natural talent within the dermic armament pavilion. He had broken through to become a true breath expert at the 8-inch spirit root stage, and after gaining admission to Upper Academy Island, he had been selected by one of the 5 elders of the dermic armament pavilion as a personal disciple. He was a famous character on Upper Academy Island. He was also extremely handsome and outstanding. Furthermore, he was also particularly proficient in the restoration of dermic armaments. Even the Grand Supreme Elder had once nodded and praised the numinous treasure that he had refined. Not only was he an armament soldier, he was the cream of the crop among them. There had also been news spreading that he would soon become a deputy pavilion head of the dermic armament pavilion. A highly regarded character like him was someone whom even Lin Tianhao, with his influential family background, wanted to acquaint himself with and was fearful of offending. However, ever since arriving at Upper Academy, he had not had the opportunity to interact with him much and was not chummy with him. Seeing that he had arrived, Lin Tianhao immediately stood up to open his cave abode door. He stepped out and revealed a cheerful smile as he greeted him with cupped fists. "Senior brother Chen? At the exact moment that he appeared after opening the door to his cave abode, even before he could complete his sentence, the three puppets immediately turned their heads, their gazes instantly turning lustful and their bodies contorting awkwardly. They began making disturbing sounds and speaking in alluring voices. "Little lover, you're finally outside. Come on, M." Blue veins immediately appeared on Lin Tianhao's forehead. If it were someone else and not Lin Tianhao, they would have let it pass. However, now that he had been insulted in this manner when he had wanted to befriend Chen Yutong, who had personally made the visit, Lin Tianhao immediately went crazy. He roared angrily and wanted to attack before. The white-shirt youth Chen Yutong suddenly turned his head to stare at the three puppets. They immediately returned to normal, but a look of undetectable surprise appeared in their eyes. So, the rumors were true. Chen Yutong's breathing hastened. He stepped back and blinked several times as he looked at the burly puppets making disturbing sounds at Lin Tianhao. "Senior brother Chen, what do you mean by that?" Hearing the words from Chen Yutong's mouth, Lin Tianhao's mood instantly changed. He immediately had the impression that the visit from Chen Yutong was purely to watch him make a fool of himself. However, Chen Yutong seemed to not have heard Lin Tianhao's question. He continued looking at the three puppets, flipping his right hand and retrieving a jade slip, as if to record data about the three puppets. The anger that Lin Tianhao had suppressed for the past 2 weeks rose to its highest point and erupted, seeing how Chen Yutong had shown up from nowhere to watch him make a joke of himself. That was compounded by the unending disturbing sounds made by the three puppets and the fact that one of them was currently taking a few steps forward toward him, arms wide open and lips perked up, wanting to receive hugs and kisses from him. He did not want to express his anger toward Chen Yutong. He shouted angrily as he turned his body and stepped right in front of the burly puppet, which was asking for a hug with its arms wide open. With immense anger and indescribable hatred toward Wang Baol, he slapped the puppet hard. "Shut up!" That slap harnessed all the power of the first level of his true breath cultivation. Coupled with the boost by his anger, the force was compounded. As the loud slap reverberated, Chen Yutong was taken aback, as the puppet was hit directly in the head by Lin Tianhao. The puppet's skull immediately broke apart. His body was also unable to withstand the impact, and it immediately collapsed. As it fell, an alarm was immediately released from its body. As the alarm reverberated, the door to Wang Baol's cave abode instantly opened. His rotund body rushed out immediately, and he looked extremely upset as he rushed in front of the collapsed puppet. "Xiao Chong 1. What happened to you, Xiao Chong? I have raised you like my very own all this time. Don't die, Xiao Chong." Wang Baol grabbed and shook the puppet's broken body, looking extremely pained. Lin Tianhao laughed coldly, and just as he was about to speak, the natural talent Chen Yutong, who was standing beside him, suddenly howled fiercely. "Lin Tianhao, what did you do?" Lin Tianhao was shocked frozen the moment he heard the words. When he turned, he saw Chen Yutong looking extremely angry, the look of coldness in his eyes obvious. Chen Yutong was indeed truly furious. He had been in seclusion for a period of time, and when he finally emerged, his subordinate, knowing his preferences, mentioned a joke regarding Lin Tianhao to him, highlighting the presence of the three puppets. Therefore, Chen Yutong was tempted as he thought of a trade with the Lower Academy Island through a merchant sometime in the past, where he received a very special puppet. After researching it, he felt that the puppet was impressive, which made him want to pay a visit to see it with his own eyes. Even though it was easy for him to find out who refined the puppet, the moment he saw the gestures that the three puppets were displaying toward Lin Tianhao, Chen Yutong instantly confirmed that the one who made the puppet was doubtlessly Wang Baol. What made him most delighted was that Wang Baol's skills in puppet refinement had improved by leaps and bounds. He was delighted by them the moment he saw them, which made him think that Lin Tianhao's vicious attack on the puppet was cruel and extremely sinful, resulting in his rage toward Lin Tianhao. "Lin Tianhao, how dare you hurt and damage such a valuable treasure? You've wrecked a gem." Lin Tianhao was dumbfounded and froze with shock as he was stared at and berated by Chen Yutong. Hearing Chen Yutong addressing the puppet as a gem made Lin Tianhao unconsciously look at the puppet that he had ruined, bewildered. Even Wang Baol trembled. He forgot about the sadness that he was portraying and raised his head, staring at Chen Yutong in a daze, who was more furious than he was. He was incredulous as he suddenly thought of the prominent character on the Upper Academy Island whom Xianxia had mentioned a while back. Could it be him? Wang Baol took a deep breath, his face displaying a look of confusion. As Wang Baol and Lin Tianhao were reeling in surprise, Chen Yutong took a few quick steps forward toward Wang Baol. He first looked at the decommissioned puppet with a pained expression before sighing and patting Wang Baol on his shoulders. "Junior brother Wang, I am Chen Yutong. Truth be told, I bought the puppet you made back then. I bear witness to whatever has happened today. Don't worry, I will stand up for you. Destroying the beloved dermic artifact belonging to a fellow disciple is an unforgivable sin." Chen Yutong spoke as he retrieved his jade slip and sent some voice transmission instructions before looking coldly at Lin Tianhao. Wang Baol blinked several times. He felt that something interesting was happening, so he aborted his original plan and looked at Lin Tianhao as well. Lin Tianhao's pupils constricted. He wanted to speak, but his facial expressions changed immediately as he took out his voice transmission jade slip from his storage bag. With a quick sweep, messages from the Dermic Armament Pavilion's disciplinary department regarding his punishment immediately appeared in his mind. The punishment meted out was severe. Other than compensation to be paid, he was also to receive disciplinary action. Despite being wealthy, Lin Tianhao was also taken aback by the hefty compensation sum, which made his heart ache. He was angry, and at the same time the disciplinary action was announced. If he were to reoffend, not only would the punishment be 100 times more severe, his actions would also be recorded in the files of the Dao College, becoming a lasting mark on his profile. That would be serious. Even though it was something that his father could resolve, he did not want his father to know that he was at loggerheads with Wang Baol. Therefore, he bore with it and thought about how turbulent his life had been ever since he met Wang Baol. That was especially so on Upper Academy Island, where he had been in disadvantaged situations continuously. Every single time, he was unable to release his anger. And now, Chen Yutong unexpectedly became Wang Baol's ally. Lin Tianhao breathed rapidly as he looked deeply at Wang Baol without saying a word. He suppressed his anger and turned to return to his cave abode. The moment he entered, he uncontrollably threw all the objects he had in the cave abode on the ground. He roared angrily as blue veins popped out on his forehead. Wang Baol! Now, outside the cave abode, Wang Baol's eyes were filled with passion. That was the first time he had seen authority in action on Upper Academy Island. Chen Yutong's words also instantly forced Lin Tianhao to bear with his anger despite being on the brink of eruption. Whatever had happened carried great meaning. Now Wang Baol looked around and immediately rose to greet Chen Yutong with cupped fists. "Thank you, senior brother Chen." As he spoke, Wang Baol invited Chen Yutong into his cave abode. Chen Yutong accepted the invitation as he wanted to take the chance to interact with Wang Baol so as to understand more about the puppets. With the desire to be acquainted with each other, they began chatting heartily. The duo exchanged experiences regarding the manufacturing of the puppets. Wang Baol realized that Chen Yutong's puppet manufacturing process was impressive, and his techniques were superior, perfect down to the finest details. "My goal is to refine a divine armament puppet. I believe a puppet like that will possess an item spirit and become a real human." Chen Yutong spoke with excitement in his eyes. He had gained valuable insights from his first interaction with Wang Baol. Even though Wang Baol was not as proficient as he was in refining, his unique knowledge and thought process with regards to inscriptions moved him. However, it was still the first interaction between the both of them after all. Unknowingly, it was dusk, and Chen Yutong had to bid Wang Baol farewell. Before he left, Wang Baol generously gifted Chen Yutong a few puppets. He knew about Chen Yutong's preferences and thoughtfully gifted him hairy and burly puppets. However, he did not give Zhu Gongqiang away, as he could not bear to. After all, it was the very first puppet that he made after incorporating his creativity and knowledge about puppets. Even so, Chen Yutong was still surprised. After gracefully accepting the puppets, He waved his right hand and gifted Wang Baol the numinous treasure that he had borrowed years ago to deceive one's mind. Though unable to fight an enemy head-on, it was still a numinous treasure. Chen Yutong's gesture of gifting it without much thought allowed Wang Baol to realize the generosity displayed by the Dermic Armament Pavilion that far exceeded that of the Dermic Armament faculty. After sending Chen Yutong off, Wang Baol returned to his cave abode and logged on to the Spirit intranet. He searched for information regarding Chen Yutong's background and was instantly jolted awake. This senior brother Chen is a top armament soldier, wielding large amounts of power. He is in charge of the college administrative department of the Dermic Armament Pavilion. Every single illegal construction is under the jurisdiction of his department. There are also rumors that he would become the next deputy pavilion head. Wang Baol was impressed. He had never imagined that Chen Yutong would be such a prominent figure. Thoughts and emotions flew around his heart and mind. Even though he has an unusual liking toward researching puppets, he is still a nice person. After a disciple of the Dermic Armament Pavilion reaches the ranks of an armament disciple, they can apply to the department where they wish to carry out their duty. If only I could enter the college administrative department that he is in charge of. Wang Baol's eyes lit up as he grew decisive after pondering for a short moment. Therefore, in the days that followed, other than practicing and refining Dermic artifacts, Wang Baol also spent time deepening his relationship with Chen Yutong, without making it too purposeful and too frequent. He did go to the disciplinary department and show off on the basis of this incident. He did not mention a single word about wanting to work for the urban planning department. Even Chen Yutong's subordinates were unaware of the budding friendship between the both of them. Chen Yutong was impressed by how Wang Baol handled matters. Furthermore, as Wang Baol's personality was pleasant, their relationship gradually grew chummy. After a period of time, Wang Baol felt that he has established some footing on Upper Academy Island. At the same time, he was becoming more proficient in his knowledge of the refinement materials. The next step would be to refine actual treasures. However, before this, I need to research further into psychology. Wang Baol turned his head to look at his neighbor. A flash appeared in his eyes, and with a wave of his arm, over 30 hunky puppets appeared instantly, and they marched out of the cave abode in a neat formation. The following morning, Lin Tianhao emerged from his cave abode, his face as black as charcoal. He immediately saw the 30 over-burly puppets, which made his anger skyrocket. He shut his eyes before turning to return to his cave abode a while later. He packed up his belongings, and when he emerged again, he stepped away in a steadfast manner without turning his head once. He no longer wished to fight Wang Baol there, having recognized that it was a waste of time. If the status quo was maintained, Wang Baol would not be the least affected. Rather, his own cultivation would be hampered, and his progress in making dermic artifacts would be slowed. Realizing that Lin Tianhao had packed up and left, Wang Baol suddenly grew anxious. He ran out and waved to him, intending to persuade him to return, but Lin Tianhao sped up upon seeing Wang Baol. Ah, what a perfect test subject. What a pity that he left just like that. Seeing Lin Tianhao disappear into the distance, Wang Baol felt troubled. In the end, he shook his head, sighing, as he turned to return to the cave abode. Lin Tianhao, who was leaving the area with breakneck speed, carried an awful facial expression. If this was his home city, he would not have lacked ideas to deal with of Wang Baol. However, in this Dao college, all his methods had failed completely. Wang Baol, I'll teach you the meaning of regret the day I become an armament soldier. The news of Lin Tianhao moving out was shocking to some who had been keeping tabs on him. However, few people actually bothered about it, for the Dermic Armament Pavilion was vast like a palace, and there were so many disciples each with their own matters to focus on. Even though there were many messages posted previously on the Spirit intranet insulting and maligning Wang Baol, the most it did was make his name less foreign. People who had not interacted with him previously would not care much about his looks to identify him. At the same time, seeing that the neighboring cave abode was vacant, Wang Baol tried many means and bribed his senior brother from the Pavilion Administrative Department to unlock the array formation in secret. He made a passageway into the neighboring cave abode, instantly doubling his space into a large suite. Wang Baiol's troubled mood due to Lin Tianhao leaving without a word was instantly lifted. It was also at this point in time that he began preparing himself for his advancement to become an armament disciple. He was determined to make 100 first-grade dermic artifacts in one go in order to be promoted to an armament disciple. However, before this, he took out his hallucination pillow and entered the hallucination realm. He had already rented the hallucination pillow for 5 years, and since it was not due yet, he did not return it. Now, in the hallucination realm, Wang Baiol retrieved his black mask again. He wanted to ask Little Missy if a suitable cultivation technique similar to the Qi-devouring art was available for the true breath realm. After all, to Wang Baiol, the Qi-devouring art complemented the Qi-fostering art. Therefore, it could be possible that there existed more profound cultivation techniques for refining artifacts than the technique of infinite armament transformation. However, when he vocalized his thoughts, the mask remained unresponsive. Wang Baiol was unfazed by Little Missy's stubbornness and continued asking the mask questions sweetly, using a voice he deemed as gentle. The gorgeous, unbelievably adorable Little Missy. Your Baiol is here to see you. Little Missy, the golden body that you've introduced to me was extremely useful. The moment I stepped into the mystic realm, every single spirit root that saw me immediately fell in love with me, making me embarrassed. Wang Baiol pretended to be demure while speaking as he stole glances at the mask. After experiencing the incident that occurred after he returned from the Spirit Breath Village, he did not attempt to test the water with his questions again. Finally, when he mentioned the phrase golden body, the mask reacted, flashing several times quickly. The impression that it gave Wang Baiol was that Little Missy was feeling emotional. He immediately grew alert as he thought about whether it would be better for him to pay a visit another day since Little Missy seemed to be in a bad mood. Suddenly, a flash of lightning immediately shot out from the mask. Little Missy, what are you doing? Wang Baiol's eyes were wide open, and he swiftly retreated. However, the speed of the lightning was so fast that Wang Baiol could not avoid it. The lightning struck his body, and as the soreness and numbness spread within his body, Wang Baiol was thrown into shock. The lightning circulated near his dantian, where the devouring seed was, and after sensing Wang Baiol's complete spirit meridians and the spirit root within his devouring seed, it immediately burrowed out. When it returned to the mask, it lingered within the hallucination realm and mumbled, "What luck this irritating fatty has." Who? The mumble was very soft, and Wang Baiol did not manage to hear it completely. He only heard the phrase irritating fatty, which make his hair stand on end. After realizing that it was the mask who was speaking, he took a deep breath. He had long mentally prepared himself for this, and even though he was surprised that the mask could speak, he was able to accept it. However, the irritating fatty, mentioned by the mask stirred Wang Baiol's emotions. He looked around, and his eyes landed on the mask eventually, looking doubtful. Little Missy, was it you who was speaking? There's no fatty here. Already oblivious to Wang Baiol's act of feigning ignorance, the Little Missy within the mask did not continue speaking. However, words began appearing on the mask. Wang Baiol became alert as he began reading the words. However, disappointment soon filled him, as the words on the mask were not regarding the cultivation techniques that he desired. Instead, it was a formula for a dermic artifact. After studying the formula described for a moment, Wang Baiol realized that it was for a scabbard. You want me to refine a scabbard? What's so great about refining a scabbard? It's not a flying sword. Besides, a scabbard is not required for a flying sword. Wang Baiol sounded unwilling. Sensing the unwillingness in Wang Baiol's tone, the mask flashed again, and a new message appeared on it. If the scabbard refined is top-notch, it can surpass that of a divine armament to become a supreme object. It could absorb the ancient greenish bronze sword on the sun. After reading those words, Wang Baiol laughed. Don't joke around, Little Missy. You think I'm ignorant? I've used this method since I was 6 to cheat people of their money as my allowance. Have some credibility to your words. The mask remained silent for a long while before flashing once again. The words on it changed again. telling Wang Baol that the scabbard was only the first step. After refining it successfully, there were cultivation techniques that were further associated with it. At the same time, the scabbard belonged to the growth category. The scabbard would give rise to the spirit needle, and if further refined, there would be a day when the spirit needle could be transformed into the spirit sword to sever everything in the universe. This sounds more believable. Wang Baol took a closer look again. Even though he was still doubtful, after reading that cultivation techniques would follow, he did not say anything further. When he left the hallucination realm, he sat and thought about the formula. Previously, he had only taken a quick glance, but after seriously thinking about it now, he grew excited. It's just a first-grade dermic artifact, but it's already so complicated. The first step is already unconventional, and the spirit stones that have inscriptions must not only be rainbow spirit stones, it must also be a uniform set. It's not acceptable for the rainbow spirit stone to be separately assembled into the shape of the scabbard. Wang Baol was confused yet excited. He further thought about it, and as he raised his head after a period of time, his eyes carried a look of shock. Other than its requirements for specific spirit stones, it was also particular in its requirements for inscriptions. The number of inscriptions required indicated to Wang Baol that it far exceeded the number needed for normal third-grade numinous treasures. Furthermore, even though Wang Baol could solve the arrangement of the inscriptions using formulas, he did not understand their meanings. The requirements involving the spirit kernel were extremely complicated as well. The requirements for the refinement materials were stringent, and Wang Baol could not figure out how everything required fit into the simple picture of being a first-grade item. However, it was indeed a first-grade dermic artifact. Could it be that when the scabbard reaches its top level, it could really attract the ancient greenish bronze sword? Wang Baol thought about it, but he still felt incredulous about it. He was immensely intrigued by the scabbard but could see that it was not as mighty as what little Missy described, even though it was obviously a treasure as well. Maybe I can incorporate the bead from the blue long spear in the refinement process. That way, I could perhaps combine these two dermic treasures together, making them more powerful. When Wang Baol researched the bead previously, this thought had already appeared in his mind. Since the bead was derived from a dermic treasure, if it were combined with another dermic treasure, an effect might be seen. However, there was only one bead, so Wang Baol did not dare test it just like that. However, seeing that the scabbard seemed to have potential, he was tempted. He knew that it would be challenging to refine the scabbard and did not rush into things. Instead, he began refining perfect first-grade dermic artifacts that were needed for his advancement to become an armament disciple. Wang Baol chose a few of them off the list from the dermic armament pavilion and began refining. Time passed quickly, and 3 days flew by. After failing several times, Wang Baol finally managed to refine a perfect first-grade dermic artifact flying sword. It was jade green in color, glowing brightly and giving off a cold, subtle aura. It seemed superior to all the other flying swords that Wang Baol had ever refined. Condensed jadeite sword. Wang Baol's eyes lit up. After comparing it to the requirements listed by the dermic armament pavilion, he understood that his sword had met all the requirements. Delighted, he began carving his name on it and felt emotional as he recognized that this unassuming sword could not only be used to fight others if it landed in the hands of outsiders. If it was used to attack him, he could instantly cause it to shatter into pieces. Dermic armament cultivators are all sly, Wang Baol said snidely. That was what Chen Yutong had told him regarding unspoken rules followed by all dermic armament cultivators in the Federation. That was to take a back door via connections. Every dermic armament cultivator would leave a catch known only to themselves in the dermic artifacts that they produced. This tacit rule was to prevent the dermic artifact that one had manufactured from becoming one that would ultimately kill its manufacturer. Even though this caused unhappiness, and occasionally resulted in murders to keep the information a secret, it was a rule of the trade. The more it seemed this way, the more difficult it was to stop it. With a wave of emotions, Wang Baol put down the condensed jadeite sword and began refining the second perfect dermic artifact. In the refinement process, he did not halt his cultivation of the cloud ethereal technique. He would meditate and practice the technique every day, which allowed him to build up spirit chi and rest as well. Every circulation that he finished would allow him to rejuvenate his mind. He also felt that the spirit thread within his body was growing stronger by the day, especially when he was refining the required spirit stones. As the devouring seed churned, it was obvious that his speed of absorbing spirit chi had increased significantly. The appearance of mist around him, coupled with the fact that he had activated 100% of his spirit meridians, caused his cultivation speed to far exceed that of others. He understood that neither cultivation nor the refinement of dermic artifacts should be ignored, especially as it was specifically mentioned in the technique of infinite armament transformation that as the grade of the dermic artifacts being refined increased, the required support from one's cultivation would increase. Furthermore, there were 9 grades of dermic artifacts listed by the Federation. The first 2 grades were known as dermic artifacts, those from the 3rd grade were known as numinous treasures, and the 7th grade was known as dermic armaments. If it was beyond the 9th level, it would be known as a divine armament. That put a huge demand on the dermic armament cultivator's cultivation. As he thought about the technique of infinite armament transformation, a passage from the preface surfaced on Wang Baol's mind. As armament cultivators, everything is viewed as spirit stones. Endless inscriptions are made, condensing them into supreme spirit kernels. Viewing the laws as forging materials and the cosmos as an incubator, refinement is done to produce a divine armament capable of eliminating the gods. Wang Baol was shaken, thinking about those words. He wondered when the time would come for him to reach the level where he could refine every single object in the world. Then, I will be able to refine divine armaments and become the president of the Federation. This is not something that can be accomplished in a matter of minutes of days. Who would dare say no? Wang Baol was filled with anticipation as he thought about this. With this feeling of anticipation, days passed. The number of perfect first-grade dermic artifacts that Wang Baol had made increased in number. In the 2 weeks that passed, Wang Baol stayed in near-complete seclusion, endlessly refining first-grade dermic artifacts. With each dermic artifact refined, he was a step closer to becoming an armament disciple. This was not an easy feat to the other disciples who had just gained admission to the Upper Academy Island. To Wang Baol, however, it was just a matter of time. At the same time, in the 2 weeks that passed, the second batch of disciples entered the Upper Academy Island. The second batch of disciples consisted of senior students who did not enter the Spirit Breath Village previously and the small proportion of people who had failed in the Spirit Breath Village. They had passed the mystic realm of their respective Tao colleges to achieve breakthroughs and were allowed to advance into the Upper Academy. Their arrival made the Upper Academy Island livelier. At the same time, the cruiser gifted by the Dermic Armament Pavilion to Wang Baol for being an 8-inch Spirit Root True Breath expert was finally completed and was sent personally to him by the blue-shirt cultivator from the Pavilion Administrative Department. He was one of the few who had paid particular attention to the battle between Wang Baol and Lin Tianhao. From that, the blue-shirt cultivator could already see that Wang Baol was extraordinary. He even looked up information about the brutal incidents involving Wang Baol in the Lower Academy Island, which strengthened his desire to befriend Wang Baol. Wang Baol was fond of making friends. He was in the process of refining dermic artifacts, but he was not at all irritated that he was interrupted by the blue-shirt cultivator's visit. Instead, he was extremely welcoming, and after exchanging greetings before sending the blue-shirt cultivator away, Wang Baol looked at the small cruiser parked outside his cave abode. His eyes filled with excitement. It's a cruiser. Wang Baol stepped ahead to get a feel of it. The green cruiser was wingless and not very large. It was about 30 feet wide, oval in shape, with a dent in the middle, as if a mystic force was circulating within it. Due to the presence of the protective shield, it was convenient regardless of whether one was standing up or sitting down when the cruiser was used for short-haul flights. If it was used for long-haul flights, one could even lie in it. There were also many flight mode options, from the autopilot mode that could be enabled after keying in the destination to the self-driving mode after the spirit energy was completely integrated into one's body. It's a pity that it's not equipped with a combat function. However, I can incorporate some dermic artifacts on it. This way, it would be ready for combat. Wang Baol circled the cruiser. The more he looked at it, the fonder of it he was. It could be considered his first personal cruiser, and as cruisers of this sort were like dermic artifacts, Wang Baol did not face many challenges controlling it. After a brief look at the cruiser, Wang Baol sat on it, his excitement overflowing. Instantly, spirit energy within his body was unleashed and integrated with the cruiser, causing it to vibrate slightly and rise slowly into the air. Wang Baol looked exhilarated. Controlling the spirit energy with his mind, the cruiser that was in midair began to speed forward into the skies. He yelped happily. Wang Baol flew the cruiser within the skies above the Upper Academy Island. He was initially unfamiliar with it, but he gradually grew more skilled, especially as disciples from the other pavilions were also flying their cruisers in the skies. After some observation, he no longer sat down on the cruiser, instead standing up on the cruiser and roaring with the wind in his hair. This is what a cultivator should be equipped with. Stepping into the skies, making everywhere between the heavens and earth a place that can be explored. Wang Baol laughed heartily and recalled that it was written in the cloud ethereal technique that if a true breath expert reached the 5th level, they could fly into the skies while standing on a sword. Till then, cruisers were mostly used for long-distance travel. Even if danger was met midair, one could still leave while stepping on a sword and battle the opponent. I need to buck up and level up to the peak of a true breath. The exhilaration of flying in the skies while controlling his own cruiser made Wang Baol extremely excited for his own future, and the speed of his cruiser increased. The strong winds that were coming at him were blocked due to the protective shield. Therefore, Wang Baol did not feel the strong winds striking his face. The cruiser's design also minimized air resistance. Amid his joy, Wang Baol laughed as the cruiser tore through the clouds and flew at a high altitude. At this position, no other cruisers can be seen in the vicinity. Everything below seemed to have shrunk in Wang Baol's eyes. Looking into the distance, the surrounding layers of clouds were like an ocean, wide and limitless. When he looked up, the sun at the edge of the skies was glowing hot, and the ancient greenish-bronze sword was especially prominent. Ah, the sword sun. The sun is huge, many times larger than the earth. Naturally, the ancient greenish-bronze sword is also astonishing and similarly many times larger than the earth. Such a huge sword body is akin to the great land and akin to the huge world. After reaching the true breath realm, Wang Baol had become acquainted with and gained greater clarity about information that he had not been as familiar with when he was in the ancient martial arts realm through the spirit intranet. For example, landing on the great sword world of the sun was a feat that all forces within the Federation were trying to achieve. As early as 30 years ago, the 5-generation Sky Clan had used an undisclosed method and become the first to land a batch of people on it, successfully obtaining some form of inheritance. It was a pity that the details of the incident remained a top secret that could not be made known to outsiders. There is also the moon. Wang Baol refocused his thoughts. It was evening, and the faint figure of the moon could be seen in the skies together with the sun. There had been many legends and mysterious elements regarding the moon that had been passed down since the ancient times. Some of these legends had been proven, while some of them still remain myths that even the current Federation could not garner proof to verify. Regardless of this, it was known that many fragments of the ancient greenish-bronze sword had landed on the moon. This made the moon, which had long been under the governance of the Federation, a treasure trove. Some have mentioned on the Spirit intranet that for a person who has broken through to the true breath realm, the opportunity to advance into greater levels lies on the moon. A look of anticipation was apparent in Wang Baol's eyes. He felt a wave of emotions, but suddenly, he widened his eyes when he noticed that a black spot had appeared on the moon. The black spot was moving at an incredible speed and seemed to be charging toward him. What on earth is that? Wang Baol was taken aback. Under his control, he immediately landed the cruiser. As he ran toward the Dermic Armament Pavilion, he turned and saw that in the clouds behind him, it appeared as if a massive object had appeared from beneath the sea. With a loud boom, the wave-like clouds began churning outward into the surroundings. Thereafter, a gigantic figure of a creature covered entirely in black hair that was 200 feet wide emerged from the clouds. Baring its teeth, it charged directly toward Wang Baol. The beast was a gigantic ape that had wings. The suppressive force emanating from it far suppressed that of a true breath. Wang Baol had only looked briefly at it before he experienced breathing difficulties. His heart palpitated vigorously, and it became obvious that the force was one that he was unable to withstand. The force from the ape was not only immense, but it also looked extremely savage. Its speed far exceeded that of Wang Baol, and now, a ferocious look was obvious in its eyes. It seemed to have locked onto Wang Baol, and as its wings flapped, its speed was boosted several times, instantly closing in on Wang Baol and appearing beside his cruiser. It raised its right hand and directly threw a forceful slap toward the cruiser. Compared to its humongous body, the cruiser was akin to a toy. Wang Baol, who was sitting in the cruiser, was so frightened that he gasped in shock. It was too late for him to hide, and as the ape's hand landed on the cruiser was instantly thrown off balance and crashed forcefully to the ground in the dermic armament pavilion, accompanied by a loud boom. What's going on? There are actually beasts on the Upper Academy Island, and no one keeps them under control. Wang Baol trembled and screamed immediately. However, even before the cruiser struck the ground, the ape picked up speed and caught up with the cruiser. Gnashing its teeth, it appeared delighted as it forcefully and loudly slapped the cruiser again, causing it to tumble again and again. Inside the cruiser, Wang Baol was shocked frozen, and his screams grew even more pathetic. All he could feel was that the buzzing in his head had become stronger than ever, as the unbelievable speed that he had no means of controlling caused his heart to jump out of his chest. This is ridiculous. I didn't even provoke it. In his grief and indignation, the ape suddenly leaped into the air again, arriving beside the cruiser and slapping it with great force. Seeing the cruiser crash once again, the ape looked excited as it thumped its chest, roaring with delight. Just like that, the ape jumped around, treating the cruiser like a toy as it continuously threw it again and again. It was obvious that it was playing a game and had good control of its strength as it did not damage the cruiser further. Even so, inside the cruiser, Wang Baol was suffering. His painful screams were endless, and he was extremely confused as his world tumbled in all directions. Several people on Upper Academy Island witnessed what was going on, but they were not too surprised. They merely shook their heads as thoughts filled it. Whose cruiser is that? He must be a newbie. Only newbies would daringly fly into the clouds. That is the diamond ape's territory. It strikes anyone it sees. Just like that, after being thrown into the skies and crashing over 10 times, the ape seemed to have grown bored. It no longer cared about the cruiser as it landed heavily and loudly on the dermic armament pavilion's ground. Luckily, the cruiser was sturdy, and Wang Baol did not sustain many injuries despite the cruiser being significantly damaged with green smoke billowing out from it. As it landed on the ground, Wang Baol scrambled out of the cruiser, struggling as his head was in a whirl. The moment he emerged, he vomited all over the ground. His body trembled. Wang Baol raised his head weakly, filled with indignation as he stared angrily at the ape in the skies. He pointed at it with his right hand and was about to begin hurling insults at it when a kind-hearted disciple beside him who had turned pale from shock immediately spoke. "Junior brother, quiet down. Don't scold it as it is extremely fragile. The moment it is scolded, it will unleash its fiercest side, and that is extremely scary." Its fiercest move? I don't care about its fiercest move. Wang Baol's rage erupted. The thought of being played around by the ape drove him crazy, especially as it had occurred not just once but over 10 times. Calm down, junior brother. Calm down. I would advise you not to provoke this ape, for it is the favorite pet of the beast-taming pavilion elder. Its cultivation far exceeds that of us true breath plebs, making it immensely strong. The area above the clouds is its territory, and if it sees something appearing there, it loves to slap it away. The kind-hearted disciple beside Wang Baol shook his head. He did not know Wang Baol, given that there were so many disciples in the dermic armament pavilion. It has such a strong backer? Listening to the words of the fellow disciple and gaining a brief understanding of the ape, Wang Baol sighed as he realized that he could not afford to offend it. He grew even more grievous and indignant, and he had wanted to ask about the fiercest antics of the diamond ape that had leaped into the air when it seemed to have heard Wang Baol. It stopped instantly, shaking its buttocks at Wang Baol as it turned and snarled, revealing a condescending look in its eyes. "You're insulting me?" Wang Baol's eyes stared wide open as he almost lost control of his temper. It was the first time in his life that he had been insulted by an ape. The diamond ape that was in midair started to make sounds as it proudly thumped its chest. It shifted its attention from Wang Baol and turned to charge directly toward the beast-taming pavilion. Wang Baol was extremely furious. Not only had he been treated as a toy by the ape, he had even been insulted. The feeling of indignation almost caused him to explode with rage. It took him a while to keep his anger under control. Painfully, he looked at the broken cruiser and sighed. After thanking his fellow disciple, he took the cruiser back to his cave abode with feelings of grief and indignation. Thankfully, the damage to the cruiser was superficial and not too severe. Could easily be fixed with Wang Baol's current abilities. It was just that it was difficult to suppress his indignation as his rage grew thinking about the facial expression of the ape as it insulted him. "Just you wait, rascal. You'll see what your grandpa Wang will do if you provoke him." Gritting his teeth and suppressing his indignation, Wang Baol did not feel like heading out after fixing the cruiser. Thus, he decided to continue refining dermic artifacts in seclusion. Days passed, and Wang Baol grew increasingly familiar with the process of refining first-grade dermic artifacts. The number of dermic artifacts grew in number, even though there were failures in the process that cost him a significant portion of his savings. However, he gradually refined over 80 dermic artifacts that he had specially selected in the catalog from the Dermic Armament Pavilion. Every single dermic artifact was symbolic, and they all belonged to the category of being moderately challenging to refine. If he had chosen to refine those of lower difficulty, he would not have needed to spend so much time, energy, and money. This was because Chun Yutong had once mentioned to Wang Baol that even though the assessment requirement for an armament disciple was to perfectly refine 100 first-grade dermic artifacts, there were actually points allocated to each of them. It did not matter if it was a high or low score, as one could advance to become an armament disciple once the minimum requirement was reached. However, the score would become significant when one advanced further to become an armament soldier in the future. It could act as bonus points for the assessment of an armament soldier. Therefore, Chun Yutong told Wang Baol that if it was possible, it would be advantageous for him if he refined the most challenging first-grade dermic artifacts from the catalog. Even though it would entail a great expense, and the Dao College would only reward the armament disciples with a few symbolic spirit stones for the 100 dermic artifacts that they refined for the assessment, making the cost disproportionate to the gains, this provided an easier path to success in the future by building a solid foundation. After considering all these factors, Wang Baol decided to challenge himself. He had to fork out so much more, but the gains that he had received in the Spirit Breath Village previously were also significant. He only needed to wait for the Dao College to complete its process of recording the gains before he received his bountiful reward. However, if everything went according to his plan, it would be inevitable for him to use a refinement material known as the Star Sand for the next 10 or so dermic artifacts. The Star Sand was available within the sect, but it could only be bought if one completed a specific mission, one which also required time to complete. After calculating the time needed, Wang Baol grew impatient. After thinking about it, he decided to contact Xianxia, whom he thought would have a way to get his hands on the Star Sand since he was so influential on the Lower Academy Island. If Xianxia was not able to do it, Wang Baol planned to seek help from Chun Yutong. However, even though he had built a friendship with Chun Yutong, they were not close as they had not known each other for long. Therefore, unless there was no other choice, Wang Baol did not want to trouble Chun Yutong. Right now, Xianxia was introducing himself to a new student from the Lower Academy Island passionately. "Junior sister, I am Xianxia. Within Ethereal Dao College, regardless of whether you are the chancellor or an ordinary student, there is no request that I am unable to fulfill." As he spoke, Xianxia received Wang Baol's voice transmission. His eyes lit up as he picked up the message and smiled at the female student. who appeared apprehensive. See that? Do you know who Wang Baol is? He is my biggest client. All right, take your time to consider. I have to help with senior brother Wang's matter now. Xianxia turned and left delightfully as he spoke. He immediately retrieved his voice transmission ring to communicate with Wang Baol. He was extremely respectful and polite, a vast difference from when Wang Baol was on the lower Academy Island. Eventually, he promised that he would hand over the amount required by Wang Baol within 3 days. Xianxia's not bad. I'm on Upper Academy Island now, and he can still help me. He is no doubt a businessman. He will probably also want to gain admission to Upper Academy Island soon. Wang Baol was surprised as he thought highly of Xianxia. He waited patiently for 3 days, and that was when he received Xianxia's voice transmission. Senior brother Wang, I can't enter Upper Academy Island. How about we trade outside? After receiving Xianxia's voice transmission, Wang Baol immediately left his cave abode and arrived at the foggy border of Upper Academy Island's platform, where he saw an extremely respectful Xianxia standing. Greetings, senior brother Wang. The moment he saw Wang Baol, Xianxia stood at attention. He stepped forward quickly and bowed deeply. Even before Wang Baol could speak, he had immediately retrieved a bag and passed it to Wang Baol politely. Noticing the change in Xianxia's attitude toward him, Wang Baol laughed silently as he knew that a large part of it was due to his admission to Upper Academy Island. He received the bag with a pleased look and was delighted when he saw its contents. He handed over the spirit stones, and the duo exchanged formalities after the transaction. Xianxia remained respectful throughout the conversation. Wang Baol laughed and wanted to leave before Xianxia seemed to have thought of something as he suddenly rushed forward and whispered, Senior brother Wang, you have bought so many things for me, and we can be considered old friends. I will let you in on a piece of news. Wang Baol turned to look at Xianxia. Senior brother Wang, through my special connections, I have come to know of a piece of information that few, other than the people involved, know. In 3 days, the Alchemy Pavilion on Upper Academy Island will give out a reward for a specially recruited individual. As Xianxia spoke, he paid attention to Wang Baol's facial expression. A reward from the Alchemy Pavilion for a specially recruited? Wang Baol was confused. The rules on the Upper Academy Island state that every pavilion can bestow an outstanding contributor who directly gained admission to Upper Academy Island as a disciple without having to pass through the assessment a reward. However, this is a rare occurrence. This time, the Alchemy Pavilion will reward someone who became a true breath disciple by giving out a 7-inch spirit root. Wang Baol was shocked to hear the news. He knew how precious the 7-inch spirit root was, and the fact that the Alchemy Pavilion could afford to give a reward like that made him curious. However, there are some issues with the reward. Therefore, when the news is announced in 3 days, they will request for that person to successfully refine a cloud breath pill before the deadline in order to be eligible. Xianxia stopped his sentence midway as he looked at Wang Baol. I have done some research on this cloud breath pill. It is said that it is a pill that will be immensely advantageous to a true breath cultivator. Most importantly, there are no prior records regarding this pill, and it could be considered a new formula. After the assessment, the Alchemy Pavilion of the Upper Academy Island began to regard it as a significant contribution, which is when the specially recruited reward began. However, some issues seem to have arisen. There were 2 students who submitted the formula for the cloud breath pill, but there is only one reward. Therefore, an assessment is required in order to hand out the reward. The deadline is set for a month. The winner of the 2 students is whoever refines a cloud breath pill with a higher purity. However, in order to refine the cloud breath pill, many materials are required, and the total cost will be hefty. Listening to the message, Wang Baol's eyes lit up, and he looked sharply at Xianxia. Xianxia took a deep breath and spoke quietly as Wang Baol's gaze was focused on him. The 2 who submitted the formula were Xianxia and her best friend, Chen Fei, whom she came to know in the alchemy faculty. The Alchemy Pavilion of Upper Academy Island already has information regarding the one who created the formulation, but they have yet to announce it. This matter is one of life and death. I have heard that news has begun to spread within Upper Academy Island's Alchemy Pavilion that Chun-Fei was likely the one who created the formula. After all, Chun-Fei is an impressive fourth-year senior student. It is unlikely that she would risk the possibility of being expelled from the Dao College by stealing someone else's formula. At the same time, based on what I've understood so far, Chun-Fei has connections with Lin Tianhao. It is highly possible that Lin Tianhao would sponsor Chun-Fei in refining the Cloud Breath pill. This way, even if Chun-Fei fails in the refinement process, she will be able to try again. On the other hand, Zhou Xiaoya does not have this advantage. If nothing unexpected happens in a month's time, after the announcement is made, the likelihood of Zhou Xiaoya losing will be extremely high. Most importantly, the Alchemy Pavilion's stance toward this is something unknown. Senior Brother Wang, since the Alchemy Pavilion has yet to announce the matter regarding the reward, and if the formula was really not created by Zhou Xiaoya, you'd better talk some sense into her. Otherwise, Xiahayang paused and fell silent. He took a few steps back, allowing Wang Baol some time to digest the information. Wang Baol's facial expression had long turned awful. His gaze was even sharper than before, and a ferocious vibe has accumulated and emanated directly from his body. Exuding that ferocious aura, Wang Baol raised his head and looked in the direction of the Lower Academy Island in the distance. In the time that he had spent on Upper Academy Island, he had been occupied with the battle with Lin Tianhao as well as his advancement to become an armament disciple. Thus, he had neglected the happenings on the Lower Academy Island. He did not know that such an incident involving Zhou Xiaoya had happened. Furthermore, Zhou Xiaoya did not mention anything to him either. Such information that was little known to others could only be more easily accessible to people like Xiahayang, after all. After a few moments of silence, Wang Baol promptly retrieved his voice transmission ring to send a voice transmission to Zhou Xiaoya. Zhou Xiaoya was in the alchemical lab with her eyes red as she tried hard to prevent herself from bursting into tears. She did not speak much after receiving Wang Baol's voice transmission, but when Wang Baol asked about the Cloud Breath pill, she could no longer control herself as she burst into tears pitifully. Brother Baol, I did not create the formula for the Cloud Breath pill. It was originally an incomplete formula that my grandfather, who was versed in the pulse enrichment ancient martial arts, received unexpectedly over 20 years ago. When I joined the alchemy faculty, I researched on the formula as I learned the coursework, which allowed me to more or less complete it. Do you remember the pill I showed you when you came to the alchemy faculty the other time? Actually, that was the prototype of the Cloud Breath pill. I had originally wanted to present the formula to the Dao College to gain admission to Upper Academy Island. I did not guard myself against Chun-Fei. In the process of patching up the formula, I discussed many details with her. Listening to Zhou Xiaoya's words, Wang Baol chose to believe her. He knew that Zhou Xiaoya was still young and had yet to experience the realities of society. She also did not possess the life and death experiences that he had gained over the past year, making it inevitable that she would place her trust in her friends lightly. Therefore, he consoled Zhou Xiaoya and reassured her. Don't cry, I am here. Thereafter, he ended the voice transmission. He narrowed his eyes as he roughly assessed the matter. Regardless of the origins of the incomplete formula for the Cloud Breath pill, it was obvious that it was related to the debris from the ancient greenish-bronze sword. There was no need to think too much about this matter, and it was likely that the Alchemy Pavilion had realized that there was no true creator for the formula. Therefore, even though a reward was to be given, it was difficult to determine the person to be rewarded. After all, both students had submitted the formula, so even if the submitted formula was stolen, it was not something disadvantageous to the Alchemy Pavilion. Regardless of the truth, the formula was to be submitted to the Alchemy Pavilion. From the stance of an onlooker, the Alchemy Pavilion was unreasonable. However, from the viewpoint of the Alchemy Pavilion, this was merely a transaction. Giving out the reward of a 7-inch spirit root would be the conclusion of the transaction. It was not wise to diminish the enthusiasm of the students by punishing them for the origins of the formula. In this situation, the final decision of the Alchemy Pavilion to reward the one who could refine a Cloud Breath pill of the highest purity could be considered fair to a certain extent. However, if the formula was created by the student, the matter would be entirely different. For formulas that were of one's original creation, the Alchemy Pavilion would definitely give an 8-inch spirit root as a reward and would have to investigate the truth behind it. It would have to severely punish the student if they had attained the formula through theft, and there was no room for mistakes in the process, making it a matter that kept everyone on high alert. The possible death threat that Xianxia had mentioned was precisely regarding this. However, his information was incomplete, and he did not completely understand the situation mentioned by Xianxia, resulting in some mistakes in his interpretation. On the other hand, matters involving Lin Tianhao were not as complicated as Xianxia thought. Wang Baol immediately realized that Lin Tianhao could not make things difficult for him, causing him to seize the chance to bully Xianxia in order to hurt him. After attaining a basic understanding of the matter, the hatred that Wang Baol harbored toward the woman named Qin Fei was immense. He sighed coldly, raising his hand, and took out a jade slip to pass to Xianxia. This is an empty jade slip, which you can take as a blank check. Look for Xianxia when you return. Purchase every herb that she requires for the refinement of the cloud breath pill in large amounts, and ensure that she has no lack of them, so that she can earn the reward in a month with the cloud breath pill that she has refined. As for the costs, I have nothing but spirit stones. Even I cannot put a number on the amount I can make. Wang Baol spoke calmly but revealed his wealth in his words, which made Xianxia take a deep breath as his eyes lit up. At the same time, his heart trembled as he knew how significant it was that Wang Baol was able to hand him an empty check. It meant that he was confident that Xianxia would not dare to lie and go against him, and it showed his trust in Xianxia. It also showed the importance of Xianxia to Wang Baol, and the most important thing was that he had sold the intelligence to the right person. Xianxia took a deep breath and looked at Wang Baol deeply before replying with cupped fists. Rest assured, Senior Brother Wang, since you have given me this blank check, I will also prove to you that I, Xianxia, am a trustworthy businessman with principles and would not cheat you of even one spirit stone. Wang Baol nodded. In reality, as per Xianxia's interpretation, Wang Baol's trust and confidence made him unafraid of the possibility that Xianxia would go against him. Between the two of them, they were from the upper and lower academy respectively, and were separately a true breath expert and an ancient martial arts practitioner. If Xianxia really had the guts and was crazy enough to take him for a ride, Wang Baol would have no shortage of means to make Xianxia pay back several times more of what he had greedily taken. Very quickly, Xianxia left. After seeing him disappear into the distance, Wang Baol took a deep breath and returned to his Dermic Armament Pavilion cave abode to resume his seclusion. 3 days later, with the announcement of the reward by the Alchemy Pavilion, commotion filled the entire Lower Academy Island. Even the people on Upper Academy Island were in heated debates regarding the matter. At the same time, Wang Baol also received anxious voice transmissions from numerous people, including Lu Daobin. After thanking them personally for the information, Wang Baol sent another voice transmission to console Xianxia before he could calm his heart and continue refining the dermic artifacts. Xianxia was touched beyond words, as warmth filled her heart when she heard from Xianxia that Wang Baol had given him a blank check. At the same time, her petite face revealed a never-before-seen look of seriousness and determination. I cannot let Brother Baol's spirit stones go to waste. I must get the reward and enter Upper Academy Island to refine pills for Brother Baol in the future. With a flash of determination in her eyes, Xianxia began the process of researching and refining the cloud breath pill. Time flew by, and a month passed very quickly. At dawn of the fateful day, the sound of the bell reverberated in the alchemy faculty of the Lower Academy Island. As the sound of the bell spread, commotion grew in the entire alchemy faculty. Looking at the students dashing toward the peak of the mountain, Zhang Liang stood outside the cave abode, his eyes filled with emotion and anticipation. Who will the reward belong to in the end? Even though he had lost to Zhao Yaming in the previous assessment and missed the advancement assessment to the mystic realm held by the Dao College after that due to personal reasons, he had not given up as he planned to reapply for the Dao College's major assessment once again this year. Numerous others, even students from the other faculties, were also thinking about the same thing as Zhang Liang. After all, this was an extremely significant matter to the Lower Academy Island. Students from each faculty rushed as they assembled at the alchemy faculty peak with the sound of the bell ringing in the background. They had all wanted to see with their own eyes who the winner would be. A very high proportion of the students were from the Dermic Armament faculty. Even though Wang Baol had entered Upper Academy Island, his influence on the Lower Academy Island had not diminished a single bit. Therefore, many students were hoping that Zhou Xiaoya would emerge victorious. However, Chun Fei was not one to be belittled either, and thus her supporters were also aplenty. As the crowd gathered on the alchemy faculty peak, the ant-like scores of people were discussing endlessly, spreading furiously in all directions. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the public square in the middle, which was now empty except for two girls, each sitting cross-legged beside an alchemical cauldron. Both girls looked extraordinary, despite being a little young. Zhou Xiaoya was now staring at Chun Fei with anger in her eyes. Chun Fei was tall, and even though she was meditating with her legs crossed, her slender, hourglass figure could be seen, which attracted a lot of attention from pairs of eyes filled with passion. However, she was distant and proud, and the more she appeared cold and unapproachable, the more charming she was to the others. Zhou Xiaoya will definitely win. The formula belonged to Zhou Xiaoya in the first place. That's difficult to say. I think that it is more likely that the formula belonged to Chun Fei. After all, as a fourth-year senior student, she will have plenty of experience. What's more, she has such a good figure and a beautiful face. Amid the discussion, the chancellors, vice-chancellor, and an elder from the alchemy pavilion arrived and took their seats in the front row. Instantly, the noise from the crowd simmered down. The chancellor and the elder from the alchemy pavilion exchanged glances and nodded to each other. Gao Quan, the vice-chancellor, then took a deep breath before stepping up to look at Zhou Xiaoya and Chun Fei. When his gaze fell on Zhou Xiaoya, he paused slightly before speaking sternly. The refinement assessment of the cloud breath pill begins now. Zhou Xiaoya and Chun Fei stood up immediately and began refining the cloud breath pill with all eyes on them. Instantly, both herbal alchemical cauldrons glowed. Time crawled, and after half an hour, when the both of them had crossed the halfway mark of the refinement process, Wang Baol, who was in his cave abode on Upper Academy Island, finally produced his 100th perfect first-grade dermic artifact at this crucial juncture, based on his previous estimation of the time needed. Wang Baol was agitated as he looked at the palm-sized shield that he had just refined in front of him that was glowing brightly. He stood up, filled with exhilaration. I have finally succeeded. The timing is just right. Bunny's assessment should still be going on. Excited, Wang Baol took a deep breath and opened up the voice transmission jade slip to take a look. After confirming that the assessment was still in progress, he immediately walked out of the cave abode and entered the cruiser, dashing straight toward the Lower Academy Island. It will be fine if Bunny lost on fair grounds. However, if someone creates trouble after she has won, I would love to see for myself who that daring fella is. Wang Baol stood on the cruiser in midair, a look of ferocity prominent in his eyes as he increased his speed. There were many people within the alchemy faculty's public square, and all of them were gazing at the Chun Fei and Zhou Xiaoya, who were refining a pill. The two girls were very beautiful, and they gave off a different vibe to the people watching them refine pills. That was especially so when seeing the many types of herbs fly about in their hands. They seemed to accentuate their figures, making them look dazzling. This test in refining the cloud breath pill was nearing its end. Zhou Xiaoya and Chun Fei were both obviously very familiar with the refining process before this test. At that moment, they moved like flowing water, without any hesitation. Following the cloud breath pill's formula, they quickly threw the herbs into the alchemical cauldron according to the formula. As flames arose in the alchemical cauldron, they began the final segment of the test. They have reached the pill formation stage. Chun Fei is definitely a senior student who has immersed herself in studying alchemy for many years. Her technique is flawless. Watching her refine a pill is like watching the creation of a masterpiece. It's really unexpected. This Zhou Xiaoya was previously a seemingly ordinary student in the alchemy faculty, but her technique is actually comparable to that of Chun Fei. There are many steps involved in the refining process of pills. They cannot make a single mistake in any step. If they do, the mistakes will be magnified in the pill formation stage, resulting in failure. The sounds of discussion slowly spread from the surroundings. Xianxia was sweating profusely from her forehead and was panting slightly at that moment. However, she clenched her teeth and persevered. When she stared at Chun Fei periodically, one could see the anger in her eyes. Chun Fei also noticed Xianxia's stare, but she was unaffected by it. To her, it seemed like she did not think that she had done anything wrong. Since it was not Xianxia's original formula, then it could be considered her own doing and fate when she handed the cloud breath pill formula to her. You should blame yourself for not taking care of the formula properly. It's not my fault. Chun Fei had a slight smile at the corner of her lips and a confident gaze. She ignored Xianxia and concentrated on refining her cloud breath pill. Seemingly able to sense Chun Fei's thoughts, Xianxia felt indignation in her heart. However, she knew that she could not afford to get distracted. So she took a deep breath and stared intently at the alchemical cauldron. As time passed, both of their pills were at the stage where they could open their cauldrons. Even the Chancellor and the Alchemy Pavilion Elder were staring intently. At that moment, Xianxia hesitated for a moment, but she still raised her right hand. Before the time came to open her cauldron, she opened it. As the surrounding people were stunned and exclaimed in shock, Xianxia quickly threw an object into her cauldron with a flick of her right hand. This scene invoked the shock of the surrounding people, and that was especially so for Chun Fei, but she had no time to think about it. As the flames in both of their alchemical cauldrons died down, with a tremendous shake of the cauldrons, a herbal fragrance spread toward the surrounding from their alchemical cauldron's ventilation pores. Looking toward it, a large amount of white smoke spread toward the surroundings from the small pores surrounding the two alchemical cauldrons. The herbal fragrance was even more concentrated as it spread everywhere, and everyone who smelt it was moved. This pill actually caused my body to absorb spirit qi. I didn't circulate my cultivation technique, but my body automatically absorbed spirit qi. Gosh, this cloud breath pill is amazing. I feel like all the meridians within my body are tingling. There's actually spirit qi entering and infusing with my meridians. As the people exclaimed in shock, Xianxia and Chun Fei almost simultaneously pressed on their alchemical cauldrons. Immediately, their cauldrons opened, and as the fragrance spread into a larger area, they revealed the respective pills refined within each alchemical cauldron. Both of you stand back. Vice-Chancellor Gao Quan spoke calmly and strode forward to retrieve both pills personally, holding both of them in his hands. However, compared to Chun Fei's Crimson Cloud Breath Pill, Xianxia's Cloud Breath Pill seemed to have black impurities. Judging by appearance, Xianxia's pill seemed inferior. Looking at her pill, then looking at the one refined by Chun Fei, Xianxia had a complex look. Meanwhile, a contemptuous smile appeared at the corner of Chun Fei's lips. Gao Quan's expression remained the same. Holding the two pills, he released his internal spirit qi and infused it into the pills as though he was feeling for something. Very quickly, he retrieved his spirit qi. Not caring about the nervous Xianxia and Chun Fei, he turned toward the Chancellor and the Alchemy Pavilion Elder and bowed with cupped fists. Chancellor Elder, I have done a preliminary assessment of both pills. Chun Fei's pill is at 50% purity while Xianxia's pill is only at 30% purity. Chancellor Elder, please do a second round of assessment. As Gao Quan spoke, the commotion in the surroundings that had already died down erupted once again. One at 50% and the other at 30%. This gap is just too huge. Could the formula really have been Chun Fei's creation? As the crowd discussed, a smile appeared on Chun Fei's face, and she looked toward Xianxia, reveling in delight. Meanwhile, Xianxia's expression darkened, and tears formed in her eyes. She ignored Chun Fei, instead gazing at the Alchemy Pavilion Elder as though she was seeking final confirmation. At the same time, the Chancellor raised an eyebrow and looked a little surprised. He looked toward the Alchemy Pavilion Elder beside him. This elder had a head full of white hair and looked affable. His gaze had a slight curiosity, but just as he was about to speak, He seemed to notice something and looked toward the sky. Almost simultaneously, the Chancellor raised his head and immediately saw a cruiser in the sky whistling over at an extremely fast speed. It approached the Alchemy Faculty Mountain peak in the blink of an eye. The appearance of the cruiser immediately caught the attention of the surrounding crowd, but before they could see the person inside the cruiser clearly, a familiar voice exploded forth within the central public square with anger. Gao Quan, you're really itching for a beating. You still dare to cause trouble? As the angry growl sounded, Wang Baol leaped off his cruiser and shot directly toward Gao Quan. Gao Quan's expression changed, and Wang Baol had already appeared in front of him before he could speak. He threw a punch directly at Gao Quan, releasing his spirit energy and spreading out his suppressive force. In coordination with Wang Baol's physical strength and his control of spirit chi within and outside his body, this punch immediately conjured up a storm. Gao Quan was completely unable to defend against this and fell backward like a kite whose string had been severed. He crashed into the ground far away, blood bursting from his mouth. Wang Baol! Gao Quan's expression warped, and he let out an aggrieved growl. He was in an extremely bad mood, but just as he spoke, Wang Baol approached with an angry growl yet again and kicked him. Gao Quan wanted to resist, but Wang Baol could already put up a fight against him when he was in the ancient martial arts realm. Now that Wang Baol was at the true breath realm, he stood no chance and had no time to even try casting spells. With a boom, his body was sent flying with a kick from Wang Baol, and with a successive punch, he crashed toward the crowd at the side. At that moment, the spectators finally understood what was going on, and they gasped in response. Head Prefect Wang. Head Prefect Wang is back. So strong. He's completely thrashing the Vice-Chancellor. As expected of Head Prefect. Not only was the surrounding crowd shocked, Chun Fei's breathing also hastened, and she shuddered in her heart. Wang Baol had a huge reputation in the Lower Academy Island, and his return today was too vicious. Even the Chancellor had a headache trying to deal with him. But just as he was about to stop Wang Baol, he was blocked by the Alchemy Pavilion Elder beside him. Puzzled, the Chancellor looked toward the Alchemy Pavilion Elder beside him. He found that the Elder did not look disgusted and was in fact gazing at Wang Baol with interest. Hence, he did not stop Wang Baol. In the crowd, Lu Daobin and many of Wang Baol's juniors also felt excited, much less Zhou Xiaoya. The moment Wang Baol appeared, she no longer felt uneasy, as though she suddenly had an emotional support. This had all happened too fast. Wang Baol's arrival and his thrashing of Gao Quan all happened in a flash. Without even waiting for Gao Quan to get up, Wang Baol appeared in front of him once again with a shake of his body. He grabbed Gao Quan's hair, and as Gao Quan let out tragic cries, he was dragged by Wang Baol directly toward where the Chancellor was. When they walked past Chun Fei, she retreated subconsciously while shuddering. Wang Baol took one look at her and did not bother with her anymore. He grabbed the crying Gao Quan and looked toward the Chancellor. First, he took a deep bow, then he spoke loudly. Chancellor, this Gao Quan caused trouble and affected the fairness of this test. He obviously meddled with the pill refinement test this time. Gao Quan's scalp was hurting. After hearing Wang Baol's words in his wretched state, he felt extremely wronged and immediately exclaimed, I didn't. Shut up. It must have been you. I know you too well. Wang Baol stared and kicked Gao Quan viciously. Gao Quan cried out once more, and he felt like he was about to explode from anger. This feeling of being wronged made him go into a frenzy. He had indeed plotted against Wang Baol many times, whether it was trying to expel him at the very beginning, cooperating with Lin Tianhao's assassination attempt in the Pond-Cloud Rainforest, or canceling Wang Baol's candidacy later on. But this time, he really did not do anything. For one, the Chancellor and Elder were watching. Plus, he really was scared of Wang Baol and did not want to mess with him anymore. Never would he have expected that the first time he was fair in his entire working career, he would be so misunderstood and beaten up so viciously. At that moment, he felt extremely angry, as though the whole world had gone dark, and could not help but scream angrily at Wang Baol. Wang Baol, this time it really wasn't me. I really didn't do anything. His voice was filled with the emotions that he was being wronged, and Wang Baol was stunned for a moment after hearing it. Actually, Wang Baol did not have any evidence, but when he saw Gao Quan, he instinctively felt that he was not a good guy and that it must have been him who caused trouble. Could I have wronged him? Never mind, if I was wrong then so be it. He's done too many bad things anyway. Wang Baol coughed, ignoring Gao Quan, and spoke loudly to the Chancellor. Chancellor, this evil man affected the test just now. It's not fair. I suggest holding the test again. Gao Quan was sad and angry. After hearing Wang Baol's words, he felt that the one affecting the fairness of the test was Wang Baol. He felt extremely depressed, and as his aggrieved feelings grew until he was about to explode, he tried to speak. But Wang Baol glared, and the viciousness in his gaze made Gao Quan's body shudder, sorrow filling his heart. Who's the evil one here? This Wang Baol is the evil one. When the surrounding Lower Academy Island students saw this scene, all of them stared with their mouths agape. They all looked at Wang Baol like they were staring at a man of God, and some of them even bowed in reverence. As they saw Gao Quan getting thrashed, their anger had slowly diminished. Gao Quan was really not liked in the Dao College. This was especially so because a part of the people in the crowd were freshmen, and their understanding of Wang Baol was built up from what people told them. As they saw Wang Baol in person, all of them were in awe. Even though Wang Baol had already been promoted to Upper Academy Island, stories about his past endeavors were still spread around the Lower Academy Island. One could imagine how deeply the stories of his endeavors would get rooted in the Lower Academy Island in the future. Because of that day's events, Wang Baol would be seen as a legend in every faculty. It could even be said that the future freshmen accepted into the Dao College would grow up hearing about the legends of Wang Baol, starting from the moment they stepped onto the Lower Academy Island. As they slowly got promoted to Upper Academy Island, they might even seek more information about Wang Baol as soon as they could. In the hearts of the students in the Lower Academy Island, Wang Baol was already considered a peerless legend among the students. The Chancellor, standing at the left side of the square, was having a huge headache at the moment. Although Wang Baol was excellent, his ability to stir trouble was equally excellent. Wang Baol and Gao Quan's conflict was extremely deep, and Wang Baol had already left the Lower Academy Island, yet he had come back to beat Gao Quan up. This made the Chancellor not know whether to laugh or to cry. As he was thinking about how to resolve the issue, Zhou Xiaoya's gentle voice sounded in the central public square. Brother Baol, there's no need for a retest. The result will still be like this. As she spoke, Zhou Xiaoya went to Wang Baol's side, held his hand, and shook her head gently. How could that be? Wang Baol was about to continue speaking when the Alchemy Pavilion elder, sitting beside the Chancellor, suddenly laughed. Lad, are you sure you want a retest? Wang Baol had been paying attention to the elder the whole time. When he heard the elder's words, he felt that something was amiss. So he looked at Zhou Xiaoya, then he looked at the elder. Actually, when the elder did not stop him when he was beating up Gao Quan previously, Wang Baol had already begun contemplating in his mind. Looking at Wang Baol's expression, the Alchemy Pavilion elder smiled. He shifted his gaze, and it landed on Zhou Xiaoya. With a slightly stern expression, he asked, Zhou Xiaoya, tell me, why did you throw in the afterglow grass at the final moment? Hearing the elder's words, Zhou Xiaoya took a deep breath. Not releasing her grip on Wang Baol's hand, she spoke softly. That's because, according to the cloud breath pill formula, the toxicity of the pill increases the purer it gets. The afterglow grass can negate the pill's toxicity. That's why I threw in the afterglow grass. As Zhou Xiaoya spoke, the surroundings went silent, and even Chun Fei paused for a moment and stared at Zhou Xiaoya. As for Wang Baol, he blinked, lowered his head to look at the wretched Vice-Chancellor Gao Quan, and did not speak. Did you know that, although the afterglow grass can negate the pill's toxicity after you throw it in, it will also affect the pill's purity? The elder's gaze became sharper, as though he was trying to examine Zhou Xiaoya's true character. Zhou Xiaoya was a little scared, and she tightened her grip on Wang Baol's hand, answering softly, I knew that. You knew that? Then you must know that the assessment criterion of this test is the purity of the cloud breath pill. Why did you still do that? Do you not want the reward of becoming a specially recruited disciple? The Alchemy Pavilion elder spoke slowly, but his gaze turned sharper, and a suppressive force even spread from his body. This suppressive force was so strong that even Wang Baol felt frightened. Zhou Xiaoya's breathing hastened, and her body was shivering. But after she felt Wang Baol gripping her hand a little more tightly, she raised her head to look at the Alchemy Pavilion elder. Her gaze was clear, and with a strong conviction, she spoke softly. That's because the path of alchemy is people-oriented. If I only care about the purity of a pill and pay no attention to its toxicity, then the pill I refine in the end will not be a kind pill used to heal and aid in one's cultivation, but an evil pill used to hurt people. Even if I improvise and receive the reward by winning through refining a pill with a higher purity, I can fool others, but I can't fool myself. For some things, you will do it again after you do it the first time. I don't want to hurt people. I want to be accountable for the pills I refine. I want to be accountable to my own conscience, and I want to be accountable to anyone who consumes the pills I refine. My pill is not pure enough, but it's not toxic. When Zhou Xiaoya first spoke, her voice had been soft, but it gradually grew louder. She had always been timid, but that day, while everyone was watching and Wang Baol stood beside her, she expressed her conviction toward alchemy, her principles regarding alchemy, and what she hoped to achieve through alchemy. And deep in her heart, she told herself, I want to keep refining pills for Brother Baol. As these words spread from her mouth and entered the ears of the surrounding crowd, everyone was stunned. That was especially so for the students in the alchemy faculty, who fell silent. Chun Fei's body shuddered. Looking at the Alchemy Pavilion elder's stern face, she slowly anticipated her reward. She started worrying about her personal gains and losses and was extremely nervous. Wang Baol was also stunned. He tilted his head to look at Zhou Xiaoya, and it was as though he had just met her. The surroundings went quiet, and even Vice-Chancellor Gao Quan seemed to forget his pain. He had a complicated expression when he looked toward Zhou Xiaoya. The Chancellor also went silent, but a slight smile appeared at the corner of his lips, and he gazed at Zhou Xiaoya with strong admiration. The Alchemy Pavilion elder was silent for a long time. It was as though Zhou Xiaoya's words made him think of a certain person. After a while, he let out a soft sigh, and his stern expression became kindly. As he gazed at Zhou Xiaoya, he suddenly spoke. You believe in kind pills. That is very rare and commendable. Zhou Xiaoya, you no longer need to address yourself as student. If you are willing, you may address yourself as disciple, in front of me. As he spoke, the surrounding crowd were all extremely surprised. Wang Baol was also surprised. Meanwhile, Chun Fei only felt her world getting darker. She staggered, and her face went extremely pale. Ah! Zhou Xiaoya was rooted to the spot and seemed a little flustered. She looked at Wang Baol subconsciously. Right at that moment, the Alchemy Pavilion elder stood up while laughing and smiled at the Chancellor beside him. Old Lu, I'm going to take this girl away and accept her as my final disciple. Will you let me? The Chancellor chuckled and got up as well. He was happy for Zhou Xiaoya and even more excited. He knew the status of the elder standing in front of him. That elder was one of the 4 elders of the Alchemy Pavilion. In the path of alchemy, he had a huge reputation throughout the entire Federation. With that thought, the Chancellor looked toward Zhou Xiaoya with encouragement. Xiaoya, greet your master. Wang Baol was also extremely happy and quickly nudged Zhou Xiaoya. It was then that Zhou Xiaoya reacted. Although she was still a little dazed, she was not a fool and quickly stepped forward to bow to the elder. Master, accept my greetings as your humble disciple. Zhou Xiaoya, the Alchemy Pavilion elder chuckled, and with a swish of his sleeve, he actually brought Zhou Xiaoya along and stepped on air, heading directly toward Upper Academy Island. From start to finish, he never looked at Chun Fei, nor did he ever bring up the reward. What cultivation realm is he at to be able to step on air like that? This scene made Wang Baol narrow his eyes. The shocked crowd all looked toward Zhou Xiaoya in the sky. That was especially so for the alchemy faculty students, who looked on with envy. As for Chun Fei, she went pale and collapsed to the ground. At that moment, Zhou Xiaoya's shouts and the elder's laughing voice sounded from the sky. Wang Beol, please don't disturb Xiaoya for a period of time. She needs to train in seclusion. I will get her an 8-inch spirit root. If you don't train hard, she might even surpass you. Brother Beol, wait for me to come out of seclusion. I'll go look for you. Gazing at the pair who were getting further away, Wang Beol smiled. He was happy for Zhou Xiaoya, and just as he was about to leave, he noticed the Chancellor glaring at him. So, he scratched his head and released his grip on Gao Quan's hair. You've already been promoted into Upper Academy Island. Why are you still so rash? The Chancellor glared at Wang Beol. Wang Beol was slightly awkward. He lowered his head to look at the indignant Gao Quan, coughed, and patted the shoulder of the shivering Gao Quan. Old Gao, keep doing fewer bad things and more good things in the future. Understood? Chancellor, I just remembered about the dermic artifact that I'm halfway through refining. I'll take my leave first. With that, Wang Beol quickly shook his body and jumped into his cruiser. He left the alchemy faculty rapidly and headed straight for Upper Academy Island. Sending Wang Beol off with their gazes, the surrounding crowd looked at one another, and the Chancellor was also helpless. Knowing it was a misunderstanding, he finally looked at the indignant Gao Quan and sighed. Gao Quan, you? He wanted to console Gao Quan but did not know where to start. Finally, he gave Gao Quan a bottle of pills and left while contemplating about changing his vice-chancellor. Only Gao Quan was standing there in anger and sorrow. He wanted to cry, but no tears fell, and the indignation that he felt in his heart spread toward the heavens. I was wronged. Wang Beol was standing on the cruiser, swishing through the skies, riding in the wind as he dashed directly to Upper Academy Island. He was extremely delighted. Not only did Zhou Xiaoya gain admission to Upper Academy Island, she was also formally the disciple of the Alchemy Pavilion Elder. The entire matter could be considered to have concluded well. Clearing his throat, Wang Beol thought, in this whole incident, I played a significant role. Thanks to my courage and fearlessness toward the evil forces that allowed me to create chaos by using the opportunity to hit Gao Quan, victory was attained in the process. This allowed Bunny to have an unobstructed path to success. This irritating fatty would never admit that even if he did not appear this time round, the outcome would have been the same for Bunny. Now, he was in high spirits as he took up a bag of snacks while on the cruiser, munching on them loudly while controlling the cruiser. The ability to fly the cruiser and eat snacks at the same time. This capability is not something that everyone has. Wang Beol laughed heartily. Soon, the cruiser has passed through the clouds and arrived at Upper Academy Island. Du Min is in the Alchemy Pavilion as well. Even though I haven't seen her much since coming to Upper Academy Island, it's not surprising if she is doing well, since she has always excelled academically. There's also Chen Ziheng, who is in the Combat Pavilion with Zhui Yifan. I have to work hard and not let them surpass me. Thinking of this, Wang Beol inhaled deeply. He did not return to the cave abode. Instead, his gaze was on the middle peak, looking in the northern direction toward the mountains that housed the Dermic Armament Pavilion. Wang Beol had already read up on the details of the Armament Disciple Assessment on the Spirit Intranet and understood that the assessment of Dermic Armament Pavilion disciples took place on the northern mountain range, where a military administrative department oversaw the advancement assessment of disciples to armament disciples. However, if a disciple successfully refined 100 perfect first-grade Dermic artifacts, they could also send the Dermic artifacts for assessment in order to receive their armament disciple status. I will advance to become an armament disciple, then choose a department to perform my duties. Wang Beol's eyes was fueled with passion as he controlled the cruiser straight toward the northern mountain range. On his way, as he passed the middle peak, he noticed that on the parade square lay a huge military drum standing tall. It was dull red in color and was eye-catching because of its rustic look. That is probably the drum that people on the Spirit Intranet have mentioned, huh? Wang Beol was tempted as his eyes fell momentarily on the huge military drum. He had read entries introducing the drum on the Spirit Intranet. It was said that it was a military drum that could only be struck by an armament soldier, and it had only one purpose: invite an elder. Whatever difficult problems arose regarding dermic armaments, so long as the armament soldier was capable, they could strike the military drum, using its sound to invite an elder for advice on the solution. However, even though the drum has been installed for many years, it had not been struck often. If there were no real challenging problems that were difficult to solve, no one would dare haphazardly strike it to disturb the elders. On the other hand, there was no drumstick for the drum. Anyone who wished to strike it had to make use of the materials given by the military drum and refine a drumstick, which could only be used once, right there and then in front of the drum. Only when an armament soldier held a drumstick that they had personally refined could they strike the military drum to invite an elder. Even though the method of refining the drumstick was stated right beside the military drum, it was an extremely difficult feat. To a certain extent, it was not considered a numinous treasure. Furthermore, every armament soldier only had one chance in their entire lifetime. If they failed, they lost their eligibility, and thus no one dared to squander the opportunity willy-nilly. Wang Beol had read on the Spirit intranet that the student who had managed to strike the drum the greatest number of times had done it 5 times using the drumstick that he had refined. That far exceeded that of other people, and as a result, the elder that he had invited to grant assistance on his problem was no ordinary elder, but the Grand Elder of the Dermic Armament Pavilion. Every Grand Elder possesses incredibly high status within their respective pavilions. Only the Deputy Sect Lord and Sect Lord are ranked above the Grand Elder, with the Grand Supreme Elder being at the top of the hierarchy. Even though Wang Beol had spent most of his time in seclusion after entering Upper Academy Island, his understanding of the structure of Ethereal Tao College had grown significantly from the times when he was on the Lower Academy Island. He already understood that the one with the highest authority in Ethereal Tao College was the mysterious Grand Supreme Elder. He was never seen in Ethereal Tao College, but his existence was akin to an anchor, the assurance of everyone in Ethereal Tao College and the status of the Federation. The Grand Supreme Elder's subordinates included Ethereal Tao College's Sect Lord and the 3 Deputy Sect Lords. Below them were 10 pavilions and a college. The 10 pavilions were referring to the island pavilions on Upper Academy Island, which included the Dermic Armament Pavilion, and the college was referring to the Lower Academy Island. Within every pavilion, the pavilion head was obviously the person in command. However, in reality, there were still numerous elders above the pavilion head as well as the one and only Grand Elder of each pavilion. These people were not involved in the management of the pavilion. However, they formed the group of elders, which had the authority to determine the employment of the deputy pavilion head and the pavilion head. This systematic hierarchy was precisely the structure of power of the internal affairs of Ethereal Tao College. When Wang Beol gained a good understanding of all this, he realized that he needed time to assume the great responsibility, and at the same time, his desire to become an armament soldier grew even stronger. As he shifted his gaze away from the drum, Wang Beol suppressed his thoughts as he controlled the cruiser directly toward the northern mountain range. Soon, he arrived within the clouds above the Military Administrative Department. He began his descent to enter the compound. There were only a few disciples within the Military Administrative Department. Those who were capable of becoming armament disciples were only of a small proportion of the large number of ordinary disciples. Therefore, after completing the administrative process, Wang Beol arrived at the specially demarcated assessment ground, a parade square where tens of gigantic stone steels stood. Apart from himself, there was a tall and thin youth who was sitting on a stone steel in preparation with his eyes closed and legs crossed. He looked serious and mysterious. Sensing that someone had arrived, the youth raised his head and opened his eyes but remained silent as he took a look at Wang Beol. However, seeing that Wang Beol was about to begin his assessment without any preparation, he raised his eyebrows and laughed. A new disciple? Wang Beol heard his words and turned to look at him. The Armament Disciple Assessment is the most important milestone for a disciple. Junior brother, it's fine that you did not even bother to clean yourself up, but your lack of preparation shows your disrespect toward the Armament Disciple Advancement Assessment. I advise you to attempt the assessment again after preparing yourself. Otherwise, you will definitely fail. The youth spoke calmly, as if from experience. Is it really so difficult? Wang Baol had originally been very laid back. However, after hearing the youth's words, with his gut feeling telling him that the youth was not lying to him, he inevitably grew concerned. Every year, there are only slightly more than 10 people who successfully advance to become armament disciples in the Dermic Armament Pavilion. In addition, many of the disciples have spent at least 2 years doing so after entering Upper Academy Island. So, don't you think it's hard? Refining 100 perfect first-grade Dermic artifacts becomes simple in comparison, for it can be achieved with time. However, in the assessment mystic realm, 10 random Dermic artifacts will be chosen. One has to present the refinement process again within the stipulated time without making any mistakes. Should one mistake be made, one fails. Isn't that difficult? Of those who gained admission to Upper Academy Island, who doesn't have talent? People like you who think that it's easy to pass the assessment are plentiful. I have tried 9 times and seen many, but I have not seen one that succeeded. The youth did not know who Wang Baol was and was speaking in a conceited tone. Wang Baol looked at the youth with a weird expression. He was thinking about how it made sense that the youth sounded so full of experience, for he had done the assessment so many times. Therefore, with both trust and suspicion, he became uneasy as he mimicked the youth and began preparing by sitting down cross-legged. Realizing that Wang Baol was an individual who would listen to advice, the youth laughed as he felt heartened. It was as if he saw a past shadow of his failure in Wang Baol. After a moment, when he had completed his preparation, he raised his right hand and retrieved a Dermic artifact, sending it into the stone steel. Wang Baol noticed and immediately retrieved a Dermic artifact, sending it into the stone steel just like the youth. Cloud Frost Sword. After noticing the Dermic artifact that Wang Baol retrieved, the youth was momentarily shocked as he threw several more glances at Wang Baol before retrieving yet another Dermic artifact and sending it into the stone steel. Wang Baol followed suit and retrieved another Dermic artifact. Spirit Fog Shield? The youth stared with his eyes wide open. The Cloud Frost Sword was one of the most challenging items to refine of the first-grade Dermic artifacts. He had been surprised after seeing the first artifact but did not think much of it. However, now that Wang Baol retrieved yet another Dermic artifact that was extremely difficult to refine, he inevitably became bewildered. Despite that, he was indignant and sighed in his heart. Is he trying to show off? Is he planning to compete with me? Newbie, you're still too inexperienced. Even though I have failed so many times, in reality, every failure can be considered a strong driving force and improvement for me. Without those failures, I wouldn't be who I am today. The youth narrowed his eyes, and with a wave of arrogance, he flung his sleeves and retrieved the remaining 98 Dermic artifacts. Of those, there were 9 around the same difficulty as the Spirit Fog Shield. Delightedly, he looked askance at Wang Baol, but that was when his mind instantly buzzed with activity. Wang Baol, who was beside him, followed the youth in retrieving his remaining 98 Dermic artifacts, all of them of the same grade as the Spirit Fog Shield. Now, the glow from the Dermic artifact was extremely bright, and the glitz almost made the youth's eyes fall out of their sockets. In his surprise, he began cursing angrily and indignantly in his heart. Did this fella come for the assessment or to show that he's rich? Gosh, what's the point of bringing so many difficult to refine Dermic artifacts for just an armament disciple assessment? It was no wonder the youth's mind was buzzing with activity and his heart thrown into shock. As a disciple who had already spent 2 years on Upper Academy Island, regardless of whether it was through his own experience of going through 9 assessments or from hearsay, he had never heard or seen someone like Wang Baol, who was planning to go through the assessment with 100 perfect first-grade Dermic artifacts that were extremely difficult to refine. It was unfathomable for the youth that someone would make the whole process more challenging for themselves. After all, it was too costly to refine Dermic artifacts this way. Furthermore, with this difficulty, the test that followed, which requires the individual to refine 10 randomly selected Dermic artifacts within the stipulated time, would be even more difficult. In addition, the youth absolutely did not believe that all those Dermic artifacts had been refined by a newly admitted disciple. No matter how he looked at it, there did not seem to be enough time. If someone had really managed to achieve the feat, the youth would think that he would be an extremely talented individual who would become an armament soldier in the future. However, in his eyes, Wang Beol was not talented. Now, he focused his attention and tried with all his effort to shift his gaze away from the dermic artifacts that Wang Beol was gradually feeding to the stone steel. He suppressed the wave of emotions in his heart, having judged that the newbie was definitely just trying his luck after engaging someone else's help with refining the dermic artifacts. It did not matter if it was reasonable. In addition, if one failed in the assessment, the dermic artifacts that were submitted would not be returned. However, to those who were rich, such losses were still acceptable. Senior brother, what do I do next? Is the assessment about to begin? As the youth's thoughts crashed like waves, Wang Beol had already fed all the dermic artifacts into the stone steel and was inquiring about the next step nervously with his head turned. He noticed the change in the youth's facial expressions and understood the reason behind it, but as the assessment was of greater importance now, he could not afford to be distracted and did not have the time to explain. Humph! People who think that they can play against the rules because they are rich are just the people I hate the most. After hearing Wang Beol's words, the youth sighed deeply in his heart and spoke in a cold, distant manner. Put your hand on the stone steel, and the assessment will commence. After he spoke, he saw Wang Beol raising his hand and pressing it on the stone steel. He laughed coldly as he saw Wang Beol's body giggle. Newbie, you have to experience failure first. So what if you're rich? You'll still fail. The youth decided to pause his own assessment as he wanted to see Wang Beol fail the assessment with his own eyes. Based on his interpretation, Wang Beol would give up within half an hour. However, time flew by and half an hour passed quickly. Not only did Wang Beol not end the assessment, the stone steel in front of him even began to glow, which rose 1 inch up the steel. The youth was taken aback and slightly shocked as he thought in his heart, has the first item passed? That's just because you have good luck. Let's see how long you can last. As he groused in his heart, the stone steel suddenly glowed again and rose to 2 inches. What's going on? The youth's breathing quickened. Soon, when the glow grew to 3 inches, the youth was unable to sit still. He stood up, looking incredulous as he witnessed the glow rising continuously from 4 to 5 to 6 inches. When it reached 9 inches, the youth's mind was buzzing with activity, and he gasped in surprise. Impossible! That's too fast. A torrent of emotions filled his heart. If it was someone else that succeeded, he would not have reacted in this way. However, he had seen that every dermic artifact that Wang Beol had sent out was extremely difficult to refine and was of a level that was far from ordinary. Despite this, he was close to achieving success. Not long after the glow grew to 9 inches in length, the stone steel glowed and grew once again, reaching a height of 10 inches. That signified the success of the disciple in becoming an armament disciple. As disciples from the military administrative department realized what was happening, they all gathered around. Someone has succeeded. A new armament disciple has emerged. The military administrative department disciples rushed into the area. The youth was in a daze due to shock, and Wang Beol, who was sitting under the stone steel, opened his eyes and ended the assessment. It didn't seem that difficult. Wang Beol was confused as the difficulty of the assessment was not what the youth had described. However, seeing that he had succeeded, he was still exhilarated. He stood up and thanked the dazed youth with cupped fists. As he turned, the disciples from the military administrative department all came up to him to offer their congratulations. Laughing heartily, Wang Beol left delightedly with the disciples from the military administrative department to register officially as an armament disciple. The specially made armament disciple Taoist robe and identity token would be sent by the military administrative department the next day. Therefore, after taking some measurements of his figure, Wang Beol left with the wind in his hair. It was only after he had left that the youth standing at the military administrative department assessment ground exhaled deeply and returned to reality. He turned abruptly to look at Wang Beol's assessment stone steel. Could it be easier to pass the assessment with this stone steel? With that thought, the youth's eyes lit up as he made a mental note of the position of the stone steel. A fire grew in his heart as he made plans to do his assessment with that stone steel should he fail this time around. Wang Baol did not care about what the youth thought. Now, he was filled with delight as he sat on his cruiser, thinking about how he could finally change into the blue Taoist robe, which made him even happier. He also thought about how he could apply to perform his duties at any department and retrieved his voice transmission ring to contact Chun Yutong. After explaining the situation to him tactfully, Chun Yutong agreed wholeheartedly and invited Wang Baol to complete the administrative process at the college administrative department. Seeing how everything seemed to have gone successfully, the exhilarated Wang Baol adjusted the direction that he was heading in and sped toward the college administrative department. Now, Chun Yutong was in the mansion housing the college administrative department. He was originally listening to the 4 main team leaders under his leadership reporting carefully about their work with a stoic expression. But after receiving Wang Baol's voice transmission, his lips curled into a smile, and he was pleasantly surprised. The 4 main team leaders before him looked to each other, confused. Based on their understanding of Chun Yutong, their superior would treat others amiably when he was not in the college administrative department but would put on a stern front there. Interesting. I thought he would still need some time before advancing. He's fast. From the looks of it, what Master said is true. This person is certainly full of potential, and it's beneficial to become acquainted with him. Chun Yutong smiled slightly before retrieving his voice transmission ring to inquire about some issues from the staff at the military administrative department. After that, he revealed a look of surprise as his eyes lit up even brighter. He actually received grade A results. It appears that he took what I told him previously to heart. If this is the case, I can't treat him like a subordinate anymore, for he will very likely become my comrade in the future. Matters involving the assessment results were considered top secret, but Chun Yutong was able to catch wind of it due to his high status. With that thought, Chun Yutong grew determined and immediately sent out orders. Meanwhile, as Wang Baol charged toward the college administrative department, he soon noticed that the status of an armament disciple was extraordinary. Along the way, he saw that when several armament disciples dressed in blue Taoist robes went past, almost all the ordinary disciples along the way would greet them with cupped fists. Looking at how suave the armament disciples were, Wang Baol's anticipation toward himself donning the Taoist robe grew. Being an armament disciple is certainly different. Looking from afar, the area occupied by the college administrative department was huge. There was a 4-story high pavilion in it, which was surrounded by several 2 to 3-story high buildings, which made it seem like it was specifically segregated from the other buildings. There were also different flowers and plants grown around it. Many cruisers were parked on the plaza of the main foyer, which was busy with activity as ordinary disciples milled about the area. The armament disciples also appeared to hold significant authority, as people were extremely respectful as they passed them. So, this is the college administrative department. This was the first time that Wang Baol had been there. As he neared, a teen dressed in a blue Taoist robe immediately noticed him and approached him quickly, cupping his fists while smiling at him. Is this junior brother Wang Baol? Hearing the other party call out his name, Wang Baol made sense of the situation and returned the greeting with a smile on his face. Junior brother Wang, I am Zhou Penghai. Please enter. Senior brother Chun is waiting for you inside. He had already announced that you'll become one of us in the future. The blue-shirt teen was one of the 4 team leaders of the college administrative department. Now, as he led Wang Baol in, he sized him up secretly, knowing that the person before him would very likely become a team leader like him in the future. Therefore, he planned to get chummy with Wang Baol. Along the way, they were chatting heartily. Wang Baol entered the backyard of the college administrative department and into one of the 3-story high pavilions, where he saw Chun Yutong, who was enjoying his tea. Greetings, senior brother Chun. Unlike how it was usually, Wang Baol stepped forward quickly this time around, greeting Chun Yutong with cupped fists and with a serious expression on his face. Even before he could kneel down, Chun Yutong had approached and helped Wang Baol up with a smile. Junior brother Baol, there is no need for formalities. Come, sit here. As he spoke, Chun Yutong led Wang Baol to a seat. Soon, the team leader who had led the way made spirit tea and placed it before the both of them. He then stood behind Chen Yutong, keeping a respectful silence. Chen Yutong first congratulated Wang Beol for becoming an armament disciple. After some brief catching up, Chen Yutong happily retrieved an identity token and passed it to Wang Beol. Junior brother Beol, with your caliber, it will not be long before you become an armament soldier. At the same time, I know that you were the head prefect during your time at the Lower Academy Island and were in charge of the college discipline department. You have experience in this field, and since the college administrative department is lacking a leader for the inspector main team, I was wondering if you would assume the responsibility temporarily and help me with it. Chen Yutong looked at Wang Beol with a smile on his face. Wang Beol was jolted alert. Even though he had not been to the college administrative department previously, he had read much about it on the Spirit intranet and understood that other than Chen Yutong, the one with the greatest authority was the inspector main team who would inspect others with their power. Unfortunately, it had always been under the control of Chen Yutong, who did not relinquish the power. Next in line would be the 4 judiciary main teams, which each comprised of the main team leader, a subordinate team leader, and numerous other ordinary disciples of the college administrative department. Right now, however, what Chen Yutong meant was that he wanted to pass the duty of the main team leader of the inspector team to Wang Beol. Not only was Wang Beol taken aback, Zhou Penghai, the blue-robed teen who was standing behind Chen Yutong, was also shocked. He had thought that the most Wang Beol would achieve would be a similar rank as himself and had never imagined that Wang Beol would be bestowed such power. His breathing hastened, and as he looked at Wang Beol, he was even more stringent and curious, carrying a tinge of indignation in his heart. Suppressing his agitation, Wang Beol immediately stood up and thanked Chen Yutong, who smiled and pulled him down to sit. After a brief conversation, Wang Beol took his leave, with Chen Yutong personally sending him out of the pavilion, before speaking cheerfully. Junior brother Beol, as your senior brother, I look forward to the day you become an armament soldier. In order to qualify as an armament soldier, you'll have to refine a third-grade numinous treasure. Every year, there is a tournament held by the Dermic Armament Pavilion specially for one to advance to become an armament soldier. I look forward to seeing you put in your best effort. After seeing that Wang Beol had left, Chen Yutong sipped on his spirit tea, his lips curling into a smile. He seemed happy, and before long, the main team leader who had returned after sending Wang Beol off stood in front of Chen Yutong. He seemed to have something to say but stopped himself. Chen Yutong took a glance at him and spoke emotionlessly. Zhou Penghai, are you thinking about how I seem to be biased toward Wang Beol, who has just arrived, by immediately giving him the authority to oversee all main team leaders, allowing him to be seated in a position just inferior to mine? The blue-shirt teen felt a tremble in his heart and immediately lowered his head. I wouldn't dare think of that. Listening to the blue-shirt teen's tone, Chen Yutong appeared calm. He then stood up and looked out of the window before speaking calmly. Wang Beol is an 8-inch true breath expert and has contributed significantly to Ethereal Dao College. Even though he has just gained admission to Upper Academy Island, many major figures have already noticed him and are placing a lot of attention on him. Someone like him will not be an armament disciple forever. Whatever I said was not out of courtesy. It is a fact that it would not be long before he advances to become an armament soldier. As for me, I cannot be an armament soldier forever. Therefore, you must treat him like you treat me. Chen Yutong looked at the blue-shirt teen after he had finished his words. The youth's breathing hastened, and his heart palpitated at an even faster rate. He understood what Chen Yutong was implying with his words. The meaning behind what Chen Yutong said was that Wang Beol would be Chen Yutong's successor, a person who would be in charge of the college administrative department. Therefore, he quickly pledged compliance, making the decision silently in his heart to interact more with Wang Beol in the future, bearing in mind to not offend him in any way. The others from the college administrative department do not know much about junior brother Beol. Since it's late now, you must remember to inform everyone tomorrow. As Chen Yutong spoke, he raised his teacup. The blue-shirt teen immediately nodded. As he left respectfully, he thought about what Chen Yutong had said, and a fire grew in his heart. Chan Yutong looked at the back view of the blue-shirt teen who was going away and smiled slightly. Even though there were some truth to what he had said just now, it was not the complete picture. If it wasn't that there were many people who have their eyes on junior brother Baol, Master would have long taken him in as a personal disciple. In addition, even though I haven't known him for long and am not in a good position to comment, it isn't a big problem as I can still do some favors for him first. Junior brother Baol is someone who is partial on favors and grudges, and he will not forget how well Uncle Master Lu, Master, and I have treated him. Considering him as one of my real junior brothers cannot be considered an exaggeration. If I am not biased toward him, who will look after him? Chan Yutong narrowed his eyes as he thought about what his master had told him. His eyes also glowed as he thought about his understanding of Ethereal Tao College. Uncle Master Lu already has a firm position as the Chancellor of the Lower Academy Island, which no one can overthrow. This is the foundation of our clan. What's next will be the advancement of Grandmaster as the Deputy Sect Lord. Once this elder succeeds, it will be time for Master to become the Grand Elder of the Dermic Armament Pavilion. Till then, within this generation of our clan, only junior brother Baol and I will be left to support each other and move forward. Junior brother Baol, you must work hard and become an armament soldier soon. Chan Yutong smiled, a look of anticipation evident in his eyes. His master was the one who looked highly upon Wang Baol and had given him the storage bracelet when he was on the Lower Academy Island. His uncle master was naturally the old physician of the Lower Academy Island. At the same time, Wang Baol, who was walking out from the college administrative department, was still recovering from the confusion in his head. Even though he had accepted the appointment and was agitated and excited, the entire incident seemed weird. There was no way he believed that the brief personal friendship that he had just built with Chen Yutong would make Chen Yutong bestow the rank of the main team leader of the Inspector main team upon him just like that. Wang Baol was extremely aware of the significance of holding that position. This puts me as the deputy chief of the college administrative department. Wang Baol took a deep breath, a look of deep thought obvious from his eyes. He also did not believe that he had such privileges just because he had achieved a breakthrough at the 8-inch spirit root stage. He did not have any explanation for it after thinking of a long time, but he suddenly stopped after taking a few steps. There is a possibility. If Chen Yutong's master was the elder who gave me the storage bracelet and jade slip when I was on the Lower Academy Island, then it means that a lineage is formed between this master and apprentice duo, as well as the Chancellor. At the same time, the Chancellor treats me quite well. Thinking of this, stories from the high officials' autobiographies immediately appeared in Wang Baol's mind. He seemed to have realized something after a while. Lineage? Wang Baol's heart trembled. That word had always been a mysterious term in his mind. Now, as he slowly deciphered its meaning, he was agitated, despite still being skeptical. However, he was also worried that he had made a mistake. He struggled with the thoughts for a while and gritted his teeth. I can't care much anymore, since I am now the main team leader of the Inspector main team. With this thought, Wang Baol no longer focused on why Chen Yutong was particularly good to him. However, Wang Baol had a life principle. He would always remember the favors that others have given him. This was a point that had been drilled into him by his father since he was a young child. At the same time, it was also mentioned several times in the high officials' autobiographies. Therefore, this viewpoint of Wang Baol was as deeply ingrained in his mind as the grudges that he held and could be considered his life principle. Now, Wang Baol was in a cheery mood as he thought about how he had not only advanced to become an armament disciple, but had also become one of the leaders of the college administrative department. He was joyous but also conscious that the majority of those working in the college administrative department, especially those from his Inspector main team, were still unaware of his identity. However, the news would spread, and it would only take a few days before the entire college administrative department heard of it. I need to treasure this period of peace where my abilities are not known to others, Wang Baol thought as he planned to remain humble and low-key. On his way back to the cave abode, he stopped momentarily when he passed the market in the valley, which was also where the attic that he had once lived in was located. It was now evening, the time when the market was busiest. Amid the sounds of activity, There were also waves of fragrant scents spreading. Wang Baol took a whiff, and his appetite was whetted, but he struggled with his desires. Forget it. Since something joyous has happened today, I'll treat it as giving myself a reward. With that thought, Wang Baol instantly felt that his stress was relieved. A light flashed across his eyes as he dashed straight toward the market. Before long, in the busy market, Wang Baol was hugging a pot of braised eggs while munching happily on fried potatoes as he explored the market with lightness in his steps. He looked at all the stores around and noticed that there were several disciples who were of similar body shapes as him, and he began to think that the market was a good place. Besides food, there were also many other miscellaneous items, including daily necessities, being sold there. Not only that, they all came in many varieties, so even though they were on the pricier side, it was still acceptable as it helped save some traveling time to Ethereal City for many disciples. Wang Baol enjoyed himself fully as he picked up a braised egg and put it into his mouth. He had wanted to leave but noticed a snack store, the very one that he would visit time and time again when he lived nearby. What caught his attention most was that it was advertised on the banner outside the store that a new product had been launched. Wang Baol's eyes lit up, and he immediately walked over. The owner of the store was a middle-aged man who had been on Upper Academy Island for 7 years. However, he was still an ordinary disciple as a first-level true breath expert. When he noticed Wang Baol, he immediately greeted him enthusiastically. As soon as Wang Baol stepped into the store, he waved his hand and spoke forthrightly. "Old Lu, how has business been so far? Give me 100 packets of this new snack." The middle-aged store owner was also delighted. Wang Baol was generous with his purchases every time he visited his store, which made him extremely happy. Now, as he prepared the snacks for Wang Baol, he spoke with a big smile. "Senior brother Wang, long time no see. I'll give you 3 additional packets on the house." Wang Baol nodded happily as he heard the offer. Even though he had not been out since he was admitted to Upper Academy Island, he was aware through the Spirit intranet that majority of the disciples who were setting up stores there did not have a high caliber and made it onto Upper Academy Island purely due to sheer luck. They were real true breath experts, but most had achieved breakthroughs at only the 1 or 2-inch spirit root stage. These people were still considered exceptional to ordinary folks, but on Upper Academy Island, where geniuses were in abundance, they were considered low-ranked. Every type of cultivation there required expensive materials that they could not afford, which explained the emergence of markets like that. Such markets allowed them to earn some income to offset the costs of their cultivation. The only issue was that the market was formed by the disciples of their own accord and were not considered legitimate. Even if they had registered with the college administrative department, the items that were permitted for sale comprised mostly of raw materials and other equipment for refinement. In the Dermic Armament Pavilion, there were numerous people selling raw materials and other items. The cost was exorbitant, and there was also competition as there were direct sales made by the Dermic Armament Pavilion for the disciples. Therefore, it was more profitable to sell snacks and other food items in the market, and eventually the poor disciples started selling food and beverages in the market. The college administrative department turned a blind eye toward this, but occasionally, it would raid the area in order to control the law and order of the area where the market was located. This was unavoidable due to the regulations set by the college administrative department and their disapproval toward it. Thinking of that, Wang Baol empathized with the difficulties faced by the store owners as he smiled. "Old Lu, you sure know how to run a business. Give me 3 boxes of those ice spirit water as well." Wang Baol spoke and looked around, trying to see if there were any snacks that he had not tried before. The middle-aged store owner was even more delighted, hearing Wang Baol's additional purchase. He hurriedly packed everything for Wang Baol, and before long, he placed the 103 packs of snacks as well as the 3 boxes of ice spirit water in front of Wang Baol. Wang Baol was satisfied. He was about to retrieve his spirit stones when suddenly messy sounds of footsteps and sounds of shock spread from outside. "The college administrative department is here. Damn it! Didn't they just come yesterday? Why are they here again today?" In the chaos, the middle-aged store owner standing beside Wang Baol instantly turned pale. Wang Baol also turned to look outside bewilderedly, and immediately, He saw tens of disciples donned in robes from the college administrative department entering the market following the lead of several armament disciples. It was chaotic, and the entire area was thrown into a tizzy everywhere they passed. The disciples from the college administrative department looked extremely fierce. As they passed, they ruthlessly wrecked the stores. The store owners were extremely upset but did not dare prevent them from doing so and could only suppress their anxiety as they spoke urgently in gentle tones. This very scene made Wang Baol frown. "Old Lu, are these people from the college administrative department?" Wang Baol asked with his eyebrows furrowed as he watched the group of disciples walking around like tyrants, ransacking the stores, with the store owners cowardly giving in to their atrocities. "It's precisely the despicable college administrative department," Old Lu said through gritted teeth. The anger and sadness in his eyes were obvious, so Wang Baol, who was standing beside him, cleared his throat and awkwardly touched his nose. "It's already difficult for us less capable disciples to cultivate." Unwilling to accept this reality, we decided to start small businesses that not only fulfills the needs of the masses but also allows us to earn some spirit stones for our cultivation. "Is there any wrong in that?" Old Lu asked pitifully and helplessly. "We pay the fees on time too, but this college administrative department still comes once every few days, wrecking everything every time. That's too much." Wang Baol lowered the hand on his nose and fell silent. According to the rules of the Dermic Armament Pavilion, selling food and drinks in the market clashed with the environment and style of the Upper Academy Island, so it was not allowed. However, looking at the issue logically, it was understandable that the disadvantaged disciples had resorted to it. Wang Baol sighed in his heart and had wanted to offer some words of consolation when the group of disciples from the college administrative department arrived before the shop. Immediately, 3 of them stepped into the store that Wang Baol was in. The moment that they stepped in, one long-faced youth kicked away the advertisement banner and overturned the table where the snacks were placed. In the chaos, a large number of snacks were scattered all over the floor. Standing there and witnessing everything, Wang Baol grew solemn. "Senior brothers, I have already paid the fees. Please give me some leeway. I'll pay the fees again. Will that do?" Old Lu asked cowardly, trying to salvage the situation, as he immediately grew anxious and stepped forward. However, he did not dare to stop them. "Junior brother Lu, we've told you before to not sell trash like this here. Everyone here is a cultivator, so which idiot do you think will buy snacks to eat? This is the Dermic Armament Pavilion, and all that's sold are Dermic artifacts and raw materials. Is it appropriate to be selling snacks? You're severely tarnishing the image of the Dermic Armament Pavilion." The long-faced youth who kicked the advertising banner away spoke coldly after hearing Old Lu's words, turning to look coldly at him. Wang Baol's eyebrows twitched, unhappiness filling his heart as he looked at the snacks beside him. "I'll put them away. I'll put them away now. Senior brothers?" Old Lu spoke anxiously as he bent down to pick the snacks up. "Too late. They'll all be confiscated." As he spoke, the 2 college administrative department disciples behind him immediately went forward like tyrants to confiscate all the items in the store. At the same time, identical scenes were playing out in the other stores. No matter how store owners like Old Lu pleaded, it was futile. Wang Baol turned even more solemn, and with his eyebrows furrowed, he began to speak, for he could no longer watch silently. "The way you handle matters has gone overboard." The moment that he spoke, the trio in the store all turned to look at him. The long-faced youth sized up Wang Baol, and after noticing that he was just wearing a gray Taoist robe, he raised his eyebrows, stepped hard on a packet of snacks on the ground, and pointed overbearingly at the snacks in front of Wang Baol, which he had just bought. "All these are to be confiscated as well," he declared and turned to leave, directly dismissing whatever Wang Baol had said. Wang Baol's rage instantly grew as he witnessed the attitude of the college administrative department. He placed his right hand on his snacks and asked unhappily, "On what basis can you confiscate these snacks that I have bought?" The long-faced youth and the 2 disciples from the college administrative department frowned. The long-faced youth appeared impatient and turned to stare at Wang Baol. "Looking for trouble? Scram. Don't bargain with me here. Don't even think of leaving if you're planning to create more trouble. A cold look flashed through Wang Bao's eyes as he listened. However, his anger did not erupt. Rather, he stood there or spoke calmly. Since the store owners have already paid the fees, it is no issue for you to carry out inspections. However, wrecking everything the moment that you arrive is unreasonable. If they really did commit an offense, you can just punish them. What are you trying to do by confiscating their items? The long-faced youth's face instantly turned awful as he listened to Wang Bao. After sizing Wang Bao up, he suddenly laughed, turning his head to shout outside. Senior brother son, there's someone here interrupting our investigation and obstructing the law. How should I handle this? Almost instantly after he spoke, cold laughter was heard from the store not far away. Obstructing the law? As the sound of laughter spread, an armament disciple dressed in a blue Taoist robe emerged from the store. He looked like he was about 28 years old, with some freckles on his face. He looked extremely authoritative, especially with the 5 disciples from the college administrative department behind him. As he walked out, other disciples from the college administrative department also joined his entourage. It was obvious that he was quite a powerful individual in the college administrative department. Even though he was not a main team leader, he was likely to be the right-hand man working under one of the main team leaders. Now, as he walked into the store that Wang Bao was in, he looked at Wang Bao coldly. What's going on? This? Wang Bao was about to speak, but the youth named Sun waved him off. I'm not asking you. He immediately interrupted Wang Bao and looked at the long-faced youth. The long-faced youth hurriedly stepped forward. He exaggerated what had happened before looking at Wang Bao with a sly smile. Wang Bao had originally wanted to explain but aborted this thought. He simply stood there, wanting to see how the armament disciple surnamed Sun was planning to handle the situation. After listening to what the long-faced youth said, Sun immediately understood that the fatty before him was being a busybody. Noticing the gray Taoist robe that Wang Bao was wearing, he remained expressionless. If Wang Bao was an armament disciple, he would at least have spared his dignity. However, since he was only an ordinary disciple that he did not recognize, especially as there was more than one fatty in the Dermic Armament Pavilion, he immediately ignored him and spoke arrogantly. Apprehend him. The moment that he spoke, the disciples from the college administrative department standing beside him immediately stepped forward. Leading the others, the long-faced youth from before was even more scornful as he bellowed with a low voice. Still full of yourself? Wang Bao shook his head and laughed. His laughter carried a chilly vibe, and the instant that the disciples stepped forward, he kicked fast and hard. No one had expected Wang Bao to react so quickly, and immediately, sounds of impact emerged. The long-faced youth charging toward Wang Bao immediately screamed out in pain, his face turning pale as he was sent flying by the powerful kick. When he landed a distance away, his hands covered his crotch, and his painful screams were even more pitiful. You dare to retaliate? The people surrounding Wang Bao roared angrily, and Sun immediately grew furious once he snapped out of his confusion. He leaped into the air, charging directly at Wang Bao. Retaliate? Not only am I planning to retaliate, I am planning to assault you. Wang Bao's eyes stared hard as he turned his body. His speed was shockingly fast as he appeared in front of Sun in a blink of an eye. As Sun reeled in shock at Wang Bao's speed, Wang Bao had already launched his attack, punching him hard. With a loud boom, blood immediately spewed out from the mouth of Sunday. As he retreated while screaming painfully, Wang Bao picked up speed and punched someone else into the air. Then, he took several steps back and kicked another person into the air. Soon, pitiful screams were heard everywhere. The tens of disciples from the college administrative department were all being kicked into the air. After landing everywhere, Wang Bao appeared in front of Sun and kicked him once again as he was struggling to stand up, pinning him on the ground while stepping on his chest, preventing him from rising. The disciples from the college administrative department standing around were shaken. They stared at Wang Bao, their rage and shock indescribable. At the same time, The masses within the market began creating a commotion as they took in the scene before their eyes. They all had a hunch that something serious was about to happen. It's the college administrative department. That's the most powerful department of the Dermic Armament Pavilion. Who would dare offend them? That fatty looks familiar. However, he'll be in great trouble after assaulting those people from the college administrative department. Old Lu, who was in the shop, also grew nervous and anxious because of Wang Beol. However, he had no say in issues like this. He could only react with anxiety, and as the masses continued their discussions, Wang Beol lowered his head and looked at Sun under his feet. Now, can I speak? Chap, you need not say anything. You're bold. But I really want to know if you'll still be so daring when our backup from the college administrative department arrives later on. Sun wiped the crimson-red blood from the corner of his lips and lay on the ground, beaten, as he looked viciously at Wang Beol, laughing coldly. The disciples from the college administrative department standing around were already activating their voice transmission rings and contacting the college administrative department. Thereafter, as they all looked toward Wang Beol, their eyes carried a look of hostility and chilliness. When the experts from the college administrative department arrived later on, the fatty before them would be scared stiff and regret attacking them. That was especially so for the long-faced youth, who gritted his teeth and looked at Wang Beol with intense anger. Wang Beol raised his eyebrows and decided to retrieve his voice transmission ring as well. He was about to open it when Sun, who noticed the scene, laughed coldly instantly. Finding someone for help? Chap, it's no use speaking to anyone regarding what's happened today. If I can't fix you, I, Sun Fong, will go by Fong Sun. Fix me. Wang Beol's eyes carried an even chillier vibe as he opened the voice transmission ring to contact the main team leader who had led him to Chan Yutong previously. Senior Brother Zhou, I'm still not familiar with the Inspector main team. Please help me convey an order to the Inspector main team that I want all disciples from the team to assemble at the Southern Range Market within 5 minutes. Senior Brother Wang, what happened? Zhou Penghai, the blue-shirt cultivator, was in his cave abode thinking about how to build a rosy relationship with Wang Beol when he received Wang Beol's voice transmission. He was surprised, and after listening clearly to what Wang Beol told him, he was shocked and asked about the matter from Wang Beol immediately. He politely addressed him as Senior Brother Wang. It was apparent that he did not want to be careless. Within the Southern Range Market, Wang Beol was stepping on Sun Fong as he spoke calmly into the voice transmission ring. Nothing serious happened. It's just that some fellow named Sun Fong from the college administrative department is threatening me, claiming that he will get me fixed, Wang Beol said and looked at Sun Fong, who was still on the floor, sneering. Wang Beol did not turn on the broadcasting function, so Sun Fong was unable to hear the conversation between him and Zhou Penghai through the voice transmission. When Zhou Penghai heard Wang Beol's reply, he took a deep breath and did a quick search on who was the one carrying out the enforcement. After realizing that the person did not belong to his team, he heaved a sigh of relief. His eyes, however, suddenly lit up as he realized that it was an opportunity for him. He wanted to make sure that the entire matter was handled properly and thus contacted the Inspector main team immediately. He sounded extremely stern since he held a high status within the college administrative department and was the right-hand man of Chun Yutong. Furthermore, the Inspector main team had also heard about their newly appointed main team leader. Now, after hearing Zhou Penghai's words, the 30-man strong Inspector main team started moving. Together with Zhou Penghai, they charged directly toward the Southern Range Market. Along the way, he thought about the matter and contacted the main team leader in charge of the team carrying out the enforcement now to relay the information. That team leader seemed to be refining dermic artifacts as Zhou Penghai heard the sounds resulting from refinement failure. After explaining the situation, Zhou Penghai heard him take a breath. That person had apparently also heard from Chen Yutong that Wang Beol would likely be the person taking over the college administrative department. Thank you so much, Brother Zhou. That damn Sun Fong. I'll go over right now. As the entire group charged straight towards Southern Range Market, Sun Fong, who was still under the feet of Wang Beol, looked at him sending out voice transmissions and grew a little nervous. However, He interpreted the situation and still felt that there would be no issues, so he began to laugh condescendingly. Chap, you sure are a good actor. What do you mean by you're not familiar with the Inspector main team and need someone to relay your orders for you? Who do you think you are? Sun Fong jeered at Wang Beol. He had left his residence early that day and was not aware that Wang Beol had been appointed as one of the main team leaders. If he was not aware of the news, it meant that the disciples surrounding him were even more clueless. After all, Wang Beol's appointment had just recently happened. As a result, the group of people started laughing, their laughter becoming even more derisive as they looked at Wang Beol. This person is interesting. He made it seem so real by the way he spoke just now and almost duped me. So, the person provoking us is such a prominent character. Huh? Ha ha. The disciples from the college administrative department were all laughing till their bellies ached. Of them, the long-faced youth's laughter was the loudest and most condescending. When Wang Beol heard the words from the people around him, he looked calm as he raised his head, glancing at the sky. Seeing how calm Wang Beol was, Sun Fong was a little suspicious and surprised. However, he still felt that he should not be frightened over such matters and began to speak with his teeth clenched. Chap, I'll wait and see if you can really assemble everyone from the Inspector main team today. If you... He did not manage to complete his sentence as his voice transmission ring began vibrating vigorously. Noticing that it was his main team leader that was sending him the voice transmission, Sun Fong was momentarily surprised. He suddenly had a hunch that something was amiss and a hint of disbelief rose in him as he hurriedly opened his voice transmission ring. Instantly, a torrent of angry roars erupted from the voice transmission ring, exploding into his ears like deafening thunder. Sun Fong, you rascal. Just you wait. I'll fuck all your ancestors. Are you blind to provoke Wang Beol? Release him immediately. Immediately. The main team leader's voice erupted, causing Sun Fong to tremble all over. His mind was buzzing as he had never heard the main team leader so furious throughout his years working there. His breathing became extremely rapid, and his eyes stared wide open as frightening waves crashed in his mind. He was dumbfounded. Wang Beol pursed his lips and remained silent. Even though the main team leader's voice was as loud as thunder, the disciples a distance away, who were still insulting Wang Beol with their words and laughter, did not hear them. Seeing that their team leader had received a voice transmission, they immediately grew excited. That was especially so for the long-faced youth, who could not resist himself as he shouted, "Senior brother Sun, are our men from the college administrative department arriving? Haha, chap, I'll see if you can still be so arrogant later on." As the crowd surrounding him grew excited, Sun Fong's body trembled, and his neck turned red. "Shut up, all of you." As he roared, Sun Fong turned pale as he cautiously looked at Wang Beol. A look of shock and misfortune flashed across his eyes as he asked Wang Beol the following with a trembling voice. Are you Wang Beol? You know who I am?" Wang Beol spoke calmly. However, as those words fell into Sun Fong's ears, they were akin to innumerable claps of thunder exploding loudly, causing him to tremble like a sieve as he turned ghastly white instantly. He was on the brink of tears, and the crowd surrounding him also began to notice that something was amiss. Their breathing quickened, and they no longer dared to create any ruckus. As he prepared to speak, Sun Fong was about to break down. However, right at that moment, a series of shuffling sounds emerged from afar. Cruisers arrived one by one, amounting to over 15 of them. The cruisers neared in the blink of an eye, and tens of disciples dressed in Taoist robes from the college administrative department immediately leaped from them. Among them, there were about 9 armament disciples, all looking extremely stern and serious as they approached. 4 of them led the way. Other than Zhou Penghai and another burly youth wearing a fierce expression, the 2 other people looked extremely stern and were dressed in black inspector robes. With a glance, one could see that they were the subordinate team leaders of the inspector main team. The moment those people appeared, the people standing around and the college administrative department disciples on the ground immediately gasped in shock. Sun Fong trembled even more vigorously as he began to see stars. However, none of that was the most shocking. What really made their minds buzz with a torrent of activity was when the two subordinate team leaders from the Inspector main team and the 30 or so disciples behind him leaped over the others and rushed toward Wang Baol the moment they saw him, having recognized him instantly despite having only just meeting him in person. When they neared, they all kneeled down and greeted Wang Baol respectfully with cupped fists. Their words were extremely formal and polite. "Greetings, main team leader." As they spoke, Sun Fong began to see stars. He screamed pitifully and lost consciousness, and his subordinates surrounding him were all overwhelmed with surprise, their minds buzzing noisily with activity. They were dumbfounded and began gasping in immense shock. Main team leader. Is he really the main team leader of the Inspector main team? Gosh, how is this possible? Of everyone, the long-faced youth was thrown into the biggest shock. His whole body trembled, and he was completely dazed as he reeled in fear and disbelief. Wang Baol slowly inhaled. Everything that had happened made him slightly adrift. In reality, he was familiar with this feeling. It was exactly the same as when he was the head prefect on the Lower Academy Island. However, when he gained admission to Upper Academy Island, he had lost the power that he had held previously, despite having advanced upward. It was not until now that he regained authority. Inevitably, he needed a moment to catch his breath but quickly recovered from the unfamiliarity. He raised his leg and spoke calmly. "Take all of them away." The moment he spoke, the inspectors surrounding him immediately carried out the order. They instantly spread out, apprehending Sun Fong and all of his subordinates. All of the apprehended were drowned in fear with bitterness in their hearts, especially the long-faced youth who was trembling with terror. At the same time, Sun Fong also regained consciousness, but when he thought of what had happened, he fainted again. When the inspectors from the Inspector main team had taken Sun Fong and company away, Zhou Penghai and the youth beside him approached Wang Baol to greet him. After an introduction by Zhou Penghai, Wang Baol came to know that the youth was the main team leader in charge of the branch team that Sun Fong belonged to, and he slightly narrowed his eyes. The youth laughed bitterly, and after a brief explanation, Wang Baol did not pursue the matter further. Soon, the trio were chatting heartily, which brought a wave of relief to the youth. Before long, as the sky darkened, the duo bade farewell and left Wang Baol. After greeting the store owners in the market, Wang Baol picked up the snacks that he had bought. Old Lu, the store owner, seemed more reserved, but gratitude was evident from his eyes. That made Wang Baol extremely heartened, and he left without saying anything else. Wang Baol left, and when he finally disappeared from sight, the entire market burst out in commotion. When Wang Baol was around, no one had dared make any comments, but with Wang Baol's departure, the disciples, including Old Lu, began discussing with much fervor. "Gosh, I never would have thought. I really wouldn't have imagined. It's difficult to tell that this unassuming-looking fatty was actually the main team leader of the Inspector main team. That's the second most powerful individual of the college administrative department. Wang Baol. I remember now. He is a true breath expert with an 8-inch spirit root, the one who contributed tremendously to the Tao College during his experience in the Spirit Breath Village. It's him. It's Wang Baol who was slandered on the Spirit intranet a while ago. I heard that he was the one and only head prefect of the Dermic Armament Faculty of the Lower Academy Island, a position that has never been held before." Amid the people's discussions, Wang Baol sat on the cruiser and charged toward his cave abode. He was full of thought as he recalled some words that his father had told him. If you do not want to be bullied, you have to be at the top. With that thought, Wang Baol's determination to achieve his dream of becoming the president of the Federation grew stronger. "I will not let the time I have used to read the high officials' autobiographies all these years go to waste. Sooner or later, the slimmest, most handsome Wang Baol from the Federation will definitely—" Wang Baol raised his head proudly and was about to make an oath when a wave of excited sound suddenly reverberated in his ears, growing louder as if it was nearing him. "This sounds familiar." Wang Baol was confused, but even before he could react, the loud boom reverberated in the skies. The cruiser that he was on was suddenly slapped heavily, hurling it directly onto the ground. "What's going on?" Wang Baol screamed pitifully. All he could feel was that his world was spinning round and round. As he screamed, he noticed that a gigantic diamond ape in the skies. The diamond ape looked excited as it pounded its chest with both hands and gnashed its teeth. It made sounds as if to make fun of Wang Baol. The noises were extremely disturbing, at a level comparable to Wang Baol's immense capabilities, as it spread out in all directions. "It's you again." Wang Baol grew frustrated again when he raised his head to take a look, after taking much effort to stabilize the cruiser again. He did not know if he had a special affinity with this diamond ape, since it was the second time that he had bumped into him. It was obvious that it recognized Wang Baol's cruiser. Based on the diamond ape's facial expression, "I did not fly into the higher cloud layers, but this hairy monkey still attacked me. Is he bullying me because I'm nice?" Wang Baol was furious, not wanting to brush off an issue like this. However, when he thought of the strong backing and the level of cultivation that the diamond ape had, "I'll bear with it." Wang Baol gritted his teeth, planning to exit his cruiser before stowing it away. He thought about how he could not afford to provoke the diamond ape, and that the diamond ape probably would not dare attack him further after he removed the cruiser from its sight. However, even before he could step off the cruiser, the apparently experienced diamond ape with its glistening white teeth and a look of disdain suddenly charged toward Wang Baol's cruiser, slapping it hard once again. With a loud bang, Wang Baol screamed pitifully as his cruiser was hurled like a ball. Like before, the cruiser was thrown into the air, rotating several rounds midair before being stabilized forcefully. Wang Baol's anger reached boiling point, but as he recalled the kind advice offered by others to never reprimand the monkey, he planned to swallow it down. However, he saw the ape continuing to contort its body into an offensive position, shaking its buttocks and baring its teeth at him. That instantly tripped something in Wang Baol's mind. He could no longer bear it and opened the cover of the cruiser, stood up, and shouted at the diamond ape while pointing at it. "You hairy monkey! Annoying, sick monkey! You're a bully! To hell with you! Do you dare wait and battle me after I break through from the true breath realm? If you dare not, you're my son. You bear grudges? I'm someone who remembers grudges better than anyone else. There is no end to this matter between us." As Wang Baol was unleashing his wrath, he did not consider what it would mean if his son was really a monkey. Now his loud voice began to spread. On Upper Academy Island, disciples from the various pavilions noticed the exchange between the diamond ape and Wang Baol. They were originally just watching the show, but when they heard Wang Baol's voice, their facial expressions changed instantly. "Is this a newbie? Gosh, he actually dared scold the diamond ape. We have to run. Doesn't he know that once the diamond ape is offended, it will remember the gaffe, and the only way out of it is to be played by it 3 times. However, it would only be 3 times at most. It would pass if he bore with it. After that, the beast taming pavilion will offer compensation." Troubles brewing. The disciples from the various pavilions standing around all carried shocked expressions. They immediately retreated as if they would be safer the further they were from this place. The diamond ape was pounding its chest and baring its teeth in midair. After it heard Wang Baol scolding it, it trembled all over and eventually stopped showing its teeth and pounding its chest. Its breathing grew rapid, and its eyes turned red with anger, as it suddenly roared furiously at Wang Baol. The roar was deafening, immediately spreading in all directions. As the sound spread, the disciples who were fleeing felt that their heads were about to explode. They picked up speed, and some of them even retrieved their cruisers. "Chaos incoming! Run! The diamond ape is going to unleash its wrath." As they scurried away in shock, gasps also emerged from the levitating mountain where the beast taming pavilion was located. Numerous disciples from the beast taming pavilion were thrown into a flurry. They instantly retrieved their masks and put them on at the fastest possible speed. Despite that, some were still worried as they hurriedly searched for a protective chamber. At the same time, Wang Baol got a shock due to the diamond ape's angry, agitated howl. He felt strong gusts of wind blowing at him as the diamond ape turned extremely savage in the blink of an eye. Is there a need to be like this? I have only scolded you, not hit you. What a fragile ego you have. Wang Bao's facial expression revealed his surprise, and he was about to take action when suddenly, the diamond ape in the air turned around, its back facing Wang Bao after it threw an angry glance at him. It seemed like it was trying hard to control and restrain itself. That's what I'm saying. This fella is reasonable. After all. Seeing what had happened, Wang Bao heaved a sigh of relief. He thought that he should not provoke the diamond ape any further since it had a more ferocious temper than him. So he controlled his cruiser and dashed in the direction of his cave abode, while the diamond ape still had its back turned against him. However, just as Wang Bao drove his cruiser away, the diamond ape that was back facing him suddenly inhaled deeply. The suction force from its breath was extremely strong, such that a whirlwind appeared in the skies before him. Vegetation and other plants grown on the levitating mountain were also being pulled at an angle. The diamond ape slowly raised its buttocks as it took a deep breath. Wang Bao, who was speeding away, was momentarily frozen with shock when he noticed what was happening. Dumbfounded, he stared with his eyes wide open. What's going on? The instant Wang Bao opened his mouth, the diamond ape raised its buttocks even higher as it inhaled sufficient air to fill its stomach completely. In the blink of an eye, it forcefully contracted its muscles, and a deafening boom immediately emerged. As the sound was produced, a cloud of translucent fog spread, directly tumbling toward Wang Bao like an invisible wave. Wang Bao's mind instantly buzzed with activity. He had never expected that this highly revered diamond ape would actually direct its fart toward him after being scolded. This. Wang Bao was immediately thrown over the edge as he tried to avoid it. The entire series of events, from Wang Bao scolding the diamond ape to it unleashing its most formidable retaliation, happened in the blink of an eye. As Wang Bao trembled and went crazy with shock, the flatulence had already tumbled toward him, instantly enveloping Wang Bao and his cruiser in it. The fog seemed to be encompassing a unique force. The cruiser momentarily malfunctioned the moment the fog entered, and there was no way to prevent the fog from entering. It spread throughout the cabin, and Wang Bao screamed tragically after taking a whiff of it. This is definitely not a fart. It's poison. The smell of the fart was indescribably pungent. Wang Bao had never smelled something like that in his entire life. He was about to throw up with the fart shrouding him, but he did not dare escape from the cruiser seeing how concentrated the fog was outside. Therefore, struggling to stay conscious, he unleashed all his spirit chi while screaming painfully. After much effort, the cruiser emerged from the fog at high speed. As it emerged, Wang Bao did not bother controlling the cruiser anymore. The first thing he did was to jump off the cruiser. However, even though he had escaped from the cruiser, the surrounding air still carried the pungent smell. As the fog spread, almost all the pavilions on Upper Academy Island were shrouded in it. Instantly, painful and angry screams erupted all around from helpless and furious students. Wang Bao took a whiff of it and vomited as he could no longer control himself. He felt like he had been poisoned, and he raised his head, staring angrily at the diamond ape in midair. Now the diamond ape was soaked in glee. It pounded its chest again, and as it howled, it bared its teeth at Wang Bao, its eyes ridiculing Wang Bao. Its teeth were extremely white, beautiful, and extraordinary. The way that it bared its teeth was like it was trying to show off. Wang Bao's hatred toward it grew even more deep-seated. Just you wait. Wang Bao gritted his teeth and was about to leave when suddenly, at this instant, a deep-sounding roar emerged from the beast-taming pavilion on the levitating mountain. Blackie, you're being unruly again. This time, your punishment is to be locked in for 3 months. Return right away. The voice was thunderous, spreading in all directions. The diamond ape, which was in midair, suddenly trembled all over, fearful and slightly indignant. It lowered its head and glanced fiercely at Wang Bao before carefully turning around, dashing directly toward the beast-taming pavilion. Wang Baol's anger was still not appeased even though he saw that the diamond ape had been punished. He felt that the punishment was too lenient, but he had no control over it himself. Thus, he could only control his anger and look at his severely damaged cruiser that had been slammed onto the ground. He wanted to cry but could not produce any tears. In his anger, Wang Baol took the cruiser back to his cave abode while gritting his teeth. He kept thinking about how to seek revenge, but even before he could think of a way, when his armament disciple Taoist robe arrived on the second day, an armament disciple from the beast-taming pavilion showed up as well, apologizing for the diamond ape's behavior and presenting Wang Baol with compensation. "Senior brother Baol, please do not take offense. The diamond ape is so unruly that we are also troubled by it." Seeing the polite attitude exhibited by the disciple from the beast-taming pavilion, Wang Baol did not unleash his anger. He appeared to have forgiven the ape for what had happened on the surface, but he still silently held a grudge in his mind. "Sickening monkey! Wang Baol will remember this." Wang Baol harumphed coldly and buried the matter in his heart. After that, he continued his cultivation and studies on Upper Academy Island. His fame in the college administrative department also grew as news of what had happened in the market spread. That was compounded by the fact that the inspector main team that he was in charge of was extremely powerful. Therefore, in the days that followed, not only did the disciples from the inspector main team report to him regularly, Wang Baol also had many visitors. Gradually, Wang Baol's name became more familiar in the minds of the disciples from the Dermic Armament Pavilion. At the same time, Wang Baol did not neglect refining Dermic artifacts. After completing the refinement of a perfect first-grade Dermic artifact, Wang Baol thought about trying to refine a second-grade Dermic artifact. Even though the assessment for disciples did not require one to refine a perfect second-grade Dermic artifact but a third-grade numinous treasure instead. However, Wang Baol felt that it was crucial for him to build the foundation and decided to take steady steps toward that. Therefore, he put in a lot of effort into refining a perfect second-grade Dermic artifact. As for the scabbard that little Missy from the mask had suggested, Wang Baol also began to study how to refine it in this time period. Days passed just like that until one day, the combat pavilion made an announcement to the whole of Upper Academy Island. Commotion arose in almost all the pavilions of Upper Academy Island, and people's eyes all lit up as they planned their next move. That was especially so for the disciples from the Alchemy Pavilion and the Dermic Armament Pavilion. After seeing the notice by the Combat Pavilion, they all grew exhilarated. Even though Wang Baol was immersed in the process of refining a second-grade Dermic artifact, he was the main team leader of the Inspector main team and did not have to personally seek out information for what was happening. His savvy subordinates from the Inspector main team would immediately convey the information to Wang Baol. Combat Pavilion's tournament? After receiving the voice transmission, Wang Baol, who was studying how to refine the scabbard, raised his head, slightly confused. Senior disciples from the Dermic Armament Pavilion were familiar with the Combat Pavilion's tournament, but as Wang Baol was still new to Upper Academy Island, he was curious and began inquiring further. His subordinate from the Inspector main team immediately explained the situation to him. Gradually, Wang Baol gained a better understanding of the Combat Pavilion's tournament. In reality, the Combat Pavilion was an extremely powerful force on Upper Academy Island. Even on ordinary days, their cultivation and missions were intense, and they handled top-secret matters from the outside. It would not be an exaggeration to call them the Blade of Ethereal Tao College. At the same time, to the majority of people, in terms of combating power, the abilities of the Combat Pavilion's disciples far exceeded that of other pavilions. Therefore, most of the time, disciples on Upper Academy Island from the Combat Pavilion were cultivators of combat. As a result, the Combat Pavilion was usually given several times more resources compared to the other pavilions. That was especially so after they completed their missions, as their one-time gains were enough to make the disciples from other pavilions drool with envy. Therefore, even though disciples from the Combat Pavilion faced high levels of danger when they are out, they were compensated richly in terms of monetary gains. However, since they were ferocious cultivators of combat, it was naturally expected of them to be cultivating hard all the time. This led to the emergence of the Combat Pavilion's annual tournament that consisted of 5 rounds. with each round for each of the 5 levels of the True Breath realm competing on different terms. The annual Combat Pavilion tournament was important to the other pavilions and the entire Ethereal Dao College. Everyone paid great attention to it. It was such a significant event that every year, officials from the Federation as well as military personnel would spectate it in order to discover talents. This was so that they could recruit and confirm individuals to be appointed in advance. It was precisely because the event garnered so much attention from the outside world that disciples from the Combat Pavilion placed even greater importance on it. The outcome of the event, regardless of whether it was good or bad, would be recorded and rewarded accordingly. As such, regardless of whether it was the Alchemy Pavilion, the Dermic Armament Pavilion, or the Array Runes Pavilion, it meant that the time to strike it rich had arrived for their disciples who usually played a supportive role. After all, the more importance that the disciples from the Combat Pavilion placed on the tournament, the more they needed to equip themselves. Therefore, their need for dermic artifacts, pills, and array formations would exponentially grow. The generic items handed out by Upper Academy Island were naturally insufficient to satisfy the Combat Pavilion disciples' needs for the tournament. They needed to purchase the items from the other pavilions on their own, and that led to the emergence of a popular saying among the disciples of the supporting pavilions. The day the Combat Pavilion tournament happens is the day we strike it rich. That was not all, for it would make the level of participation of the other pavilions too shallow. Furthermore, this would make the other pavilions segregated from the Combat Pavilion, and that was not in accordance to the plans made by Ethereal Dao College with regards to the disciples' cultivation. After all, in the years that Ethereal Dao College spent planning and deciphering the Great Dao, they concluded that it was no mean feat it required the disciples to advance forward while supporting each other. Even though they did not frown upon individualistic pursuits, they encouraged collaboration. Therefore, the annual tournament held by the Combat Pavilion appeared to be a simple competition on the surface, but it was far from that in reality. There was a rule in the tournament that the participating disciples had to find a teammate and collaborate together for the tournament. One could partner up with alchemy cultivators from the Alchemy Pavilion, dermic armament cultivators from the dermic armament pavilion, array runes cultivators from the array runes pavilion, or those from the beast taming pavilion, and so on. Even if they could not find anyone from those pavilions, they could still partner up with someone from the Combat Pavilion. In the event that one failed to find a partner, the Dao College would even assign someone compatible to form a team. This way, the Combat Pavilion's tournament would include everyone. It was also due to this that the officials from the Federation and the other military personnel would spectate it, making it one of the biggest events of Ethereal Dao College. After understanding the details and rules of the Combat Pavilion's tournament, Wang Baol's eyes lit up as well. It cost him close to nothing to manufacture spirit stones, which allowed him to amass significant wealth, making him a rich tycoon on the Lower Academy Island. However, when he reached Upper Academy Island, the task of refining 100 perfect first-grade dermic artifacts had already depleted much of his savings. Now that he was refining second-grade dermic artifact, the costs were even more exorbitant. Even someone as wealthy as him found the process slightly unsustainable. The only way would be to stop the refinement process and switch gears to manufacture spirit stones for the entire day instead. After a period of time, it was likely that his wealth would be replenished. However, time would be wasted if this method was adopted, which threw Wang Baol into a dilemma. In addition, the sect did not seem to have concluded its tallying of Wang Baol's gains in the Spirit Breath Village for some reason, and his reward had not been given yet. Wang Baol was growing impatient, and now that he heard about the Combat Pavilion's tournament from his subordinate, he immediately felt that this was an opportunity for him. Other disciples from the dermic armament usually first sell the dermic artifacts that they have refined before using the spirit stones that they have earned in return to support their cultivation and research studies. This forms a positive feed-forward cycle and is something that I should follow. Wang Baol seemed to gain a profound realization as he took out a portion of his dermic artifacts to record their data before logging on to the Spirit intranet to list them for sale. At this time, there was a flurry of activity on Upper Academy Island's Spirit intranet. Posts related to the sale of dermic artifacts, pills, and array formations were aplenty, and there were also some disciples from the Combat Pavilion looking for teammates for the tournament. With regards to the pricing of his dermic artifacts, Wang Baol did some comparisons and decided that he should not be too unreasonable. Therefore, he listed them at 10 times the cost price, which in reality could be considered cheap. He saw that there were many disciples from the Dermic Armament Pavilion listing their Dermic artifacts at absurd prices, mostly over 10 times the price of the cost price. The most exaggerated listing that he saw was 50 to 100 times the base price. That's too unreasonable. Wang Baol suddenly had the thought that such a kind-hearted soul like himself was a rare find in the Dermic Armament Pavilion. At the same time, he was glad to have chosen to enter the Dermic Armament faculty in his early days. After selling these Dermic artifacts, I should be able to sustain myself until the sect dispenses the reward for my gains in the Spirit Breath Village. Wang Baol thought about it and felt that there should be no major issue. He then continued studying the method to refine the scabbard. Slowly, 3 days went by. Wang Baol felt that he had already fully understood the first step required in the refinement of the scabbard. He wanted to try refining it when he realized that the Dermic artifacts that he had listed for sale on the Spirit intranet did not garner any interest, and that made him troubled. It would not have mattered if it was a simple issue of having no buyers. However, Wang Baol looked around the Spirit intranet and found that many Dermic artifacts that were of poorer quality but of significantly higher price than what he had were being sold away, and that made him confused. Are these people blind? Are foolish people too rich that they only buy expensive stuff? Frowning, Wang Baol decided to increase the price of his listing. After setting them to be sold at 17 times the cost price, he then continued manufacturing the spirit stones required for the scabbard. Soon, several days passed. It was difficult to refine the spirit stones for the scabbard, and Wang Baol had failed a few times but eventually still succeeded. Looking at the scabbard-shaped spirit stones, Wang Baol was filled with satisfaction. His act of increasing the prices of the Dermic artifact that he had listed on the Spirit intranet also seemed to have taken effect, as more people seemed to have viewed the items. Now, as Wang Baol checked the Spirit intranet, he realized that some people had even sent him voice transmissions. However, just as Wang Baol excitedly opened up his voice transmission ring, his anger rose the instant he heard the message. "Hey junior brother, how's this deal? 200 spirit stones for the 11 Dermic artifacts that you listed, all in a bundle. 200 spirit stones? You think this is daylight robbery? There are 7 perfect first grade and 4 perfect second grade artifacts, and you are only offering 200 spirit stones." Wang Baol was angry, thinking that the other party must have been crazy to suggest a price that could barely cover the cost price. No deal? Then forget it. There are so many Dermic armament cultivators in the Dermic Armament Pavilion, including many who are reliable and well-known. Who would believe you if you say that your perfect second-grade Dermic artifacts are most formidable? How about this? Give me one for free. Let me try it, and if it really works, I'll make up the cost difference to you. Get lost. I'm not selling it to you. Wang Baol stared hard and immediately shut the voice transmission ring off before beginning to carve inscriptions on the spirit stones that he had just refined. The only issue was that the difficulty of this step far exceeded that of the spirit stones refinement process. It required a thorough understanding of the structure of the inscriptions. Even though Wang Baol had learned about high-level inscriptions on Upper Academy Island that, when coupled with his formula, were considered superior, he still faced multiple failures at this step. 5 days passed just like that. Due to the instability of the inscriptions, the scabbard lying in front of Wang Baol broke apart and was rendered useless. Wang Baol was so troubled that he furrowed his brow deeply. This thing is too hard to refine. The spirit kernels required are already difficult to make, but this is compounded by the fact that in the forging stage of the refinement process to follow, a refinement material known as armament sand is required. What on earth is this armament sand? Frustrated, Wang Baol did a brief search that did not show any records about the armament sand. His refinement process had not reached the forging stage but had instead come to a halt at the inscription of spirit kernels. I can't carry on this way. Wang Baol pondered for a moment and did not continue refining the scabbard. Instead, he turned and restarted the process of refining perfect second-grade Dermic artifacts, planning to use the practice on making second-grade Dermic artifacts to hone his skills in carving inscriptions. Days passed, and soon, There were only 5 days left before the tournament. While Wang Baol was refining perfect second-grade dermic artifacts, he also refined all his dermic artifacts once over, such that majority of them reached the level equivalent to that of a perfect second-grade dermic artifact. He also added many inscriptions on them, especially on the bead of the golden bell shield. Not only was it a perfect second-grade dermic artifact, it also carried anti-tremor inscriptions that mimicked the force of the spirit chi tide. It was at this moment that Wang Baol discovered disappointingly that his pockets were empty. It was the first time that he had been completely broke since entering the Ethereal Dao College. This made Wang Baol slightly flustered, and as he logged onto the spirit intranet in frustration, he realized that no one was interested in buying the dermic artifacts that he had listed. In addition, even though there were some messages regarding price negotiations sent through the voice transmission ring, the prices offered did not meet Wang Baol's expectations at all. Something's not right. Interpreting the situation, Wang Baol inevitably began to analyze the situation. As he browsed the spirit intranet, he seemed to be deep in thought. Gradually, he began to see the difference between the objects that others sold and those that he was selling. Most of the time, there was a branding effect. There were a few sellers whose products were instantly sold out the moment they list them, be it pills or dermic artifacts. There were a few others whom, though not to such an exaggerated extent, were also relatively popular. Regardless of how ridiculous the prices demanded were, people willingly bought them. Similarly, there were many new sellers without a stable reputation and branding like Wang Baol whose items did not garner much interest and were constantly being lowballed. This is unbelievable. Wang Baol felt a headache developing. He began to think about the previous buyer who wanted to try his dermic artifacts out. If everything went well, the other party would pay the remainder of the spirit stones once trying them out and would also increase the exposure of the dermic artifacts to a greater crowd, who would then flock to buy the items from Wang Baol. However, the power of initiative in matters like that still lay in the hands of the other party. If it did not go according to plan, it would be a tricky and troublesome matter. Wang Baol was extremely strong-headed, and he would never give others the power to determine the outcome, unless he was left without a choice. After thinking about it, he scratched his head. He revealed a look of determination as he slapped his thigh hard. I should not only limit the selling to before the tournament. Don't I just need a good reputation and branding? I'll raise the stakes this time so that I can reap the greatest gains. No one cares about my dermic artifacts now, but I will make them something that everyone will desire regardless of how high the price is after the tournament. Wang Baol looked determined, but he had also been forced to behave this way. The feeling of being completely penniless was difficult for him to get used to, similar to when a wealthy individual was used to living lavishly but was suddenly turned into a pauper overnight. This feeling forced Wang Baol to think of ways to sell off his dermic artifacts. He slapped his thigh and stood up after taking a deep breath. After walking a few rounds around the cave abode, it became more obvious that he was deep in thought. He stopped in his tracks after analyzing and playing out his plan in his mind, concluding that there should be no major issue. I'll do it this way. Wang Baol gritted his teeth and took out his voice transmission ring immediately to contact Zhuo Yifan. Hey Yifan, I heard about the tournament held by the combat pavilion. How's your preparation been? Do you need me to facilitate you? With me around, you'll definitely… You already found someone to facilitate you in the match. Zhuo Yifan was extremely embarrassed. He had originally wanted to team up with Wang Baol but was afraid that Wang Baol would reject him. After some hesitation, he did not reach out to Wang Baol and instead found someone else. After Wang Baol made it known to Zhuo Yifan that he understood his reasoning, he put down the voice transmission ring. He did not give up, for he had decided to go all out this time around. Even though those dermic artifacts of his had no reputation or branding, he would create them himself. The best way to create branding and to build up a good reputation would be to astonish everyone with how powerful his dermic artifacts were in front of all the spectators. The goal would be to throw everyone into disbelief that such an impossibly formidable set of dermic artifacts actually existed in this world, such that it would make a lasting impression and simultaneously increase people's desire to possess them. To put it simply, this was advertising. As for the place to advertise the dermic artifacts, Wang Baol had long decided. The location would be where the Combat Pavilions tournament would be held. There was no other place that garnered as much attention as the tournament. Wang Baol was planning to make use of the tournament to create a strong branding effect for his dermic artifacts. After all, the Combat Pavilions tournament had become the focus of the entire Upper Academy Island. Numerous people would be spectating it, and as such, as long as the dermic artifacts could shine in the tournament, it would definitely surprise everyone and, in the process, create a good reputation. In reality, this method of advertising had been thought of not only by Wang Baol but also a number of people in the other pavilions. Even though they were not exceptionally talented, they were also relatively skilled in their own domains. To these people, immediate wealth did not matter as much as a good reputation. Therefore, the annual Combat Pavilions tournament was an opportunity for them to build a good reputation. Their goal of sponsoring the disciples from the Combat Pavilion by giving them the dermic artifacts, pills, or array runes that they had refined, as well as acceding to their requests, was to use the tournament to advertise and raise the worth of the objects that they had refined. This win-win situation was naturally favored by the disciples from the Combat Pavilion. At the same time, the Tao College did not regulate against it. Therefore, new pills, dermic artifacts, and array runes could be seen during the Combat Pavilions tournament every year. However, Wang Baol's plans were slightly different from theirs. To play it safe and to adjust to the ever-changing circumstances during the tournament, Wang Baol had decided to participate in the tournament in order to ensure that his branding and advertising would succeed. This way, he could make adjustments based on the actual situation. Even if something unexpected happened to his plan, he could immediately rectify it and publicize his dermic artifacts to the fullest. As he thought about this, Wang Baol grew alert. He held onto his voice transmission ring and thought about a suitable candidate. Since Shui Yifan is unable to make it, then Chun Ziheng will be suitable. With that thought, Wang Baol immediately sent a voice transmission to Chun Ziheng. However, he soon realized that Chun Ziheng had also found a supporting teammate. That made Wang Baol frustrated. In reality, like Shui Yifan, Chun Ziheng had thought about teaming up with Wang Baol. However, Wang Baol was thought to be far too superior in the minds of these people, and since Chun Ziheng was also a prideful person who was afraid of being rejected, he did not approach Wang Baol. Wang Baol grew anxious and quickly began contacting all the Combat Pavilion disciples that he was familiar with. However, he was dumbfounded in the end as he had been a step too late. As it was merely days away from the tournament, almost everyone had already found a supporting teammate. Wang Baol was indignant that this was happening. Therefore, he logged onto the Spirit intranet as he recalled that he had once seen someone looking for a supporting teammate on it. Finally, after searching hard, he found a Combat Pavilion disciple who was not only extremely stingy in the price that he offered but also sounded quite arrogant. "I'm now cultivating for the tournament and do not have time to meet you. I do not want to know who you are, nor do you need to know who I am. Let's just meet at the competition grounds when the time comes. You do not need to prepare anything since you're just there to make up the numbers." In reality, if not for this darn regulation and my indignation for being embarrassingly paired up by the Tao College, I would not have needed this supporting teammate. This was what the other party sent after Wang Baol reached out to him. It seemed as though he was not even bothered to speak properly. After looking at the message, Wang Baol felt as if the other party had been kicked in the crotch, which made him sound so ridiculous. If it was not that he had no other choice, he would have chosen someone else. However, since the tournament was about to commence, everyone who was normal had found a supporting teammate. Those who had not found one were either crazy as though they had been kicked in the crotch or had planned to be automatically allocated a partner by the Tao College. Who was so vicious to kick this fella so hard, such that he has become so rude? Wang Baol muttered under his breath. But he had no choice but to pair up with this person. He was thinking that since that person was so arrogant, he probably did not need his support. Therefore, he could focus all his attention on advertising the dermic artifacts. The only issue that troubled him was that if the other party did not cooperate, it was likely that he would not use his dermic artifacts. I need to prepare for all unexpected situations. Wang Baol took a deep breath. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that there was something weird with this mysterious person from the Combat Pavilion. However, even so, The only thing he could do was retrieve all his dermic artifacts from the storage bracelet and come up with a good plan. Even though he did not have any more spirit stones, he still had a few materials remaining. Therefore, he made some adjustments to the dermic artifacts on the basis of his own plan. For example, he felt that it was very possible for him to meet with a ferocious beast from the beast-taming pavilion, which prompted him to improvise the rope dermic artifact into a muzzle. He even added a powder that could cause unconsciousness, which he had bought on the spirit intranet. There were also other dermic artifacts that he had improvised for specific situations. There was a dermic artifact known as the Flying Frost Sword that Wang Baol thought would be a popular item. Time passed quickly as Wang Baol made preparations, and there were only 2 days before the commencement of the tournament. The last island on Ethereal Dao College's Green Forest Lake, the Sky Path Island, which was similarly covered with a foggy array formation, was now silently tumbling. One could see that there were several figures stepping out onto the clouds. As they exited the array formations surrounding the Sky Path Island, the array formations slowly transformed into a wide path. Other than the middle-aged man at the center of this group of people, everyone else was an elder. They all looked extremely experienced, and their level of cultivation was sky-high. However, compared to them, the middle-aged man dressed in a long red robe in the center was like a sharp sword. It was as if he could cut through a hurricane once he unleashed his prowess. They stood there, looking up with the middle-aged man in the lead. In the firmament, 3 gigantic black cruisers could be seen approaching gradually. As the cruisers landed, one could see that there were layers of dried blood stains on the cruisers' exteriors. It seemed like the blood belonged to the people killed during the journey by those in the cruiser. On the deck of the cruiser stood hundreds of people wearing the same uniforms. They were all expressionless and carried strong, unusual killing intent. It was apparent that years spent battling with ferocious beasts in life-and-death scenarios had made them develop this toughness. The 3 cruisers were from the Federation's military. The people on board were warriors stationed on the border of the Federation. Now, at the tip of the middle cruiser stood a middle-aged, burly man wearing a black cape. Under the cape was a uniform filled with numerous badges. There was an obvious, unconcealable scar on his face that divided his face in 2. He stood there like a tall mountain, and a ferocious aura was continuously emanating from him. He was as imposing as the red-robed, middle-aged man from Ethereal Dao College. "Zhou Lu, is the fatty you're referring to there?" The burly man shifted his gaze away from the red-robed, middle-aged man on the Sky Path Island, toward Upper Academy Island, as he spoke calmly to the lady beside him, who appeared to be an orderly. Beside him was a slender, beautiful woman who appeared to be filled with wildness that seemed difficult to subdue. She was Zhou Lu, the person who had once been kicked on the buttocks by Wang Baol, the person who could not wait to take revenge on him. The arrival of the Federation military was not known by many on Upper Academy Island. After all, they had landed on the Sky Path Island, which was shrouded by fog. Even if someone saw them from afar, they would merely be surprised and curious, but they would not know the details. In the 2 days that followed, more cruisers arrived in Ethereal Dao College. Most of them were officials from the Federation who were there to spectate the Combat Pavilion's tournament. Similarly, they landed on the Sky Path Island. The arrival of the guests signified that the Combat Pavilion's tournament commencement day was nearing. More discussions could be heard from each pavilion on Upper Academy Island. The anticipation and passion that everyone had toward the tournament also grew as the days passed. During this period of time, disciples from each pavilion had been invited to facilitate in the tournament. For most of these disciples, transactions with the disciples from the Combat Pavilion made them extremely rich, and they managed to earn quite a substantial amount. Amid their delight and happiness, they were also curious toward the competition. Some people had even set up bets in secret, which made the entire Upper Academy Island bustle with even more activity. All the discussions on the Spirit intranet were also about the tournament. On the evening before the tournament, Wang Baol finally managed to complete the final adjustments to the dermic artifacts that he had wanted to advertise. Most of these dermic artifacts were perfect second-grade dermic artifacts, while a small proportion of them were ordinary second-grade dermic artifacts. It's a pity that I am short of time. If not, it would have been possible for all of these to be perfect second-grade dermic artifacts. Wang Baol was pleased, looking at all the dermic artifacts that he had refined, especially the tens of small wooden buckets, which he had specially created. They were his secret weapon to attract the attention of people. Now, as he smiled to himself, Wang Baol felt that his advertising campaign would reach the maximum number of people. Even if that weirdo from the combat pavilion who had been suspected to be kicked in the crotch was uncooperative, Wang Baol still had a way to advertise. Therefore, with feelings of anticipation, he began meditating in order to condition himself. It was an uneventful night. On the morning of the second day, as the sound of the bell from Upper Academy Island reverberated, a gigantic, mirror-like array formation appeared in the middle of the levitating mountain, which glowed brightly. The array formation was immensely majestic. Its glow shimmered, causing everyone's mood to perk up. At the same time, a person stood in midair outside the array formation. That person was an elder, expressionless and dressed from head to toe in a black robe. However, his voice seemed to have the power to permeate through matter as it spread over the entire Upper Academy Island. All participants and supporting teammates are to step into the array formation and proceed to the assessment grounds. People who have no business in the tournament are not to step in. As the elder's words spread, numerous figures appeared quickly in the skies above each of the pavilions. Naturally, most of the people were from the combat pavilion, but there was also a substantial number of people from the other pavilions who were acting as supporting teammates. There were about 20,000 people, some of them standing on their cruisers, and some of them standing on dermic treasures such as flying swords. They were all heading toward the array formation, and if one looked from afar, the streams of rainbows from the people who were charging toward the array formation looked extremely breathtaking. Everyone who witnessed it was shaken with emotions. Once again, they had a clear realization that it was already the spirit inception era, no longer the common era. Wang Baol had also stepped out of his cave abode. He noticed the imposing array formation in the sky and was similarly shaken as his eyes revealed a look of envy and excitement. This was the first time that he had seen so many people in the air at the same time, with many of them having levels of cultivation exceeding that of a first-level true breath. The aura that they gave off was alarming. There were also many of them who were individuals who had peaked at the 5th level of the true breath realm. They were extremely calm and collected, and the suppressive force that they gave off easily exceeded that of the others beside them, as if they could destroy anything in their path. After taking a few hurried breaths, Wang Baol, with a bright glow in his eyes and fresh, boiling blood pumping throughout his body, retrieved the cruiser that he had fixed and stood on it. He rose into the sky, transforming into one of the rainbows in midair and becoming one of the numerous cultivators flying in the clouds. The cruiser was charging ahead, and Wang Baol neared the array formation quickly. Seeing that the other people did not stop, but instead disappeared as they entered the array formation, Wang Baol did not hesitate as his heart beat furiously, dashing straight into the array formation like the others did. The moment that he came into contact with the array formation, all he could see was a blur in his eyes, like he had passed through a water's surface. When he emerged, he was in a place that he had never been to in his life. The skies were still blue and filled with white clouds, with the sword sun still shining high up. However, the land was no longer Upper Academy Island, but one that was covered with numerous gigantic mountains. The mountains were peculiar as they had 4 faces, from front to back and left to right. There were over 100 of them, and what was most shocking was that they all seemed to be carved from the same mold, looking perfectly identical. The distance between them was also identical, as if they had been replicated. This bizarre scene instantly created a commotion among many people who had arrived for the first time. More people entered, and when everyone had entered the area after passing through the array formation, the sound of discussions grew even louder. These mountains, how were they made? This is an array formation. This is such a big deal. I once heard that this was transformed from one of the 9th grade dermic armaments from our very own ethereal Tao College. Amid the sounds of commotion, Wang Baol's breathing also grew hurried. There were so many people surrounding him, and even after Wang Baol sent a voice transmission to that weirdo from the combat pavilion, he still could not locate him after a long while. As he listened to the discussions between those around him, he looked at the mountains in the area below. Vaguely, he could see that there were hundreds of mountains being divided into 5 different regions. However, even before he could take a closer look, a low voice reverberated from above. "Quiet down. True breath experts from the 1st to the 4th levels are to enter the East, West, South, and North regions respectively, while true breaths from the 5th level are to enter the Central region." The sound was like a clap of thunder, extremely deafening as it blasted in people's ears. Instantly, everyone fell into silence, and as they raised their heads subconsciously, sounds of breathing could be heard once again. But this time, no one dared create a commotion. That was because transformations had occurred in what was originally the sky above them. There were now 4 humongous stairwells floating in midair, all linked together to form a square. Many people, over a few hundred of them, could be seen sitting on them, covering the stairwells entirely. At their height, they could see every competition that was happening on the mountains just by simply lowering their heads. This was compounded by the fact that the suppressive force given from many of them was so strong that everyone who felt it was shaken. Even though it was quite a distance away, such that ordinary men would not be able to get a clear look at the individuals seated on the stairwells, the cultivators were able to get a good look by focusing their spirit energy onto their eyes, despite not being able to see it in detail. Wang Baol glanced at all the people on the stairwells as his heart was filled with a torrent of emotions. He noticed that those people were divided into groups of 3, with one group appearing to be soldiers who were wearing the same uniform and giving off a strong killing intent, while the other 2 groups were officials from the Federation as well as Ethereal Dao College. Based on Wang Baol's interpretation of them, there were a few individuals whose existence made Wang Baol's eyes hurt just with a single glance. It was akin to an ordinary man looking into the bright sun in the skies. Wang Baol was taken aback as he quickly retracted his gaze. He did not look at everyone in detail, but instead, he clearly saw that other than a burly man from the military dressed in a black cloak, there was also a middle-aged man dressed in a long red robe who was extremely eye-catching, like the bright sun. Just at the moment that Wang Baol retracted his gaze, he suddenly had the feeling that someone was looking at him. Wang Baol was shocked, and with the thought that he might be mistaken, he looked toward the same direction. As he turned, he immediately noticed that among the military personnel was a woman sitting beside the burly man who was staring at him coldly, with a look of hatred and disgust in her eyes. "She looks familiar. Zhou Lu?" Wang Baol was momentarily dumbfounded, but quickly pretended that nothing was wrong as he slowly retracted his gaze. That woman was Zhou Lu, the one who had used her authority to attack him in Ethereal City. However, she had instead been heavily beaten and kicked in the buttocks by him when he was on the Lower Academy Island back then. "I heard that she left for the military. From her looks, it seems like she recognized me. Could it be that cheap son of mine, Lu Zihao, who spread the news to her?" Wang Baol did not think too much about it. Now that he was a disciple on Upper Academy Island, he thought that Zhou Lu would not be able to take revenge on him. Therefore, he merely sighed and did not pay further attention to it. Soon, according to the announcement, everyone began to spread out and enter the respective regions. Wang Baol also stepped into the East region as if nothing had happened. However, he could feel that Zhou Lu's gaze was still on him. "How irritating," Wang Baol mumbled in his heart. He did not care too much about it as he opened his voice transmission ring and sent another voice transmission to the mysterious person from the combat pavilion whom he was to support. Even though they had exchanged voice transmission numbers on the Spirit intranet, this would be the first time that Wang Baol was meeting him. After informing him of his coordinates, Wang Baol shut the voice transmission ring and stood up to wait for him. However, after a long while, as he saw the people around him gathering in their pairs while he was still alone, Wang Baol began to grow anxious as he thought of possibility of the other party having pulled a prank on him. As the thought lingered, Wang Baol suddenly noticed that someone in the crowd nearby was looking at him. He quickly looked in that direction and immediately saw a youth standing there, looking extremely terrible, as if he had just eaten poop. "Son!" Wang Baol felt that the person looked familiar. He was Lu Zihao, the person whom he had kicked in the crotch and twisted his fingers, the person who had called him daddy. He did not enter the Spirit Breath Village, instead entering Upper Academy Island after receiving the Spirit Root during his journey. Noticing that Wang Baol had seen him, Lu Zihao gritted his teeth as he slowly approached Wang Baol, his face solemn. "It can't be you, right?" Wang Baol blinked several times. Lu Zihao grunted as he lifted his chin. He was extremely indignant, as if he had been left without any other choice. Wang Baol laughed. After sizing Lu Zihao up, he could not help but say, "Come, call me daddy." Hearing the word daddy instantly caused blue veins to emerge on Lu Zihao's forehead. He was about to explode, but he took a deep breath and stared angrily at Wang Baol. "Listen up, Wang Baol. I do not need your help this time. You're only here to make up the numbers. See that? Zhou Lu is up there, staring at you. Darn it, so it was really you who spread the news to her. Son, you sure are daring, huh?" Wang Baol exclaimed and was about to say more, but he noticed the silence all around him. Wang Baol grunted and no longer paid attention to Lu Zihao. However, he could not resist looking at the spectator area of the stairwell in the skies and realized that there were several people with their gazes on him. He was fairly taken aback as he blinked. Why are they all looking at me? I understand why Zhou Lu is staring at me, but what about the others? Could it be that I'm that extraordinary? This must be the case. Wang Baol cleared his throat, consoling himself as doubts arose in his mind. That sneaky-looking fatty is Wang Baol, the one who did a great contribution? On the spectator stand of the stairwell in the skies, the middle-aged man dressed in the red robe noticed Wang Baol secretly looking at them as his lips curled into a smile. An elder sat beside the red-robed middle-aged man. Wang Baol did not take a close look at him, but that person was the Dermic Armament Pavilion elder who had given him Dermic artifacts when he was on the Lower Academy Island because he had been impressed by him. Now, a smile hung on his face as a look of admiration was obvious in his eyes. He replied to the middle-aged man beside him cheerfully after hearing his question. "Deputy Sect Lord, that's him." The moment that the elder from the Dermic Armament Pavilion finished his sentence, another elder beside him asked curiously, "I've heard that this fatty is extremely narcissistic and carries a mirror with him all the time. Is that true?" Very quickly, the deputy sect lord from Ethereal Dao College sitting behind the red-robed middle-aged man said happily, "I have also heard about this fatty from someone. It was said that he is a fan of being an official and dreams of being the president of the Federation. This chap has a good personality. Haha. I think the Grand Supreme Elder would like him." Laughter emerged from the crowd. The people worthy of a place there were all elders from each pavilion of Upper Academy Island. Normally, they were rarely seen or heard, and they were known to be extremely stern. However, now that they were together, they appeared more cheerful. As they looked toward Wang Baol, they cheerfully exchanged banter, and their eyes all carried looks of admiration, like an older generation toward their younger generation. At the same time, on the military spectator stand, the burly man dressed in a black cloak with a scar across his face and a complex expression retracted his gaze from Wang Baol. "Zhou Lu, is that the person you mentioned?" "General, that is him. According to what I have researched about him, he is more than suitable to complete the mission. He can definitely be assessed as a potential seed. You will know when you see his performance later on. He is not only good at refining dermic artifacts, his physique is impressive as well, far exceeding that of his counterparts." Zhou Lu, who was beside the burly man, appeared stern as she heard his words. Even though the person before her was her uncle, she was still extremely respectful when they were out. "However, I've heard that you have some conflict with him." General Zhou in the black cloak looked toward Zhou Lu. Zhou Lu did not speak. She retrieved a jade slip and passed it to General Zhou. It contained detailed records of the research that she had done on Wang Baol. After taking a look at it, General Zhou gradually revealed a look of curiosity in his eyes. "Then, let us see how he performs first." General Zhou laughed as he pocketed the jade slip, turning his attention toward the Combat Pavilion Tournament. Right as the Combat Pavilion Tournament was about to begin, A stern voice announced the rules. The rules were simple. The East region was where the first-level True Breath experts carried out the tournament, while the South region was for the second-level True Breath experts, and so forth. The Central region was where the fifth-level True Breath experts competed. 5 tournaments were held simultaneously. There were exactly 32 mountains in every region, like a small arena that formed the individual battlegrounds. After rounds of elimination, one person would remain. That way, 32 individuals would emerge from each region. Thereafter, those 32 people would move on to the second stage of the competition, until a ranking was formed. From the first to fifth level of the True Breath experts, the strongest person would then be revealed. From the second stage onward, supporting teammates would no longer be allowed. In reality, the supporting teammates could only help in the first stage. After all, this was a tournament for the combat pavilion. The first stage was a competition within the individual mountains. There were 64 entrances set up on each mountain, with 16 entrances located on each of the 4 faces of the mountain. These 16 entrances also had 16 roads leading up to the mountain. As the 16 roads wound up the mountain, there would be 8 crossings, where the 2 roads that crossed over would merge into one. At these crossings, 2 teams would battle it out. The loser would be disqualified, and the winner would continue moving forward along the road and go through another battle at the next crossing. This would continue until they reached a position near the peak. Of the 16 teams, there would only be 1 team who could successfully ascend to the peak, where they would then compete with the winners from the other 3 mountain faces in the Battle of the Mountain Peak. In reality, when that stage was reached, the assisted match would have already ended. The participants would have to depend on themselves for the matches to follow. The one who eventually emerged victorious would be granted the eligibility to enter the second stage of the tournament. After getting a clear understanding of the rules and regulations, the group of first-level True Breath disciples stepped onto the different mountains according to the combat pavilion's arrangement. Lu Zihao did not pay any attention to Wang Baol as he turned around and charged forward in the lead. Seeing how impatient Lu Zihao was, Wang Baol could not help but shake his head. He's still just a child. With this thought, Wang Baol slowly made his way forward and quickly reached the mountain assigned to them. After choosing a road, the both of them ascended the mountain one after another. At the same time, in the external skies above Ethereal Tao College's Upper Academy Island, the array formation from before had already been transformed. Now, thousands of screens appeared, floating above it, broadcasting every competition taking place between all the teams on every mountain. The tens of thousands of Upper Academy Island disciples spectating the match all had their eyes glued to the screens. According to the rules, as the teams were being eliminated one by one, their screens would disappear. In the end, there would only be 5 screens left, showing the final victors of the first to fifth level True Breath rounds. It has begun. Haha, the outcome of the competition isn't important. What's most important is to see what new pills, dermic artifacts, array formations, and beasts will be showcased this time. As the tens of thousands of disciples from Upper Academy Island focused all their attention on the mountainous roads shown on the screen, Lu Zihao, who was leading the way, was approaching a crossing. He gradually slowed down and frowned as he looked back at Wang Baol, who was enjoying the view along the way. Wang Baol, I don't need your help later on. This is my tournament. Relax. I will not compete with you. Lu Zihao, can you not snort before speaking? That's so rude. Wang Baol looked askance at Lu Zihao, immediately raising his hands to retrieve 5 flying swords even before Lu Zihao could speak. Take them. Don't complain that I did not help you. These 5 flying frost swords are more than sufficient for you to win the first match. However, if you snort again later on, I'll take them back. Wang Baol said calmly as he tossed the 5 flying swords to Lu Zihao like throwing vegetables. Lu Zihao was furious upon hearing Wang Baol's words. He was about to reject him but noticed that the chilly force from the flying swords was so strong and so impressive that he was taken by surprise. He took a deep breath, and with a closer look, he realized that those 5 flying swords were all perfect second-grade dermic artifacts. The quality of the swords immediately made Lu Zihao swallow his intention to reject them. He rationalized that since Wang Baol was his supporting teammate, so it was not against his principles to take the flying swords given by him. Thus, he hurriedly accepted them. He wanted to snort once more to express his arrogance, but he recalled what Wang Baol said previously and the fact that he had given him the flying sword, so he kept quiet. Instead, he turned around and lifted his chin, looking at the crossing as he walked over. Seeing how proud Lu Zihao was trying to appear, Wang Baol laughed silently to himself. He was delighted, thinking that the manner in which he had tossed out the 5 flying swords was impressive, allowing him to stress Lu Zihao constantly. Together with Lu Zihao, they reached the first crossing. They were standing at the crossing of the 2 roads. The area was not huge, and before them was a translucent screen blocking further advancement up the road. It seemed like access would only be granted after one team was eliminated there. The moment that the duo reached the crossing, 2 figures appeared extremely quickly on the other road. The aura of a true breath expert's cultivation was extremely strong as it neared. They are all senior disciples from the combat pavilion. Lu Zihao was familiar with the 2 of them and instantly activated his hand seals to toss the 5 flying frost swords out at high speed, preparing to go head-on in the battle. Instantly, the chilly forces in the environment became overwhelming. Zihao, charge ahead. Don't be afraid. I will help make you more famous. After this match, you will definitely be well known on Upper Academy Island. Wang Baol immediately shouted loudly to increase Lu Zihao's imposing manner. His eyes carried a look of anticipation. As he laughed heartily, he flailed his hand and quickly retrieved a small wooden bucket from his storage bracelet, tossing it toward the sky. With a loud boom, the small wooden bucket exploded in midair, revealing a firework-like brilliance that was extremely colorful. Instantly, the attention of the spectators in the spectator stands was drawn toward it. On Upper Academy Island, as the fireworks were released, the screen that showed Wang Baol and Lu Zihao's activity was immediately filled with brilliance, making it the most eye-catching out of the thousands of screens. This caused everyone on Upper Academy Island to be captivated by it. What's the situation? Someone's actually releasing fireworks. My eyes are not playing tricks on me, are they? What was he doing? Not only was everyone on Upper Academy Island shocked, the military and high officials from Ethereal Dao College who were in midair, as well as the Federation officials, were all taken aback. They had spectated combat pavilion tournaments year after year, but this was the first time that they had witnessed someone releasing fireworks. As the masses all turned to look, it was obvious that the 2 senior disciples from the combat pavilion were all flabbergasted. What on earth is he doing? This is his most formidable trick? The 2 seniors were immediately shocked silly, their hearts pounding. As the flying frost swords neared, they immediately activated their mystic techniques that caused their speed to be increased several-fold. In an instant, even though they suffered abrasions from the flying frost swords, they dashed toward Wang Baol. It was clear that they did not know who Wang Baol was, and coupled with the fact that they had noticed Wang Baol unleashing a powerful move, their only thought was to get rid of this fatty first before eliminating the tough-to-defeat Lu Zihao. Seeing that things were not going according to plan, Wang Baol instantly grew anxious. There was a time limit to his fireworks, which could not last long. He purposely attracted people's attention so that Lu Zihao would showcase his flying frost swords. There was no time to waste, so he quickly stepped back and shouted, "Don't be rash, the both of you. I'm from the Dermic Armament Pavilion and am only in charge of refining Dermic artifacts. You should battle my son instead." As the 2 disciples from the combat pavilion interpreted the situation and made the decision to activate their mystic technique to charge toward Wang Baol, the attention from people on the spectator stand in the skies was immediately shifted from the various battlegrounds of the 5 regions, focusing instead on Wang Baol's location, where the fireworks were released. What is he trying to do? Releasing fireworks. On the stairwell where the high officials of Ethereal Dao College were, the elders from each of the pavilions all stared with their eyes wide, incredulous. Even the deputy sect lord and the red-robed middle-aged men were also taken aback. The elder from the Dermic Armament Pavilion, who was fond of Wang Baol, also laughed bitterly as he tried to explain the situation. "I suppose it's some trump card of his. As the crowd looked at each other, General Zhou, who was on the spectator stage of the military stairwell opposite, was also shocked. Zhou Lu, who was beside him, looked similarly bewildered. If even their reactions were as such, those of the tens of thousands of cultivators on Upper Academy Island were also predictable. Some of them had already started a rowdy discussion as they all stared at the screen showing Wang Beol. On the battle arena shown on the screen, Wang Beol looked mildly troubled. Not only did his persuasion not work, the two disciples from the combat pavilion seemed even more determined. They did not pay attention to Lu Ziheo's attempt at blocking them nor to the approaching flying frost swords. Even though they had suffered some abrasions, they did not seem bothered as they unleashed their mystic technique once again, increasing their speed even more as they neared Wang Beol in the blink of an eye. At the same time, they were also cursing under their breath as they realized that it was not a powerful move that Wang Beol had showcased. They were even more furious that they had to perform well, since Wang Beol's unexpected fireworks had caught everyone's attention, and they could not afford to be a disgrace. It would have taken a long time to narrate the entire sequence of events, which, in actual fact, took place in a blink of an eye. One of the two combat pavilion disciples shouted angrily, growling as he released a punch. Disregarding the force of the punch, its imposing manner was already impressive. It was a powerful punch that seemed to be able to shatter everything. Noticing that, the other person also gave it his all, retrieving all his talismans and chanting spells to form numerous fireballs and wind blades directed toward Wang Beol. Why are both of you so unreasonable? Wang Beol wanted to dodge, but the area that he was in was not wide enough. Seeing that the fireworks were about to dissipate and that there was no time to lose, he grew troubled as he retrieved a handful of golden bell shield beads and tossed them at his feet. Retreat! Wang Beol howled with a low voice. As the beads landed on the ground, they joined together with a loud boom in the background. Golden rays instantly appeared, blocking Wang Beol from the two combat pavilion disciples. He had planned to block them in order to give Lu Ziheo the chance to showcase his flying frost sword. After all, according to his plans, the flying frost sword was to be the #1 hit among his dermic artifacts. In fact, in his plans, many of the details of the dermic artifact packages revolved around the flying frost sword. However, what happened next made Wang Beol troubled again. His golden bell shield glowed. The spells and fists of the two disciples from the combat pavilion directly hit the glow, and a deafening boom erupted. As the sound reverberated, the minds of the two combat pavilion disciples buzzed with activity, their facial expressions changing wildly. What dermic artifact was that? In their shock, all they could feel was that they had hit an extremely tough mountain wall. What made them even more shocked was that an extremely strong counterforce was produced by this protective shield, directly reflecting their impactful attack back at them. It would not have mattered much if there was merely reverberation. However, a hurricane made of spirit chi tides was produced from the reverberating counterforce, sweeping in all directions. The duo were not elites to begin with. Even though they were senior disciples, their cultivation remained at the first level of the true breath realm, not high caliber. Now, the spirit chi tide was directly charging toward them, about to land on their bodies at any moment. As they screamed painfully, one of them tried to retreat in shock while the other was not quick enough to do so. His body was like a kite whose string had been severed, directly tumbling in the force, and after landing on the ground, fresh blood spewed out of his mouth. He looked at Wang Beol in shock and realized that he had met with a capable individual. If no one was watching him, he would not have cared. However, now that there were people watching him, he realized that he would only land in disgrace if he continued fighting on. Therefore, he chose to concede defeat. The other disciple from the combat pavilion who had managed to dodge was merely a supporting teammate. Seeing that the participant had admitted defeat, he could only laugh bitterly and follow suit. When he looked at the golden glow in front of Wang Beol, shock was still evident from his eyes. The sequence of events had happened too quickly, such that everything ended even before Lu Ziheo, who was holding the flying frost sword, could arrive. Looking at the duo who had just conceded defeat, Lu Ziheo suddenly grew angry as he stared at Wang Beol furiously. Wang Beol, didn't we agree before? You promised to not do anything. This is my tournament. I didn't do anything. I was merely protecting myself. Can't I even do that? Wang Beol slapped his forehead as he really did not plan to attack. It was just that he did not expect the opponents to be so weak. In reality, even though those beads were quite powerful and were further enhanced with anti-shock inscriptions by Wang Beol, enabling them to stir up spirit chi tides, the effect was not that shocking against a strong opponent from the combat pavilion. However, it was apparent that the two who conceded defeat were not elites but ordinary disciples. Seeing what had happened, Wang Beol felt that his plans had been completely ruined. However, his reaction was also extremely fast. With the thought that there would be many people focusing their attention on him, Wang Beol immediately tried to salvage the situation. He looked toward the sky and forced a smile out on his face. Elders, teachers, senior and junior brothers, how do you do? My name is Wang Beol. Today, I'm here to introduce a dermic artifact. It's called the Golden Bell Shield. You've heard it right. It's the legendary Golden Bell Shield. All of you have seen it just now as well. This dermic artifact is extremely powerful. Rainbow spirit stones lie in its core, and it is covered with over 30,000 inscriptions. It is made from precious star-era sand and has gone through 49 days of refinement over slow fire before being completely formed. Wang Beol cleared his throat with a cough. His tone became much more natural as he described the dermic artifact. However, in reality, he had done so out of exasperation. He felt that he couldn't let the fireworks go to waste. And now that he had attracted everyone's attention, he felt that he had to say something no matter what happened. Since he could not advertise the flying frost sword, he could only advertise the protective beads. The moment that he spoke, everyone on the spectator stands in the skies trembled all over. That was especially so for the red-robed, middle-aged man, who was frozen in shock. This fatty's actually advertising his products. Is that against the rules? The other elders were all dumbfounded. Only the dermic armament pavilion elder, who was fond of Wang Beol, cleared his throat. That can't be considered to have violated the rules. After all, he did not affect the other participants. This can also be considered a battle tactic. You can even see from this that this chap is rather smart. His words made the red-robed middle-aged man and the surrounding elders have odd expressions. Not only was the dermic armament pavilion elder openly siding with Wang Beol and finding a way out for him, he was also praising him. The fact that he explained it away as a battle tactic for whatever had just happened was truly impressive. Over at the military side opposite, all the warriors were also flabbergasted. Even Zhou Lu was shocked, while General Zhou began laughing. He looked at Wang Beol, and his interest in him grew deeper with a glimmer of admiration appearing in his eyes. At the same time, commotion torrented on the external Upper Academy Island. Disciples from all the pavilions around were dumbfounded as they shrieked in surprise. That's so shameless. People have made advertisements in the past, but none of them were ever so direct. How daring of him! I have thought about this in the past, but I did not have the courage to execute it. This Wang Beol, he's gonna be famous. The commotion spread. Everyone from the dermic armament pavilion took a deep breath. This forceful form of advertisement put them at a loss. However, Wang Beol was not done advertising. Everyone must be tempted now. However, this perfect second-grade dermic artifact has even more unique characteristics. Other than the anti-shock capabilities that I have specially included, it can form a spirit chi hurricane with a force that all of you have witnessed just now. Do you think that's its limit? No. Watch on. Wang Beol took a deep breath and raised his right hand to point at the golden glow that still remained. As he pointed, the glow instantly warped, directly exploding loudly under the gazes of tens of thousands of spectators. It created an air pressure wave that spread in all directions. That frightened the two combat pavilion disciples so much that they exhaled deeply. Ethereal Dao College's high officials, the military, as well as the Federation officials who were on the spectator stand high up in the skies suddenly became serious. In their eyes, a perfect second-grade dermic artifact was nothing to shout about. However, of the second-grade dermic artifacts, the impressiveness of the bead was what caught their eyes. The disciples from Upper Academy Island spectating from the outside suddenly quieted down from the commotion. Some even held their breath as they stared in shock, while some of them grew increasingly tempted. Wang Baol swept his gaze toward the spectator stand in the skies. After noticing the facial expressions of the spectators, he grew excited and spoke again. This is the final great power of this dermic artifact. Think about it, when using it for protection, your opponent will have difficulty destroying it. Furthermore, if it implodes suddenly, how unexpected and shocking will that be? Such a precious and versatile dermic artifact that has unexpected powers. Lu Zihao, how much do you say it's worth? Wang Baol was excited, and he looked at Lu Zihao, trying to drop him hints. Lu Zihao had no idea if others were shocked or surprised, but he was utterly stunned by Wang Baol's sudden outburst. However, just that exclamation was enough, and Wang Baol smacked his thigh, his voice conveying immense excitement. Indeed, such a dermic artifact would cost 3,000 spirit stones. Lu Zihao was struck dumb with astonishment. That forced advertisement was seriously too fake to the audience on Upper Academy Island. Although the bead was indeed of excellent quality, its price was ridiculously expensive. That was especially so because they were all attracted by Wang Baol. This caused the Combat Academy Pavilion to lose some of its glamour. Nonetheless, the reputation of the Golden Bell bead has been built up solidly. One could say that almost everyone on Upper Academy Island knew about it. Even the old disciples at the 5th stage of the True Breath Realm had to know about it. Under the weird expressions of the audience, Wang Baol was still very energetic. He slapped his thigh again, letting out a loud "pa" sound, and looked very energetic. However, I have very good news for all of you today. The first 100 Taoists to make an order will not need 3,000 spirit stones. You will only need 1,000. You heard that right. Just 1,000 spirit stones. And you can bring this treasure home. Wang Baol shouted loudly, even sharing his voice transmission number with everyone. As he finished speaking, his voice transmission ring started vibrating profusely. Message after message was immediately sent to Wang Baol's voice transmission ring. Lu Zihao and the 2 Combat Pavilion disciples watched in shock as they saw Wang Baol's voice transmission ring tremble as though it was about to explode. In the blink of an eye, there were hundreds of messages sent to him. Wang Baol was very excited and surprised. Although he had expected his advertisement to not be in vain, he did not expect it to be so effective. Actually, although the price of 1,000 spirit stones was relatively expensive, it was still acceptable. That was especially so because it was a second-grade dermic artifact and because of Wang Baol's advertisement. Whether they wanted to buy it for research purposes or to use it, even if the customer base of tens of thousands of Upper Academy Island disciples found the advertisement fake, Wang Baol still received a few hundred orders. Even the 2 Combat Pavilion disciples immediately asked to purchase the beads after coming to their senses. After all, they had personally experienced its power, and it was selling like hotcakes. For the 2 of them, Wang Baol was so happy that he gave them a discount. You have good taste. Wang Baol laughed. Under the gazes of the audience, he completed the deal with the 2 Combat Pavilion disciples. After that, he pulled the still-stunned Lu Zihao along and headed straight for the path that appeared following the disappearance of the light screen in front of him. The fireworks had long since dissipated, and Wang Baol's advertisement had already ended. However, many people among the audience on the Sky platform and Upper Academy Island disciples still paid attention to Wang Baol, and the rowdy discussions were never ending. This Wang Baol, he can't possibly do an advertisement in every match, can he? That being said, I'm actually looking forward to seeing the next dermic artifact he advertises. While the audience was discussing, Ethereal Dao College and the army all gazed with different expressions toward Wang Baol and Lu Zihao, who were traveling on the mountain road. Wang Baol did not bother about the attention of others. He felt highly spirited and looked toward Lu Zihao. Standing beside Wang Baol, he seemed to have just come to his senses and had an extremely ugly expression. However, seeing Lu Zihao look like he was about to scream at him, Wang Baol patted Lu Zihao's shoulder and spoke generously. Lu Zihao, we're relatives. Don't worry, we'll split the profits 70-30. Once he said that, the storm of fury about to erupt within Lu Zihao immediately paused for a moment. After that, it dissipated and extinguished without the control of Lu Zihao. I'm not going against my moral principles. I'm just getting the remuneration I deserve, Lu Zihao thought secretly. However, his heart rate increased uncontrollably, and he started to calculate how much money he would get. Alas, as he calculated, he thought of how Wang Baol had attacked and stolen his limelight, and his anger arose once more. Wang Baol, I, Lu Zihao, am not a man who will do anything for money. I'm telling you, I'll let what you did previously slide, but the upcoming second battle is mine. Don't come steal my limelight. This is my tournament. Got it. Come, equip this armor. Go forth and fight. Wang Baol quickly said after seeing Lu Zihao look as though he was going to explode once more. He threw out a glittering suit of armor. Lu Zihao's anger disappeared after he saw the suit of armor, but he harumphed secretly. He felt that this was not against his moral principles. After that, he picked up the pace alongside Wang Baol, who was in high spirits, and eventually arrived at the second meeting point. The first meeting point was the round of 16, and the second meeting point right now was the round of 8. The teams who could get into the round of 8 were definitely not weak, and they had to have their own talents. Hence, neither Wang Baol nor Lu Zihao dared let down their guard. That was especially so for Wang Baol. Learning from the experience of the previous battle, he retrieved a golden bell bead and activated it at his feet the moment that he arrived at the second meeting point with Lu Zihao. As the golden light screen appeared, Wang Baol stood there and smacked his chest. Zihao, the rest is up to you. Good luck. Lu Zihao felt Wang Baol's sincerity. He took a deep breath and was about to speak. Here they come, Zihao, go. Wang Baol immediately reminded him. Lu Zihao's expression changed, and a vicious glint appeared in his eyes. He turned his head to look toward another path and immediately noticed a man and a woman charging toward him. The man was large and imposing, with a glint in his eyes. He wore a purple suit of armor, and 3 flying swords surrounded him. The woman behind him was petite and looked very sweet. She had a ring of bells on her snowy white wrist, and they rang as she charged. That was not all. Beside this woman were 3 vicious wolves who were more than half a man tall. These wolves had vicious glints in their eyes and growled as they ran. Their exposed fangs were unbelievably sharp, and they looked extremely vicious. Beast Tamer. Lu Zihao furrowed his eyebrows, but a glint appeared in his eyes afterward. Although he was unwilling to meet a disciple from the beast-taming pavilion because it was troublesome to fight them, his will to fight rose since he knew that he had to fight one anyway. As he shook his body and flicked his hands, the 5 flying frost swords immediately flew out, and an icy aura surrounded him, making him seem like a war god. He charged directly at the combat pavilion disciple. The combat pavilion disciple narrowed his eyes and noticed the protective screen surrounding Wang Baol's body. He did not bother about it and charged toward Lu Zihao, looking like a huge beast as he took his first step. The 2 men immediately got into a brawl. As the sounds of battle spread, their flying swords also clashed at great speeds in midair, trying to break each other's seal. At the same time, talismans flew, and the physical power of the both of them was on full display at that point in time as they traded blows. Lu Zihao's strength was also fully displayed at that time. His control of the flying frost swords and the changes in his spells were all swift and ferocious. With a few hand seals, he made his right hand expand to twice its size. As it exuded a black glint, he threw a punch. Although the combat pavilion disciple was remarkable, he was not quite in Lu Zihao's league. As his expression changed, a cold glint flashed in the woman's eyes, and she formed a hand seal. Immediately, the 3 wolves beside her growled and charged directly at Lu Zihao. These 3 wolves were not slow, and their fangs had incredible biting power. It seemed like they could even break a dermic artifact with one bite. Seeing this scene, Wang Baol was furious and shouted within his protective screen, "Hey, that's not fair. You're bullying him. The woman tilted her head to throw a disdainful look at Wang Baol. She did not stop but instead rushed toward Lu Zihao with a leap forward. Even under those circumstances, Lu Zihao was evenly matched with them. That was because Wang Baol had added magnetism within the flying frost swords. Hence, he did not need to spend so much spirit energy to control them. The suit of armor on Lu Zihao had also been crafted by Wang Baol to become extremely sturdy. It even had a knockback effect. Because of that, Lu Zihao got stronger as he fought. Seeing that Lu Zihao was fine, Wang Baol stopped worrying and retrieved another small wooden pail from his storage bracelet. With a snicker, he threw it out, and it immediately exploded in the air. Fireworks quickly spread, and the gazes of the audience on the sky platform and Upper Academy Island gathered upon Wang Baol once more after seeing the resplendent fireworks. Meanwhile, the expressions of the combat pavilion disciple and woman changed. They had already seen the fireworks previously but did not know what was going on. They were on high alert after seeing the fireworks again. As they were on high alert and as Lu Zihao's expression changed to one of anger and sorrow, Wang Baol coughed within his protective screen and looked toward the sky with cupped fists. "Dear elders, teachers, and fellow disciples, look over here. I'm sure all of you get a headache whenever you see a beast-taming pavilion disciple. After all, they have vicious beasts beside them, and we're at a disadvantage when fighting them. You see, my boy, good friend, Lu Zihao, is facing this very situation now. Now then, what should we do?" Wang Baol's voice became excited once more. Although he almost called Lu Zihao my boy, he was lucky to have quick reactions and gave a huge flick of his wrist. "Today I, Wang Baol, royally introduce to you another type of dermic artifact. Its name, Shut Up. Yes, you heard right. This type of dermic artifact is called Shut Up," Wang Baol exclaimed in high spirits, his voice booming. After Wang Baol set off the second set of fireworks, everyone in the sky and on Upper Academy Island involuntarily fixed their gazes on Wang Baol once again. What? Is he determined to advertise his artifacts time and time again? What on earth is this? A combat pavilion tournament or a new product release? Shut up? What is he up to? Everyone had different expressions. This particular combat pavilion tournament was especially different from previous years. In the sky, those from the military and Federation officials, as well as the senior management of Ethereal Tao College, also had unusual expressions. Looking at Wang Baol, they felt as though they were not watching a tournament but rather an unprofessional host putting up an amateurish live broadcast for the advertisement segment. But the most terrified of all were Lu Zihao's competitors, the man and the woman. The moment Wang Baol opened his mouth to speak, they had been shocked. But now, after watching his actions and hearing his words, they were dumbfounded once again. Were it not for the layer of protection that he had, they would have instinctively stopped him. Wang Baol's actions made them faintly uneasy. In a moment of panic, the burly fellow could not help but ask Lu Zihao, "What is he doing?" Lu Zihao was wallowing in misery. He felt like his spotlight was being stolen by Wang Baol yet again. He kept quiet. In a bad mood, he swung his fist. "That darn fatty is playing tricks and creating trouble. He's nothing to be afraid of. Big black, little white, bite him!" exclaimed the female disciple from the beast-taming pavilion with a cold laugh. Seeing that Lu Zihao kept quiet, her eyes flashed, and with sharp movements, she manipulated her bloodthirsty wolves, making them run straight for Lu Zihao and bite him below his head. While their battle ensued, Wang Baol's advertising continued. "Don't belittle this object. This is a perfect second-grade dermic artifact, its core being a rainbow spirit stone. What more, this artifact is the sturdiest out there. I even carved over 20,000 inscriptions on it. When you line this up with others, not only does it have an adjustable ability to lock onto target objects, it also produces fog." As Wang Baol rattled on, his eyes grew ever brighter. With the wave of his right hand, 3 yellow masks instantly appeared. These 3 masks looked like ducks' beaks, except their color was uneven. They looked ugly, but upon careful inspection, streams of light emanated from their interior, releasing a strong suppressive force. As Wang Baol spoke, He observed Lu Zihao retreating upon hearing the explosive roar of the three wolves. Worry instantly gripped him. "And now, let me demonstrate," Wang Baol declared, violently flinging the three duck masks across the space. Having witnessed this, the female disciple sneered. "I hate fatties the most," she exclaimed, feeling irritated by Wang Baol's pretentious air. With a wave of her hand, the three wolves were sent darting for Wang Baol. But just as these three wolves were bounding for him, the three masks penetrated through the golden bell shield, emanating a bright flash of light. In its resplendence, the masks released a suppressive force more shocking than previously. Furthermore, as they flew, the upper and lower lips of the mouths automatically came into contact, releasing weird, ear-piercing screams that instantly caught everyone's attention. The three wolves also reeled in shock. As they stopped in their tracks momentarily, the three masks suddenly gained momentum. At a speed much higher than before, they locked onto the three ferocious wolves, flying straight for them. No matter how much the wolves struggled, attempted to hide, or even howled, it was of no use. Two of the masks had already covered two wolves' mouths. However, the last mask seemed to malfunction under the sudden surge of speed. It failed to lock onto its target. It did not fly toward the third wolf, circling midair instead, as though it was ineffective. All this had happened too quickly. Before the female disciple could recover from her stupor, the two masks that had attached themselves onto the wolves' mouths let out cracking sounds. In a flash, clamps formed on the masks, sealing the wolves' mouths completely and permanently. The wolves were unable to completely open or close their mouths, and their howls stopped abruptly, as though they were strangled. The wolves collapsed under the impact. When they got to their feet, their whimpers were stuck in their throats. In a panic, they clawed at the masks, to the extent that even scratch marks formed, but they could not get rid of the masks within that short period of time. With a puff, fog billowed from within the two masks, filling the wolves' mouths. However, the effect of the fog was unusual. Those two wolves only swayed but were still conscious. The other wolf, although not affected by the mask, was evidently frightened. Fear flashed through its eyes, and it hurriedly retreated. "Little black, little white," the female disciple exclaimed. Her expression instantly changed to one of worry, and she rushed forward to help them. At the same time, the observers on the sky viewing gallery were uninterested. These masks had their merit, but they were still considered to be ordinary, unlike the golden bead that Wang Baol had previously. Not to mention, one of the three masks had malfunctioned. This live demonstration was a failure in their eyes. However, on Upper Academy Island, there were many boos from those who had witnessed the scene that unfolded. There was a heated discussion about what had happened. That was nothing. To think that one of them malfunctioned. Seems like this Wang Baol is running out of tricks. What a failure. Wang Baol was also worried and started sweating. He knew that this must have been because he failed to consider many aspects when he manufactured the mask. Furthermore, he had some trouble with his inscriptions. In a panic, he hurriedly raised his right arm, and the mask that was circling the air returned to its master. He grabbed it. Ahem. That was just a small mistake. This dermic artifact, shut up, which I have made, is adjustable. I have recorded a list of 7 to 8 types of ferocious beasts in it, which you can add on to. Look, all I have to do is readjust this a little, then all is well. Only, this time, when the mask flew off, it still did not lock onto the remaining wolf that was already stricken with fear. It flew into the sky. Wang Baol slapped his forehead and heaved a huge sigh. He knew that his advertisement had failed. Seeing his disappointment, the boos from Upper Academy Island became louder. When observers on the sky grandstand retracted their gaze, all of a sudden, that malfunctioning mask, after circling the air once, flew straight for the female disciple, as though it had a new target sighted. The uproar that followed was astonishing and ear-piercing. Immediately, those outside who had initially retracted their gazes looked over. One by one, they were greatly shocked. The female disciple was full of anger. She had been helping to remove the masks from her wolves, but upon witnessing the remaining mask coming for her, her eyes widened. Instantly, images of herself wearing the mask filled her mind. It was too frightening for her. She felt like her brain would explode. With a high-pitched scream, she hurriedly backed away. She was quick, but the duck mask was quicker. It whistled through the air and neared her in an instant. Just as it was about to cover the mouth of this petite, pretty girl, her face paled, and without thought, she took out many protective dermic artifacts, blocking the mask immediately. Among the roar of commotion, this exceptional mask stopped in its tracks despite cracking after penetrating a few layers of the female disciple's protective dermic artifacts. Before she could heave a sigh of relief, it suddenly exploded. A thick cloud of fog was released in the blink of an eye, which floated straight toward the female disciple. Never mind the thick fog. To make matters worse, a thin rope, hidden in the fog, suddenly emerged from within the cracked mask. The female disciple's expression changed once again. Although she could dispel the fog, she could not escape the rope. Soon, the rope had wrapped itself around her a few times, tying her hands behind her back. "Wang Baol," she screeched. She had heard his self-introduction earlier on. She was enraged, but she could only stand there struggling. Wang Baol blinked, but he quickly came to his senses, immediately lifting his head toward the sky, coughing. "Actually, I wasn't finished. This Dharma treasure is not only adaptable but is also amazingly effective on humans," he said, but was instantly interrupted by the huge commotion in the voice transmission ring. The number of voice transmissions skyrocketed, instantly hitting the roof. Concurrently, on Upper Academy Island in the outside world, tens of thousands of people paid close attention to this battle, of which many cried out in alarm, their eyes shimmering with excitement. Even disciples of the Dermic Armament Pavilion took a liking to this product. Although there was an abundance of such adjustable dermic artifacts in the Dermic Armament Pavilion, the mask that Wang Baol had made, though not without flaws, evidently had unique characteristics. And sometimes such characteristics could have unpredictable effects during actual combat. It can do that too. Absolutely wicked. Too crafty. Wang Baol, I despise you. I want to get 3. This dermic artifact is amazing. To think it has 3 usages. First the face mask, followed by the fog, and lastly the rope. Simply impossible to guard against. It is worthy of being a formidable tool for bondage. All of you have a screw loose, so what if it can tie someone up? This artifact is prepared for our alchemy pavilion. Though that fog was rubbish, once we replace it, this baby will be awesome. Whoever smells it will faint. I want 10 of them. While the audience in the outside world was heatedly discussing about what had happened, Lu Ziheo's competitor, the combat pavilion disciple, also admitted defeat, depressed. There was no way that he could win. Fighting Lu Ziheo was already a challenge. He was no match for him. Not to mention Wang Baol with his strange dermic artifacts. It left his scalp tingling. That was especially so since his assistant was all tied up with her hands behind her back. Forcing a smile, this combat pavilion disciple could only admit defeat. At the same time, many of those in the sky platform had expressions of interest. Although they were learned with lots of experience, in their eyes, this subtle gimmick had its merits. However, the elder of the combat pavilion was in a fit of rage. A perfectly good combat pavilion tournament was single-handedly being ruined by Wang Baol's advertisements. If it were any other disciple, they would have long been afraid of the serious repercussions. But Wang Baol had the elders of the Dermic Armament Pavilion putting in a good word for him. Furthermore, he had made great contributions to Ethereal Tao College. The former was a favor that he could not ignore, and the latter was the reason Wang Baol had special treatment in the first place. Quickly, after the elder of the combat pavilion expressed his displeasure, Wang Baol was given a lenient punishment. He was only given a warning, which came from the direction of Ethereal Tao College and could be heard from the sky platform. Wang Baol, disciple of the Dermic Armament faculty, focus on assisting. You must stop intentionally promoting your dermic artifacts to the public. This warning spread far and wide throughout the entire combat area. Many disciples who were engaged in combat heard it and were surprised. Some of them had noticed the fireworks previously and deduced what had happened. The whole audience on Upper Academy Island heard it. Those who had considered following in Wang Baol's footsteps immediately abandoned the idea. Wang Baol retracted his head. He had initially been full of excitement, but upon hearing the warning and knowing that he could not continue, he was depressed and wistful. What a pity! I lost such a good advertising opportunity. Wang Baol lamented, anger bubbling within him. He had neither cheated nor interfered with their combat. What right did they have to ban him from advertising his dermic artifacts? Standing at the side, Lu Zihao became agitated. Truth be told, he had thought that this tournament would allow him to shine, but Wang Baol had stolen his limelight. Once was enough, but a second time? The thought made him uncomfortable. Seeing that the Dao College had banned Wang Baol from advertising, Lu Zihao felt that the Dao College had handled it brilliantly this time. Although anger festered within him, seeing the depressed look on Wang Baol's face, he looked away with a snort. This is unfair. Wang Baol, if I were you, I wouldn't take this lying down. The Dao College is obviously targeting you. If you want my advice, you should fight it out with the Dao College. They won't be able to do anything to you. After all, you weren't wrong on this matter. And you've contributed so much to the academy. Lu Zihao whispered in Wang Baol's ear, egging him on. He really did want to see Wang Baol fight it out with the Dao College. Only Lu Zihao was too young and inexperienced at this. When Wang Baol heard this, he observed Lu Zihao through the corner of his eye. You can't take this lying down? Why don't you do it then? Come, my son. Come. Daddy will help you set off the fireworks while you fight it out with the college. As long as you can take down the elders. I don't care if you call me daddy or not. Wang Baol exclaimed, lifting his hands and producing a small wooden bucket. What a scaredy cat. It's so embarrassing to be seen with you. Lu Zihao cried out angrily. He was shocked to see the small wooden bucket in Wang Baol's hand. Snorting, he quickly backed away, making his way toward the third meeting point. Look, if you're so brave, why don't you do it? Quit playing mind games with me. Wang Baol retorted, rolling his eyes. Still depressed, he walked forward. When Lu Zihao heard this, he spun around in anger and glared at him. Wang Baol, listen here. The first 2 times I let you off, but if there's a third time, if you dare steal my limelight again, I'll fight it out with you. I'm not kidding. Lu Zihao warned in a low growl, his eyes bloodshot. This time, I don't care what you give me. Don't even try to bribe me. I, Lu Zihao, am a man of principle. This is my tournament, Lu Zihao declared. He glared at Wang Baol, then turned around and sprinted toward the third meeting point. What's there to be worried about? The Dao College doesn't let me advertise anymore. Don't worry, I definitely won't attack, Wang Baol said, waving his hand. Deep in his heart, he was still regretful that he could not continue advertising and was too lazy to launch any attacks. By now, the two of them were not far from the meeting point. They could vaguely make out 2 figures standing at the end of the small road, the meeting point waiting for them. One of them was short and the other was tall. Both of them had calm expressions, but their eyes were full of vigor. As they stood there watching Wang Baol and Lu Zihao, their gaze seemed to harden. The duo did not attack, and they could not tell who the combat cultivator was or the background of his assistant. The moment he saw the duo, Lu Zihao's eyes instantly brightened. Although Wang Baol had already promised that he would not attack, Lu Zihao was still worried that he would steal his show once again. Hence, he picked up his speed. Roaring, he went straight for the 2 figures. Seeing that Lu Zihao was so eager, Wang Baol simply stopped in his tracks. But in a flash, his expression changed. He observed that there was something amiss about the 2 figures standing at the meeting point. Wait! He should have kept quiet. The moment that word left his mouth, Lu Zihao increased his speed. As though someone had stepped on his tail, he went all out with a loud roar. But he was sprinting too fast. At the same time Wang Baol let that word out, the short figure's eyes flashed. At breakneck speed, he retrieved a compass and aimed it at the floor, pressing the button fiercely. Suddenly, a windstorm arose from all around. turning into a prison cage, exploding directly in front of Lu Zihao. "No!" Lu Zihao cried, his mind whizzing. His eyes were full of sorrow, and his roar reverberated across the area, but he simply could not hide from it. Instantly, he was captured within the windstorm. From afar, it seemed like he was trapped in a gigantic windstorm ball, effectively muting him and cutting him off. Even his growl had ceased. "An array cultivator?" Wang Bail questioned, showing a weird expression. Deep in his heart, he felt sympathy for Lu Zihao. He knew that he was just anxious to the point that he lost all sense of propriety, allowing him to fall for the array formation ambush. "This unlucky child. Why were you so anxious? I already told you I won't attack. Look at what has happened." Wang Bail sighed. He blinked and observed that the duo was coming for him with wry smiles. Evidently, their plan was to take the assistant down first before working together to defeat the competitor. Watching the duo come straight for him, Wang Bail's eyes lit up. He pondered that this would be a good opportunity for him. Although he was banned from advertising, nobody said that he could not set off fireworks. In fact, that wooden bucket of fireworks was also a dermic artifact in itself. While the duo was charging straight for him, Wang Bail lifted his right hand. Instantly, a wooden bucket appeared and flew skyward. It exploded with a loud boom, setting off resplendent lights that spread across the sky. Once the fireworks exploded, all in Upper Academy Island could not help but turn their heads toward the scene. The duo was shocked by the change in colors of the fireworks. At the same time, before the duo could reach him, Wang Bail's eyes brightened. In his excitement, he waved his right hand. Immediately, 3 flying frost swords flew out from his storage bracelet. "My 2 Taoists, listen up. That was just a shocking explosion of my first-grade dermic artifact. What I now have is my perfect second-grade dermic artifact. These swords are indestructible. To top it off, they have rainbow spirit stones at their cores, equipped with formidable might." Wang Bail roared. The moment those 3 swords appeared, the coldness spread, and they went straight for the duo. They were so quick that they seemed to have broken space. This changed the duo's expressions. Immediately, they tried to block them, but just as this was happening, Wang Bail waved his hands and out came 3 big seals. "My 2 fellow Taoists, listen up. This is my perfect second-grade dermic artifact, the Mountain Seal. This seal welcomes the wind and has strength inscriptions inscribed internally. It's akin to having a mountain crush the opponent. My 2 fellow Taoists, look out for my dermic artifact, the deity immobilization rope. It can tighten or loosen, and it even has potent burning inscriptions. Both of you, this is the baton of abolition. Even rocks shatter in its presence. Never ever touch it, for it will explode. This is the Sky Destruction Whip. Once it explodes, blood will fill the skies. This is the Blinding Soul Mirror. You will lose your soul once you look at it." As Wang Bail continued to speak, dermic artifacts started popping out from his storage bracelet, one by one, until the entire area seemed to be covered. They whistled toward the duo like an overwhelming tidal wave. The place was so densely packed with colorful artifacts that the whole land seemed to be taken over by dermic artifacts. All the artifacts within a glance were different, and to add to it, Wang Bail explained how every dermic artifact worked. The duo was struck dumb in amazement at its sheer absurdity. What is he trying to do? What kind of habit is this, giving such detailed explanations? Damn it! Why does he have so many dermic artifacts? The duo was angry and sorrowful. They wanted to retaliate, but they simply could not because Wang Bail had thrown out too many dermic artifacts. Furthermore, his explanations added on to the stress that they felt. To top it off, the dermic artifacts were extremely fast. Everyone in Upper Academy Island and the sky had weird expressions as they watched the 2 cultivators, instantly, drown in the sea of dermic artifacts. The artifacts surrounded the duo without attacking. Although this was not as effective as an attack, simply being surrounded by dozens of different dermic artifacts and watching them flash was enough to suggest their swift and forceful effects, as though a mere touch would trigger an explosion. This feeling was like having a knife suspending behind their neck, not knowing when it was going to chop their head off. The duo was about to go berserk. If they had not known the effects of the artifacts, they might have taken a gamble, but Wang Baol had explained the effects of his artifacts to the finest detail. And watching the artifacts floating all around them, the images of their effects and the consequences of touching them surfaced in their minds. They could not help but panic. As their hearts pounded with fear, they were also sad and angry beyond belief. Deep down, they believed that they had been tricked and were full of regret. They should not have trapped Lu Zihao but his assistant from the Dermic Armament Pavilion. I know that Lu Zihao, he's always playing mind games. When he came straight for us just now, roaring so loudly, it must have been on purpose. He was trying to divert our attention to make us trap him. We've fallen for their ruse. The duo looked at each other, turning their heads to glare at Lu Zihao, who was still trapped inside the windstorm, fighting and kicking vigorously, totally unaware of the happenings in the outside world. This asshole is too crafty. He's still acting, the duo commented, gritting their teeth as they had no choice but to admit defeat. Following this, the audience from Upper Academy Island was intrigued by the Dharma treasures that Wang Baol had used. Amid the many gasps, an uproar erupted. He's changed his methods. He's using soft advertising this time. I've seen fighters shouting out their moves and the names of their dermic artifacts, but I have never seen someone give such detailed descriptions. The tens of thousands of people on Upper Academy Island had originally thought that Wang Baol would stop after receiving the warning. Never did they imagine that he would still continue advertising his artifacts. Although everyone could obviously tell that he was advertising, they could not say anything about it. He was not as deliberate about his advertisements as the previous times. He had only shouted out when he was attacking. His actions were ambiguous. He could say that this was a habit of his or claim that he was reminding his competitors of the effects before he attacked out of goodwill. Truth be told, he was not the only one to do such a thing. Others had done similarly, except none as obvious as Wang Baol, who even set off fireworks before the whole show. As for the audience on the sky platform, they did not know whether to laugh or cry at Wang Baol's attempt to push the envelope. Watching Wang Baol with eyes of interest, General Zhou could not help but howl in laughter. Seeing that Wang Baol had succeeded in gaining the interest of General Zhou, Zhou Lu, who was standing at the side, smirked in excitement, thinking that her act of revenge was about to be complete. Humph, Wang Baol, I, Zhou Lu, am not one to abuse public power to settle a personal dispute. Indeed, you are the most suitable candidate to carry out this mission. The elders of Ethereal Dao College also pondered over what had happened. The middle-aged man in a red robe sighed, sneaking a glance at the combat pavilion elder whose face was as black as coal. He coughed, then sent his words reverberating for the first time. Wang Baol, you're not allowed to set off fireworks anymore. This voice was filled with a suppressive force, immediately echoing around the combat area. Everyone in the combat pavilion tournament was alarmed. Within this short amount of time, they had heard Wang Baol's name twice. Wang Baol was satisfied. Even if he was singled out, he had no regrets. He had already introduced all the dermic artifacts that he wanted to sell. He was in a flurry of happiness. Seeing the duo admit defeat, he lifted his right hand, and with a wave, all the dermic artifacts instantly flew toward him. From afar, the scene was shocking. Under the lights emanating from the dozens of Dharma treasures that were surrounding Wang Baol, he seemed to glow. This scene was etched in the minds of the tens of thousands of people on Upper Academy Island. It was also at this moment that a loud sound ensued. Lu Zihao had finally escaped the windstorm. Roaring, he rushed out with great force. "Come, fight me!" he exclaimed with imposing might. The flying frost swords around him lost their chilliness. After taking a few steps, he stopped in his tracks, staring dumbly at the duo who were now glaring at him. He observed the dermic artifacts surrounding Wang Baol and came to a realization. His body started shaking, and his eyes became even more bloodshot. "Wang Baol, didn't you say that you wouldn't attack? You stole my limelight again." Lu Zihao roared, anger and sadness bubbling within him. Wang Baol glared at him. He was about to say something when the duo snorted coldly. Lu Zihao, stop acting already. As if all this wasn't an act, the duo exclaimed, glaring at him. They turned to Wang Baol, cupping their fists to salute him. Senior Wang Baol, we accept this defeat wholeheartedly, the duo declared, having calmed down. They thought of the attacks that Wang Baol had executed earlier and were deeply moved that Wang Baol did not embarrass them. All of his dermic artifacts were very amazing. After the salute, the disciple from the Array Formation Pavilion could not help but ask, Senior Baol, are you selling the dermic artifacts that you used just now? Yes, I am, Wang Baol replied, his eyes brightening. Hurriedly, he went forward to exchange voice transmission numbers with the duo, happily offering them discounts. In no time, the three of them hit it off. Wang Baol even walked a few steps with them as he sent them off, waving as he did. Lu Zihao was raging at the sight that unfolded before him. His brain was about to explode. Feeling very wronged, he let out another roar. Wang Baol, I'll give you 2 of the 5 flying frost swords that are beside you. Wang Baol interrupted, waving his hand with great generosity. He knew Lu Zihao's character. He refused to lower himself to a child's level. The matter could be solved with a few pieces of candy. I, Lu Zihao, am a man of principle, Lu Zihao exclaimed, his eyes widening. In an instant, his vigor dwindled uncontrollably, but he became angrier. I'll give them all to you, Wang Baol offered, raising an eyebrow. Lu Zihao took a deep breath. Since it had already happened, whatever he said would be of no use. Besides, the assistant could only help out in 4 battles. As of now, there was only 1 battle left. Once it was over, it did not matter whether it was the final battle or the second stage of the competitions. He would not have to see Wang Baol again. Most importantly, when his principles were being tested, he did not fall for Wang Baol's Trojan horse. Once these thoughts flitted through his mind, Lu Zihao felt his anger dissipate. He wanted to snort, but recalling Wang Baol's earlier reminder, he only snorted internally. With a gloomy expression, he whirled toward the 4th meeting point. This 4th meeting point was his assistant's last battle. The tournament that took place there would determine the strongest competitor of each of the 4 sides of the mountain peak, and only those 4 competitors would be able to step onto the mountaintop for the Battle of 4. The last competitor standing on the mountain peak would then enter the 2nd stage of the Combat Pavilion tournament. Basically, those who could make it to the 4th meeting point were definitely not weak. Even as Lu Zihao approached, he tried to calm himself down, forcing himself to keep the utmost focus. From the perspective of the purpose of an assistant, in actual fact, Wang Baol had been very reliable, completing his tasks almost perfectly. Lu Zihao did not use many resources within the first 3 tournaments. In terms of energy and materials, Lu Zihao was at the peak. Lu Zihao was obviously not paying attention to Wang Baol. One after the other, they walked toward the 4th meeting point, the region near to the mountaintop. Following the merging of 2 roads, the end of the road was visible. There was a curtain of light, and beyond that was a road that led straight to the mountain peak. Wang Baol was in a good mood, so he did not pick a fight with Lu Zihao. He felt that he had accomplished his mission already and was very relaxed. His mind was filled with images of an abundance of filled order forms once he returned from his assisting role. I should be able to make a killing this time. It should be sufficient to sustain my research and cultivation, Wang Baol thought, filled with joy. He hummed a tune, strolling forward with his hands behind his back. As Lu Zihao got closer to the meeting point, he stopped dead in his tracks. It was as though every single hair on his body was standing on end. Sweating, Lu Zihao took a deep breath, making his heart pump faster. There was a serious, grave expression on his face as he saw the 2 figures at the 4th meeting point. Wang Baol, you need to help me this time? Lu Zihao took a deep breath and stammered in a low voice. When Wang Baol heard his words, he was surprised. As he got closer, he also saw the 2 figures. One of them was meditating while the other seemed to be a bodyguard standing beside him. The guard was strong-built, wore a purple armor, and had long hair that blew in the wind. He appeared like a small mountain standing there. The aura that he exuded was akin to the peak of true breath, and it seemed like he could surpass this level any time. Looking at him was like looking at a terrifying beast. Extremely obvious was his fierce gaze, as though he was a volcano that was about to explode. Compared to him, the meditating youth had a different aura and gave off a different vibe. He exuded an aura of peace and indifference, as though few happenings in the world could gain his attention. Although he was bald, he was still handsome. He seemed gentle and frail-looking. His eyes were closed as if he was sensing something. Gentle winds circulated around him, as though they were attracted to him. This person was none other than the nameless Tao Enlightenment faculty disciple, the one who had made a drop of water appear in an empty cup, out of thin air, just by focusing on it, back then on the peak of the mountain in the Tao Enlightenment faculty. Also, he was the only personal disciple of the former Federation president, the present Grand Supreme Elder of Ethereal Tao College. Although Wang Baol did not know him, the moment that he saw the bald youth, his footsteps also slowly came to a halt. He realized why the proud Lu Zihao had asked for his help. In actual fact, the guard was nothing, but this meditating youth exuded an oppressive force that was like a sharp, invisible knife pointing between one's eyebrows. Wang Baol squinted and retracted his smile. He was no longer relaxed, and his eyes instantly glimmered a keenness. In that split second when Wang Baol looked at the bald youth, the latter opened his eyes. As the bald youth's eyes opened, they had an inexplicable attractiveness. His clear eyes, looking pure as water, seemed like they could suck one's state of mind into them and cause one to be thrown into confusion. They might even have the illusion that their opponent's body was exuding rays of light, as though he was a deity. The resulting feeling, wanting to worship the opponent, made Wang Baol shudder. His cultivation within his body started circulating immediately, and right at that moment, his devouring seed rotated slightly. As his cultivation circulated around his body, even Wang Baol himself did not notice that deep within his pupils, a purple glow flashed past. After Wang Baol absorbed the purple light in the spirit breath village, it had integrated with his devouring seed. This formed a strange light, the purple glow that flashed in his pupils. The moment it appeared, the meditating bald youth suddenly let out a soft gasp. His original calm, elegant expression also changed at that moment. When he looked toward Wang Baol, his expression changed to one showing interest. As his expression changed, the previously formed suppressive force immediately destabilized and dissipated. This caused Lu Zihao, who was walking forward as though he could not control his footsteps and whose body was shivering, to shudder as though he had just awoken from a dream. His breathing hastened, and he had a stunned expression. "What kind of spell is this?" Lu Zihao exclaimed, caution and shock appearing in his eyes. Not caring about Lu Zihao's reaction, the bald youth tilted his head slightly, with his posture showing a nobility seemingly deeply rooted within him. The guard beside him, the contestant from the combat pavilion, immediately bowed down to listen, nodding for a moment. After that, he got up and walked toward Lu Zihao until he reached the center of the meeting point. He raised his arm and beckoned Lu Zihao, as though challenging him to a duel. Lu Zihao's expression changed, and he looked toward the bald youth with fear. Then he looked toward Wang Baol, his eyes pleading for help. It did not matter how proud he was. He put that all away at that moment. He knew that this battle would be extremely arduous because his opponent was too strong. But in his heart, Wang Baol was just as strong. So he instinctively looked toward him for help. "You even have a guard? Stop acting high and mighty." Wang Baol furrowed his eyebrows and let out a cold snort. He could not get used to the bald youth's posture just now, but at the same time, he also felt the suppressive force emanating from the bald youth's body. Wang Baol felt that the bald youth was the strongest opponent that he had ever met in the same cultivation realm as him. Hence, he followed the bald youth and sat cross-legged, speaking calmly. "Zihao, there's no harm in fighting. This is your big competition. If it's one-on-one, it's your issue whether you win or lose. But if it's two-on-one, it depends on whether I, Wang Baol, agree." Hearing Wang Baol's words, Lu Zihao heaved a sigh of relief. Although he disliked Wang Bail and could not see eye to eye with him, Wang Bail's words made him feel more comforted. At that moment, after he raised his head to look at the purple-armored cultivator beckoning him, fighting spirit exploded in Lu Ziheo's eyes. He let out a low growl and shot toward the purple-armored cultivator. With tremendous speed, he got close to the purple-armored cultivator instantly. With a few hand seals, he sent the 5 flying frost swords surrounding him flying and threw out multiple amulets, transforming them into spells with a bang. Meanwhile, a cold smile appeared on the purple-armored cultivator's face as he strode forward and stomped with his right foot. Immediately, spirit chi exploded from under his feet like a storm, and he burst toward Lu Ziheo. Obviously, Lu Ziheo had the upper hand in terms of agility and speed. At that moment, he dodged by phasing his figure away and attacked again. In a flash, the two of them clashed together in the middle of the meeting point. In this battle, even though Wang Bail did not set off fireworks, he still attracted the attention of the Federation officials, the army, and Ethereal Dao College's elders who were watching from the viewing platform in the sky. Is he that person's disciple? On the army's viewing platform, General Zhou narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze landing on the bald youth. This person is named Li Wuchen 1. He's the only personal disciple of Ethereal Dao College's Grand Supreme Elder. With my authority, I can't see his background and dossier. Zhou Lu whispered at his side. Of course you can't see it. He should be 20 years old this year. General Zhou's eyes showed deep thought, and a cold glint gradually appearing in his pupils. However, he quickly suppressed it. He repeated the bald youth's name in his heart a few times and remained silent. At the same time, the Federation officials all looked toward the bald youth. Obviously, they knew whom his master was, but they did not have as weird a reaction as General Zhou. At the very most, they only paid closer attention to him. But all the elders of Ethereal Dao College had complicated expressions when they saw the bald youth. Even the middle-aged man in red robes had such an expression. Deep within his eyes, where others could not see, a cold glint flashed as well. As booms reverberated around the meeting point at that moment, Wang Bail and the bald youth were both meditating. They gazed at each other, as though they were facing off. After a while, Wang Bail felt a little bored and coughed. Senior brother, why do you keep looking at me? I'm looking at your past and present lives, the bald youth replied calmly. After hearing that, Wang Bail had an odd expression on his face. He felt that this guy was crazy. At that moment, Lu Ziheo's duel with the purple-armored cultivator at the meeting point became increasingly intense, and it was obvious that Lu Ziheo was at a disadvantage. After all, it was obvious that his cultivation level and battle experience could not compare to that of the purple-armored cultivator. Just as he was about to lose, the purple-armored cultivator suddenly retreated. In a flash, he returned to the bald youth's side with a shake of his body and bowed toward Lu Ziheo with cupped fists. It's a draw. Lu Ziheo was taken aback. As he was about to speak, a strange glow suddenly appeared in the bald youth's eyes. He lifted his chin slightly and spoke softly while looking at Wang Bail. Now let's duel. Lu Ziheo's breathing hastened. He looked at the bald youth, then looked toward Wang Bail. No matter how slow his reaction speed was, he understood that at this moment, his opponent's target was not himself at all. It was Wang Bail. He even suspected that his opponents might have used an unknown method to him to find out that Wang Bail was assisting him, choosing to join the competition because of that. Without a doubt, their backgrounds were extraordinary. That was why they could meet Wang Bail and have this battle with him in the end. With those thoughts in mind, Lu Ziheo had a conflicted look, but he did not say any more. Instead, he returned to Wang Bail's side and remained silent. Wang Bail raised his head and gazed at the bald youth. Actually, from the moment he first looked at the bald youth, he already had the feeling that the bald youth was sitting there as though he was waiting for him. But that felt a bit ridiculous, so Wang Bail did not think much of it. However, seeing how obvious the bald youth's actions and words were, he could not help but ask, "Do we know each other? Master said that a few people have tremendous potential and let me invite them to work together and support one another. You're one of them, but I feel that you're just ordinary." However, I thought about giving you a chance. So I looked for you to test you in a battle. The bald youth raised his head and spoke calmly. As he spoke, it seemed like a certain aura was emanating from his body. Can you speak normally? Can you stop posturing? Wang Baol seemed speechless and raised his hand to smack his forehead. However, at the moment he raised his hand, he did not smack it against his forehead. Instead, he turned his palm over and slammed it toward the ground. With a boom, his body left the ground like a hare using the force from the slam. Like an arrow shot from a bow, he burst toward the bald youth instantly with his body almost pressed toward the ground. His actions were as smooth as flowing water, unexpected and cleanly executed. At that moment, Wang Baol's speed was released without reservation, causing him to look like he was flying. His cultivation erupted completely, conjuring spirit chi storms around his body. From afar, he looked imposing. Getting close to the bald youth in the blink of an eye, he grabbed toward him. All this happened too fast, and the bald youth was stunned for a moment, obviously not given enough time to react. However, it was as though the sole purpose in life of the guard at his side, the purple-armored cultivator, was to protect Li Wuchen. Being well-versed in combat and constantly monitoring Wang Baol's actions, he actually stepped out and blocked Wang Baol at that moment. A boom immediately sounded, and the purple-armored cultivator's body shook violently. Shock appeared in his expression, and he retreated dejectedly while fresh blood leaked from the corner of his mouth. Nonetheless, his block had some effect, causing Wang Baol to slow down a bit. The bald youth's breathing hastened, using this split second to retreat backward rapidly just as Wang Baol got close. He dodged Wang Baol's grab, and it whizzed past his face. He raised his right hand, pressing toward Wang Baol through the air. Immediately, a huge boom sounded between the two of them, and a strong force exploded forth. It forced Wang Baol, raring to charge forward again, to take many steps backward, and regret appeared in his gaze. Your reaction speed is pretty fast, but it's a 2-on-1, so you can't be considered a true man. You're shameless, you ambushed me, the bald youth exclaimed angrily. He could not remain calm at that moment and retreated backward rapidly. Finally, not posturing? Wang Baol glared at him. Everyone who saw that scene on the sky platform had pleasant looks of surprise. That was especially so for General Zhou and the red-robed cultivator. The both of them had radiant glows in their eyes. Nice! However, Zhou Lu seemed very unhappy and muttered, "That's a sneak attack. It can't be considered as glorious. Did your brain get damaged from studying too much at White Deer Dao College?" Pedantic. General Zhou furrowed his eyebrows and, in a rare occurrence, berated Zhou Lu. This was the first time that Zhou Lu had experienced this kind of scolding since she enlisted in the army. In that instant, her expression changed slightly. She wanted to retort but did not dare. Hence, she could only bow her head, but the indignation and injustice in her heart kept growing. In the end, she whispered, "Shouldn't cultivators of my generation do things in a just and forthright manner so as to follow the great Tao? Doing things in a just and forthright manner is one's primary intention. Attacking your opponent depends on means. Are they the same? What about the great Tao? Do you think that the purpose of cultivation is to follow the great Tao?" General Zhou had a strict expression and glared at Zhou Lu. The purpose of cultivation is for self-protection, survival, and killing. Only when you resolve all these issues do you have the right to follow the supposed great Tao. General Zhou seemed unwilling to say too much, and he stopped glaring at Zhou Lu, ignoring her. Zhou Lu was taken aback. It was obvious that she had never heard this train of thought in White Deer Dao College. This was the first time that she had heard of it, and she was a little lost. She lowered her head in thought. Meanwhile, on the battlefield that everyone was paying attention to, after the bald youth's attack, after Wang Baol's body flew backward and the distance between them increased, the bald youth glared at Wang Baol. After taking a deep breath and forcing himself to calm down again, a golden glow appeared deep within the bald youth's eyes. He raised a finger on his right hand, putting it in front of his face and spoke calmly. Master said that the Tao Enlightenment faculty of Ethereal Tao College can understand the myriad Tao of the heavens and earth, choose one to fuse with, and form a world. I, Wuchen, am foolish. I only created a drop of water. Please teach me, fellow Taoist Wang. At this moment, his voice seemed different, emanating a deep persistence. Almost immediately after he opened his mouth and raised his finger on his right hand, a drop of water gathered from the surroundings, seemingly out of thin air. It was directly manifested on the bald youth's fingertip. This water droplet was clear, reflecting the light from all directions. In the blink of an eye, it seemed resplendent, and the moment that it appeared, all the light from the surroundings seemed to dim. This water droplet, unbelievably bright, became the center of attention. The moment that the water droplet appeared, Lu Ziheo's expression changed completely. An unprecedented sense of danger stifled his breathing, causing him to instinctively retreat backward as though he wanted to get far away from this place. That droplet of water made him feel like it was irresistible. In fact, he felt that his state of mind would be shaken like it was struck by lightning after just one look at the water droplet. What kind of Dharma spell is that? He didn't even use talismans. Is he really at the first level of the true breath realm? He claims that he's from the Tao Enlightenment faculty. While Lu Ziheo's state of mind was shaken, Wang Baol narrowed his eyes. The appearance of the water droplet also made him feel an inexplicable sense of danger. It was as though this water droplet contained some power that he could not understand. Even if it was only a sliver, this sliver of strange power seemed to be able to stir the surroundings and affect his whole state of mind. This guy is from the Tao Enlightenment faculty. Wang Baol stifled his breath. Originally, Wang Baol did not think highly of the Tao Enlightenment faculty. Right now, the moment that he saw the water droplet, he felt that impression of the Tao Enlightenment faculty was a little different now. But, so what if they're from the Tao Enlightenment faculty? He instinctively dodged against my attack just now. That means, as long as I get close to him, I can definitely send him flying with a punch. After that temporary shock, a keen glint exploded from Wang Baol's eyes, and a purple glow flashed deep within his eyes. At that moment, circulating all of his cultivation and unleashing his aura, he strode toward the bald youth. As Wang Baol's imposing might was created, he was like a sharp sword drawn from its scabbard. The moment that he strode forward, the bald youth seemed to feel Wang Baol's force. He narrowed his eyes and flicked his right hand. Immediately, the water droplet left a resplendent mark and shot toward Wang Baol. You have no chance to get close to me again. Almost at the same time as the bald youth spoke, Wang Baol landed on one foot, his body shooting up and changing direction in midair. He wanted to avoid the water droplet, but this water droplet was special. At that moment, it exploded, forming a cloud of mist. With indescribable speed and tumbling crazily, it spread in all directions, enveloping Wang Baol. As the mist surrounded him, Wang Baol's vision was blurred. When he could see clearly again, his eyes immediately narrowed. At that moment, everything in his surroundings had changed. Lu Ziheo and the mountain peaks had all vanished. Even the viewing platform disappeared from the sky. It was as though there was only the mist left in the world. Standing there was like standing in a sea of mist, as though one was forcefully pulled into an illusion. An illusion? Wang Baol's breath hastened slightly, feeling cautious. Suddenly, the surrounding mist tumbled, and following the echoing waves of weird growls, many faces shot out from the mist. Without exception, all of those faces looked like Wang Baol's. They all had different expressions. Some were laughing, some were crying, some were gnashing their teeth in anger, and some were crying hysterically in desperation. There were even some showing greed. It was as though they wanted to express a human's 7 emotions and 6 sensory pleasures through different faces, and they were all whizzing toward Wang Baol. Wang Baol's expression changed, and he summoned flying frost swords with hand seals using his right hand. Protective beads exploded, forming a protective screen. But to the faces showing the 7 emotions and 6 sensory pleasures, it had no effect. It was completely ignored by the faces and they passed through it, as though wanting to devour him and bite him to shreds, destroying his body and mind, is pretty similar to the enduring clan. Wang Bao's expression changed. These faces made him think of his experiences in the debris mountain. Just as Wang Bao's state as mind was shaken, Li Wuchen's voice resonated within the mist world. Fellow Taoist Wang, we from the Tao Enlightenment faculty seek to understand the myriad Tao of the heavens and earth. After I fused the water droplet, I created with a thread of alien spirit blood given to me by my master, and it went through refinement by my master's spells. I finally created this area, the ultimate transmogrified illusory armament. In the world of my illusory armament, everything is up to your imagination. You can see this place as a virtual world of your consciousness, so in here you're free to imagine. Even if you imagine that you've become a peerless master and come to battle me, it's not an issue. However, this is my illusory armament, so no matter what you imagine in here, I'll always be stronger than you. Master once said that you have tremendous potential. So, in here, I really want to know how great your ambition is when faced with your 7 emotions and 6 sensory pleasures. As Li Wuchen's words echoed, the faces charging toward Wang Bao all started roaring louder. As they suddenly got close to him, a cold glint flashed in Wang Bao's eyes, and he immediately retreated backward. Illusory armament? What's that? Fighting on the basis of imagination. You can battle like that? Seems like those from the Tao Enlightenment faculty are all crazy after all. With suspicion, Wang Bao tried imagining himself as an unstoppable giant. As that thought arose, his body expanded in the blink of an eye. In this world, he was unbelievably massive, as though he was able to hold up the heavens and support the earth. You really can do that. Shaken, Wang Bao felt that a power capable, shaking up the heavens and earth and destroying everything, was exploding within his body. However, at that moment the illusory mist world expanded according. It was as though this world could contain any outrageous creation that Wang Bao's imagination could come up with. At that moment, the whizzing faces also expanded, fusing together with each other. Finally, a huge face seemingly blocking out half the sky appeared before him. With an aura even more imposing than Wang Bao's, it flew toward him. It was as though, in front of it, there was no such thing as an unstoppable giant. At this moment, outside of the illusion, in the sky platform for the combat pavilion's huge competition, the eyes of the army, Federation officials, and ethereal Tao college elders were all wide open. In fact, many people stood up directly. This is illusory armament. This is a self-created spell of the former Federation president, Li Xingwen, when he was trying to gain enlightenment on dermic armaments. He once said that he would use this spell to create a huge revolution regarding dermic artifacts in the Federation. He would use that to obtain the approval of the heavens and earth and try to break through, thereby becoming the Federation's only nascent soul expert. Li Xingwen is a heaven-sent genius. It wouldn't be wrong to say that his affinity for enlightenment is the best in the Federation. I'm surprised his disciple has the same affinity for enlightenment. He's only a true breath disciple, yet he can use this spell. In the eyes of the people watching from the viewing platform in the sky, on the battlefield where Wang Bao and Li Wuchen were, Li Wuchen was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed. His lips quivered slightly, and he was chanting a mantra that outsiders could not hear. In front of him, 10 feet away, there was an enormous water ball. This water ball was turbid, as though there was mist tumbling within it. Although one could not see Wang Bao's body clearly, he was trapped within that water ball. Wang Bao did not know about the surprise of those on the sky platform. In the mist world, he had transformed into a massive giant, producing huge rumbles with his footsteps. With his eyes showing that he did not believe in evil, he threw a punch toward the huge face in the sky. Break! This punch shook the heavens and stirred the surroundings. It even conjured a storm that seemed able to destroy everything. In no time, it came into contact with the face that was whizzing forward. The resulting boom shook the heavens, and the face trembled. Multiple cracks appeared on it, and it collapsed directly as though it was unable to withstand the blow. However, the moment that it collapsed, Wang Bao's expression changed. He wanted to retreat backward, but it was too late. The collapsing face transformed into countless small faces. Roaring forth with a speed much faster than before, they traveled along Wang Bao's arm and entered his body, circulating around his meridians. So weird. Feeling like his body was full of rays of auras, Wang Bao immediately inhaled. Each ray represented one of the 7 emotions and 6 sensory pleasures. They were bumping around randomly as though they wanted to burst open his body and tear it apart. How do I fight like this? This is his territory. He'll always be stronger than me no matter how I use my imagination. Besides, I really can't fight against a crazy guy in terms of imagination. There's no use even if I imagine myself as the Federation president. Wang Bao's eyeballs were about to burst. He still could not get used to this battle of imagination. Seeing how cracks were appearing on his body at that moment, he was just about to imagine his devouring seed absorbing the crack out of panic when he suddenly had a light bulb moment. That's not right. Why am I fighting him with my imagination? I should be fighting him in terms of refining dermic artifacts. You can't depend on imagination alone to refine dermic artifacts. The process is unbelievably complex. If he doesn't know the basics or the principles behind it, even if he imagines dermic artifacts, they'll only be mirages. Until absolutely necessary, Wang Bao was instinctively unwilling to use his devouring seed in public. As for the auras within my body, I'll take them as spirit chi to refine. Wang Bao had a vicious look in his eyes, raising his right hand. As though he was refining spirit stones and absorbing the surrounding spirit chi, he opened his right hand instantly, targeting the auras expressing the 7 emotions and 6 sensory pleasures within his body. In a flash, Wang Bao's body shuddered, and the bald youth's exclamation sounded within the illusory world. As the exclamation reverberated, the 7 emotions and 6 sensory pleasures within Wang Bao's body actually flew toward his right hand after being guided and started gathering. In the blink of an eye, a spirit stone, formed using the 7 emotions and 6 sensory pleasures, rapidly appeared in Wang Bao's right palm. This spirit stone was extremely radiant, with its resplendence surpassing that of the rainbow spirit stones refined by Wang Bao. The moment that it appeared, a dazzling glow exploded from it. This caused the surrounding mist to visibly dissipate, as though they were snowflakes coming into contact with a heat wave. Knowledge is power. Little Baldy. This is the result of you not knowing how to refine dermic artifacts. Seeing that it was effective, Wang Bao was instantly surprised. Laughing, he used all of his power to activate the spirit stone in his hand, causing its radiance to burst forth once more. As it spread toward the surroundings, the mist instantly thinned after tumbling and dissipating. Wang Bao was excited, and he took a step forward. As his foot landed, cracks actually appeared in that mist-covered world, as though it was a mirror. It seemed like it was unable to withstand the impact and was about to collapse. Through those cracks, Wang Bao could clearly see the battlefield at the mountain road meeting point outside. Whether it was Lu Zihao who rushed to one side or the viewing platform in the sky, they all entered his field of vision. 10 feet directly in front of him were the bald youth and the purple-armored cultivator, who had a different expression. This illusion realm is pretty interesting. Wang Bao's eyes glowed. The glow of the spirit stone created from the 7 emotions and 6 sensory pleasures exploding forth once more. His body also whizzed forward, seemingly fusing with the glow. He aimed to shatter this mirror-like world where cracks had already appeared. At that moment, on the battlefield at the mountain peak's meeting point, the purple-armored cultivator had an expression of shock. In his eyes, Wang Bao remained where he was and had a huge water droplet enveloping his body. This water droplet enveloped him within it. Looking from afar, it was like an amber, but upon closer inspection, cracks actually appeared on the water droplet. It was as though it could not withstand Wang Bao's sharp aura and was about to collapse. As for the meditating bald youth, he had an even nastier look. Staring at Wang Bao, blood leaked from the corner of his mouth, and his gaze showed deep indignation. Actually, when he previously spoke to Wang Bao, he was trying to mislead him. He knew that even though he had created the water droplet through his own natural talent and transformed it into his own illusory armament under the assistance of his master, he was lacking in ability and knowledge. He could not achieve mastery in all areas such as alchemy, dermic artifact refinement, and array formations. That was why he was unable to control the illusory armament perfectly as of now. That was why his mislead Wang Baol, making him ignore this point and purely depend on his imagination. That way, he could make use of the illusory armament to establish a position of invincibility. But he did not think that Wang Baol would come to a realization that quickly. At this moment, with indignation in his heart, the bald youth's eyes glowed. Just as the water droplet was about to collapse, decisiveness appeared in his eyes. He raised his right hand and pointed toward the water droplet that Wang Baol was in. My illusory armament world is indestructible. Seal. As his words rippled through the air, he caused the water droplet enveloping Wang Baol to heal. The cracks on it were visibly closing up, seemingly letting the water droplet regain its original glossiness. Within the droplet, multiple faces appeared. They no longer looked like Wang Baol, they looked even more hideous. Within the water droplet illusion, Wang Baol saw everything that was happening outside through the huge cracks in front of him. As the cracks were closing up rapidly, he raised his right hand and laughed coldly. It's no use. A cold glint flashed in Wang Baol's eyes. Refining dermic artifacts doesn't only involve creating spirit stones. It also involves inscriptions and spirit kernels. As he raised his right hand, countless inscriptions at his side spread toward the surroundings as though they could topple mountains and move the seas. If it was somewhere else, these inscriptions would all have been in Wang Baol's memories and naturally been unable to be manifested. However, since this mist world depended on imagination, the countless inscriptions manifested according to Wang Baol's imagination at that moment. There were way too many inscriptions. Not only was their number close to 1,000,000, Wang Baol could create more using the formula that he had mastered. There were even high-level inscriptions inside. They covered the heavens and earth, almost occupying the whole mist world. They even formed storms sweeping across the land. While their aura shook the heavens, they kept colliding with the faces, creating loud booms constantly. I thought about this in the past. What would happen if I gathered all the inscriptions onto a single spirit stone? Sadly, that was impractical and no one could do it, but in here, since you said this world is indestructible, let's see if it can withstand my dream. A strange glow appeared in Wang Baol's eyes as he suddenly realized that this world of imagination was actually a unique opportunity for him. In here, he could use his knowledge to refine a dermic artifact in his imagination. During the process of this dermic artifact's refinement, he did not need refinement materials, and there was no chance of failure. Hence, for Wang Baol, the experience of this process was extremely precious. With this thought, Wang Baol's eyes immediately lit up, and his body actually moved backward. He did not care that this world's cracks were being rapidly repaired. He had already lost the intention to leave. Instead, his eyes were full of vigor. Laughing, he raised his left hand and waved toward the surrounding inscriptions. On the spirit stone formed using the 7 emotions and 6 sensory pleasures, he started carving inscriptions. In the blink of an eye, countless inscriptions appeared on the 7 emotions and 6 sensory pleasures spirit stone. These inscriptions were densely packed, covering the entire spirit stone. That's not enough. I still need to continue. Wang Baol grabbed his hair, continuing to carve inscriptions. Very quickly, the inscriptions on the spirit stone started overlapping layer after layer. As the inscriptions overlapped, a terrifying aura slowly arose from the spirit stone. In a moment, this aura rose to horrifying levels. The surroundings warped, the mist was tumbling, and the faces within were retreating backward. They had expressions of fear, not daring to get close to him. It was as though a horrifying presence existed where Wang Baol was. It's still not enough, damn it. Make this spirit stone bigger. Wang Baol's breath hastened, and he seemed to forget that he was fighting against someone at that moment. Only inscriptions appeared in his eyes, and he threw the spirit stone in his hand, making it float in midair. He grabbed with his right hand, grabbing all the surrounding faces that had already retreated in fear. Sharp, hysterical cries sounded. The previously fierce faces now tried to avoid Wang Baol frantically, but they were unable to escape. Under Wang Baol's suction force, they were all sucked toward him and sent into the spirit stone, causing it to expand continuously. At the same time, Wang Baol controlled the surrounding inscriptions, frantically gathering the inscriptions yet again. At this point, the aura emanating from the spirit stone had already reached a horrifying level. In fact, the world had already started shaking. Outsiders could not experience it, but the bald youth's expression changed greatly, and his breathing hastened. Just as he was considering whether to end this battle or not, Wang Baol suddenly raised his head in the mist world. This spirit stone is too small. It's not enough at all. It's not enough even if I overlap the inscriptions. Viciousness appeared in Wang Baol's eyes at that moment. After looking toward his surroundings, a strong glow suddenly appeared in his eyes, and he smacked his forehead. I must be a fool. Why did I think about carving inscriptions on spirit stones? I can carve them on this world. Can't dermic armament disciples refine anything in this universe? Let me refine this world and refine it into a dermic armament. With this thought, Wang Baol was so excited his body started quivering. Throwing back his head and laughing, he waved both of his hands. Instantly, all of the inscriptions in that world exploded forth. They no longer floated in midair, instead fusing with the world, and he started carving. Right at that moment, the bald youth outside was instantly dumbfounded. A bad feeling immediately gushed within him like waves, causing his breathing to hasten and his eyes to widen. Wang Baol, stop it. I'm done playing, fucking hell. Stop it. While the bald youth was bellowing, Wang Baol threw back his head and laughed in the world of the water droplet. All inscriptions in this universe burst with great light as Wang Baol waved his hands, imprinting on this emptiness and this world. At a glance, countless inscriptions hung in the sky of this empty world, decorating it. Although the sky was not entirely covered by these inscriptions, they still acted as stars in the night sky that could not be counted with the naked eye. Yes, that's right. This is the feeling, Wang Baol said excitedly. His hair was streaming in the wind, and his eyes were full of excitement. At that instant, his brain was completely filled with formulas of inscriptions. It seemed that, to him, the whole illusory armament world had become his toy. Continue to imprint. The imprinting is far from complete as this world is so big. Wang Baol muttered to himself. He looked stimulated and even quivered because of the excitement. Indeed, this kind of experience was an opportunity that came about with luck and couldn't be forcefully attained. While he was waving his hands, more inscriptions were created out of nothing and stayed around him. With his will, all inscriptions moved around and sealed on the universe again. Soon after, as far as the eye could see, this universe was full of countless stars. They were all inscriptions. At this moment, there were too many inscriptions being imprinted, and each of them was created by Wang Baol and contained his will. Because of this, when inscriptions spread and occupied this illusory armament world formed by the water droplet, they actually started to compete intangibly with the bald youth to contend for the control over this world. When the bald youth in the outside world saw this, his expression changed radically. He stopped sitting cross-legged, stood up abruptly, and started to exclaim, "Wang Baol, you are shameless. This is robbery, stop now." The bald youth had become agitated, and his facial expressions kept changing. His calmness had completely disappeared, and he had already been driven mad. When he roared, he started to conjure hand seals to take back his magic weapon. In his heart, he already regretted finding Wang Baol to test the power of his illusory armament. It was because he really did not expect that Wang Baol would be so impudent and even want to refine his illusory armament for himself. If Wang Baol refined his illusory armament successfully, it was the same as taking away his illusory armament. He had never thought of such a thing. This was unthinkable and ridiculous. At this moment, veins on his forehead popped out, and he moved his hands quickly to conjure hand seals. Immediately, the hand seals covered Wang Baol's water droplet. The water droplet started to distort instantaneously and seemed to disappear. However, it was too late. In the illusory armament world, a strange gleam appeared in Wang Baol's eyes. He raised his hands, grabbed spirit stones of the 7 emotions and 6 sensory pleasures in front of him, and pressed them down abruptly. A roar came out of his mouth. Viewing this world as spirit stones, endless inscriptions are made, condensing them into supreme spirit kernels. Those 3 sentences used to be in the technique of infinite armament transformation, and they had just been changed by Wang Baol. However, when he roared, it was imposing, extraordinary, and earth-shaking. The moment when it reverberated in the sky, all inscriptions in the world that were like stars emitted even more brightness immediately and pervaded the whole world. When Wang Baol's hands pressed downward, the spirit stones of the 7 emotions and 6 sensory pleasures in his hands collapsed and exploded. Countless inscriptions inside the stones burst immediately. At the same time, there was also a storm rolling in Wang Baol's head. Ever since his introduction to dermic armaments, all the inscriptions that he had mastered since he began studying dermic armaments burst out in a split second thanks to the derivation from his formula. These inscriptions coalesced with the inscriptions inside the spirit stones of the 7 emotions and 6 sensory pleasures to form a sea of inscriptions. These inscriptions were endless and stayed around Wang Baol. They had become earth-shaking storms that rumbled and spread all around like the carpet. From a distance, people could see the sea of inscriptions spreading all around frantically. The ground of the world had been completely covered in the blink of an eye. It was not the end. With such a high speed, inscriptions seemed to reach the edge, and they actually spread upward. In this process, as there were already inscriptions like stars in the sky, it seemed that the sea of stars and sea of inscriptions attracted and merged with each other to make the sea of inscriptions magnificent. Inscriptions spread even more rapidly and immediately, covered the entire sky of the world. At a glance, the entire world, whether heaven or earth, was filled with inscriptions. For people in the outside world, the water droplet that wrapped Wang Baol now appeared to be thickly dotted and completely occupied by inscriptions. This shocking scene made everyone in the stands astonished. The bald youth was driven completely mad. He even bit his tongue and spat blood while roaring to forcibly control and take back the illusory armament. He was really regretting his decision. Wang Baol, however, he spat blood, tried to wrangle back control and roared in vain. Actually, when Wang Baol realized and wanted to refine the illusory armament, all that was already irreversible. However, the bald youth was not resigned to it, and he could not take the consequences. The water droplet came from his hard work. With precious spirit blood and help from his master, it had finally been refined into the illusory armament. "This is my illusory armament. Nobody can take it away," the bald youth said. His expression was ferocious as he conjured hand seals again while roaring. He was determined to take back the weapon again at all costs. But at the same time, in the world that was occupied by the Wang Baol's inscriptions, Wang Baol, who pressed the ground using 2 hands, raised his head slowly and looked around. He could feel that the world of the water droplet had become different. For the previous world of the water droplet, Wang Baol was only a stranger who was dragged into it. But now, he could feel that he had already become its master. It seemed that a thought could change the world. Besides this, the structure and environment of this world of the water droplet struck such a stark contrast and changed completely. There was no fog and no faces. At a glance, heaven or earth, everything was all inscriptions. Among these inscriptions, there seemed to be some lightning. The irregular lightning shuttled among inscriptions ceaselessly. Sometimes, many bolts of lightning collided with one another to either disappear or become stronger. Taking in all of that, there was a glimmer of inspiration in Wang Baol's eyes. "Oh, this is the feeling of refining all things into a dermic armament," Wang Baol muttered to himself. This kind of experience was immensely imperative to him. This experience truly opened the doors of dermic armaments for him. Everything is viewed as spirit stones. Endless inscriptions are made, condensing them into supreme spirit kernels. This sentence surfaced in Wang Bao's mind again. However, he suddenly felt that he had gained a deeper understanding this time. So, I am currently inside the spirit kernel that I refined. Oh, this is actually how the interior of a spirit kernel looks. Actually, not only can inscriptions be carved outside but also inside. There was yet another glimmer of understanding and inspiration in Wang Bao's eyes. Inscriptions are connected with one another by these lightning that cannot be seen with the naked eye, which in turn unleashes this amazing power. Wang Bao took a deep breath and had an intoxicated expression. It seemed that this world of inscriptions had become the most marvelous thing in the world to him. After a long while, he gave a slight smile. So, how do these lightning bolts form? Perhaps this is the function of the spirit stones. Wang Bao thought with eyes flashing with excitement. He looked around carefully and suddenly realized that there was a wisp of golden threads blinking and moving in the surrounding sea of inscriptions. Eh? Wang Bao exclaimed with eyes lighting up. This wisp of golden threads seemed to contain amazing spirit momentum that was formed by the compression of magnificent spirit chi. While it was moving around, it seemed to have a mind of its own and had destroyed the inscriptions ceaselessly, aiming to turn the world back to the original world of fog. However, since there were too many inscriptions there that also complemented one another, even though the golden threads were powerful, it would not succeed by itself. But if no action was taken to impede it, maybe as time went by, it could do it. Is this what little Baldy did? Wang Bao muttered with a smile. He could feel the breath of the bald youth from this golden threads. He rose up and waved his right hand, and the world started to shake immediately. While all the inscriptions were twinkling, the lightning had turned the whole world into a pool of lighting and swept away everything with thunder. The golden threads attempted to evade in vain, and it was quickly overwhelmed by the sea of lightning. After the lightning disappeared, the golden threads turned into the color of blood. The breath of the bald youth inside it was gone. I can go out now, Wang Bao said and gave a loud laugh. He leaned forward and stepped out. At the same time, the bald youth in the outside world, who was trying his best to control and take the illusory armament back, trembled abruptly with his face turning pale. He staggered and stepped back. With unspeakable rage in his eyes, he was going to roar. But before he shouted even one word, at the battleground of the last gathering point on the mountaintop, the water droplet illusory armament that enveloped Wang Bao released a brilliant light. The light was like numerous sharp swords. While it was spreading around, Wang Bao stepped out of the water droplet. As he walked out, he raised his right hand, and the world of the water droplet twinkled and shrunk into a small water droplet in the blink of an eye. It floated above Wang Bao's palm and shimmered. It looked like a droplet of ambrosia instead of water. Wang Bao, return my illusory armament now. The bald youth, Li Wuchen, glared at Wang Bao in an extremely bad mood. You dare command me? This bead looks delicious. Wang Bao glanced at the bald youth. He raised his hand and threw this drip of water into his mouth directly. He swallowed it while the bald youth was staring at him in astonishment. Wang Bao burped with a smile. That was rather delicious. The bald youth was dumbfounded and froze on the spot. It seemed that he could not accept what he had just seen, and his eyes were full of blankness. He muttered while in a trance. He ate my illusory armament. Yeah, of course I ate it. I can show you if you don't believe me, Wang Bao said after hearing the youth. He opened his mouth and showed to the bald youth that he really had eaten it. Even Lu Zihao, who had constantly been paying close attention to the battle, had an odd look after seeing this. He looked at the bald youth and then at Wang Bao. Even though he really disliked the former, he still could not help but curse Wang Bao. Bastard! That's such a low blow. Where does he come from? The Dermic Armament Pavilion or the Gourmand Pavilion? Isn't he afraid of dying because of this? While Lu Zihao was muttering, the purple-armored cultivator was also dumbstruck and frightened by what Wang Bao had just done. As for the bald youth, he seemed to have been struck dumb with amazement and could not accept all of this. He actually looked at Wang Bao's mouth and started to tremble. You really ate it, the bald youth murmured, and his breathing started to hasten. He seemed to gradually accept this fact, and his brain was buzzing at this moment. There were seemingly thousands of lightning bolts exploding in his brain continuously. They became increasingly powerful and finally led to endless echoes that shocked his mind and soul, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. After which, he raised his head suddenly and started to roar with eyes full of dense blood streaks. "Wang Baiol!" he yelled to the sky, and he was driven completely mad. With hastened breath, unprecedented madness and a sense of absurdity seemed to cause his blood vessels to explode. He even spurted a mouthful of blood because of the rage. You really ate it!" the bald youth howled. He intended to kill Wang Baiol, but because of the setback, his eyes dulled, and his steps staggered just after moving a few steps. He felt that the whole world in front of him was spinning. Luckily, the purple-armored cultivator beside him walked up quickly and held on to him so that he did not fall down. However, his eyes had already turned red like blood, and if eyes could be used as weapons, Wang Baiol would certainly have been stabbed to death with his body riddled with holes. "Wang Baiol, spit it out. Return my illusory armament. That's mine. I refined it with my tears and blood. How can you eat it?" the bald youth screamed. He held the purple-armored cultivator's arms and barely steadied himself. He could not help but start to cry and scream. After seeing him overreacting, Wang Baiol moved a few steps back instinctively with vigilance. He blinked and lightly coughed. He felt that he was bullying the bald youth and had even made him cry. Thus, he waved his hand and took out a golden bell shield bead. He threw it to the youth and then said, "It's just a droplet. This is your compensation. You're still humiliating me. What is this? I used spirit blood to refine it. Spirit blood, do you understand?" The bald youth roared even louder than before. He swung his sleeve and knocked the bead away. "Are you trying to racketeer? Blackmail me?" Wang Baiol stared at him. Just before he spoke, his expression had changed abruptly as he realized the water droplet that he had just swallowed had started to change strangely. In fact, the reason Wang Baiol dared to swallow the water droplet was because he had refined it out of nothing and turned it into the spirit kernel. There was also his seal inside it, which caused him to think naturally that his body could coalesce with this thing. That is why he had swallowed it. At first, it was in his stomach and did not change at all. However, at this moment, there was a wisp of blood coming out from the water droplet. This wisp of blood was exactly the same as the one seen by Wang Baiol in the world of the water droplet. The moment when it appeared, it started to release spirit force and accelerate suddenly. It even wrapped the water drip and tried to rush out of Wang Baiol's body. At the same time, the furious bald youth realized this, and his eyes were filled with excitement. "It's still there," he said and sat cross-legged at once. He activated the hand seals and pointed toward his brows. With his body trembling, an unknown spell was conjured, which caused the wisp of blood to expand rapidly. Wang Baiol was frightened and wanted to spit it out. But at that moment, the vortex of Wang Baiol's devouring seed in his dantian suddenly rotated. An amazing suction force started to leak outside his body and disappeared instantly. Although it only burst out in a flash, the powerful suction force sucked the wisp of blood back immediately. This wisp of blood seemed to have been grabbed by an invisible hand. It resisted in vain and was dragged forcibly into the devouring seed, as if it had been pulverized and absorbed by the devouring seed. Everything happened instantaneously. Wang Baiol's devouring seed had already devoured the wisp of blood even before he could react. As for the water droplet, it had been ignored as if the devouring seed despised it. Wang Baiol was taken aback, and his expression changed. After his devouring seed devoured the wisp of blood, it seemed to digest the blood, and an amazing wave of spirit chi burst out from his dantian. The spirit chi was extremely powerful and dense. It even exceeded the total amount of spirit chi absorbed by Wang Baiol until that moment. After the devouring seed burst, the spirit chi started to explode in Wang Baiol's body like an avalanche. The extremely dense spirit chi crazily spread and accumulated in Wang Baiol's body, as if he had become a balloon that was inflated consistently. When Wang Baiol saw his body, which was going to explode, his face drained, and he let out a tragic cry. What is happening? This is too abrupt. Wang Baol held his breath and instinctively started to use the cloud ethereal art to absorb the spirit chi at once. With the circulation of cloud ethereal art, tremendous amounts of spirit chi were absorbed into his meridians. After circulating around his body, his cultivation level also started to advance. In the blink of an eye, he had reached the middle of first level of the true breath realm. But he had no time to be pleasantly surprised. He could not care about other matters in such precarious circumstances. He activated his skills crazily, and soon he had reached the peak of first level of the true breath realm. This speed of enhancement was extremely rapid, as if he had eaten a legendary immortal pill. However, Wang Baol still cried out as he found that the spirit chi in his body was too dense and far beyond his imagination. Even though he had circulated the cloud ethereal art and used his perfect spirit meridians to absorb it, this only prevented him from exploding. As for the spirit chi that could not be absorbed within a short period of time, it all accumulated automatically in Wang Baol's organs, flesh, and blood and turned into spirit fat, even after he tried hopelessly to stop it. The spirit fat thickened consistently, and Wang Baol's body rapidly inflated. In the blink of an eye, his whole body had turned into a ball, which stunned everyone. I. Wang Baol stammered in anger. He tried to lower his head to look at his body but found himself unable to do it. This familiar feeling caused him to cry out even more hopelessly. How did I become fat again? I've tried so hard to lose weight. My slim body, my handsome face. No, don't be fatter. I was at fault. I shouldn't overeat. I haven't become the Federation president. I don't want to die of obesity. The angry Wang Baol did not even care that his cultivation level had broken through the peak of the first level to the second level of the true breath realm. His tragic cries, which contained hate and regret, spread everywhere. At that moment, every disciple on Upper Academy Island who saw this scene through the screens felt their mind and heart quake. Everyone was dumbfounded and kept sucking in deep breaths. Many of them had seen the whole battle between Wang Baol and the bald youth. Although they did not really understand, Wang Baol's mighty figure in the end had caught their eyes for a long while. However, following that, things had become really unexpected. It was fine for Wang Baol to swallow the water droplet. They also could understand that he had become such a fatty. But they could not accept that his cultivation level had also broken through in front of him. This is a major competition of Combat Faculty Pavilion. Yet he has broken through. What kind of luck is this? I also want to break through. If I can break through, so what if I became a fatty? Spirit blood. What is spirit blood? When there was an uproar and sounds of discussion exploded forth in Upper Academy Island, on the sky platform of the arena, the military, officials from the Federation, and the upper echelons of the Ethereal Tao College were all stunned with eyes widening, staring at the meatball Wang Baol. I always felt that this Wang Baol is very aggressive. He dared to swallow the illusory armament. It's no wonder this Li Wuchen could own an illusory armament at the true breath level. Spirit blood was actually used to refine it. The spirit blood is extracted from the blood of rare alien animals in the ancient sword, and it is extremely precious. The way Li Xingwen treats his disciple is way too extravagant. When everyone was stunned, General Zhou became even more curious and smiled, as if he was completely satisfied with Wang Baol. As for the upper echelons of the Ethereal Tao College, everyone had odd looks on their faces at this moment. After a while, some people started to whisper, Grand Supreme Elder hasn't come back, right? He has quite a bad temper. While the upper echelons of the Ethereal Tao College were having a headache and the middle-aged man in red robes did not know whether to laugh or cry, at the highest point of the world where they could not feel and sense, there seemed to be a layer of water. Above the water surface, an elder sat cross-legged under the white clouds and the blue sky. This elder was hoary-haired and looked sage-like. He was the Grand Supreme Elder of Ethereal Tao College, the master of the bald youth. At this moment, he lowered his head and stared downward at the rotund Wang Baol, who was at the gathering point in the mountains. After a while, he seemed to hear Wang Baol's cries, and the elder's expression became astonished. He could not help but started to laugh. This fatty, isn't he afraid of dying from overeating? While he was saying that, he raised up his hands and pointed downward. After the Grand Supreme Elder pointed, a blue light, which seemed to be formed by fog but at the same time had features of light, emerged from his finger and flew out. Its speed was extremely fast and went through the world. When it arrived at the battleground, everyone on Upper Academy Island, as well as disciples in the large competition, were unaware of the light. Even for those in the stands, the number of people who had sensed the light was only 2. One was General Zhou, who was one of the upper echelons of the military with an amazing cultivation level. The other one was the red-robed cultivator from the Ethereal Tao College. As one of the deputy sect lords in Ethereal Tao College, he had a profound cultivation. Across the entire arena of the Combat Faculty Pavilion, they were the only 2 who were aware of the fleeting blue light. Even for them, the blue light could barely be sensed, and their expressions changed instantly. They raised up their heads suddenly to look at the emptiness above the ground and then looked toward Wang Baol. It was because this blue light was directed at Wang Baol. Instantly, the blue light arrived and landed on Wang Baol's body without anybody else noticing it. After the light integrated into his body, Wang Baol's body suddenly quivered. His devouring seed had transformed automatically and turned into the 8-inch spirit root, as if it had sensed the threat. Even part of his spirit meridians had been concealed. After the blue light integrated into Wang Baol's body, it circulated around his body and checked. However, nothing was found. It did not take away the spirit chi that Wang Baol had absorbed from the spirit blood. Instead, it went to the water droplet directly and vibrated slightly after approaching the latter. Instantly, Wang Baol's eyes widened, and his stomach started to brew storms. With a loud sound from his mouth, he spat out the illusory armament that he had swallowed previously. The water droplet went straight to the bald youth and integrated into his glabella. The bald youth also did not care about Wang Baol's saliva and mucus on the water droplet and allowed the water droplet to integrate into his body straight away. This took time to describe, but in reality only split second had passed. Only then did the blue light leave Wang Baol's body and disappear into the void. What happened? Wang Baol said with eyes widening. His body now looked like a huge meatball. He wanted to touch his tummy, but his hands were not long enough. Wang Baol was upset and angry. After seeing that the water droplet had been taken back by the bald youth, he was infuriated. This is robbery. I'd eaten it and you still took it back. There is my saliva on it. You are so disgusting. The bald youth was also confused, but he suddenly thought of something. He did not care about Wang Baol's roar and took out his illusory armament instantly to check. His eyes widened immediately after seeing it. Wang Baol, what kind of digestive ability is this? How could my illusory armament become so weak within such a short period of time? The bald youth was also upset and raised his head to stare at Wang Baol angrily. After checking the water droplet, he found that it was no longer as radiant and resplendent as it had previously been. Now it had become dull, and there were even many bumps and hollows, as if it had been corroded. Although he had immediately removed all inscriptions inside the water droplet after gaining back the control, the illusory armament still seemed to be badly damaged. While Wang Baol was glaring furiously at the bald youth, he also noticed the tragic state of the water droplet in the latter's hand. Wang Baol blinked as he felt that even though the droplet had been taken back, it had obviously been absorbed fully by him. Furthermore, even my devouring seed despised it. How precious could it be? Wang Baol laughed, becoming smugger. He habitually put his hands behind his back but found that his hands were still not long enough. Wang Baol, I will remember this. I hope you will also remember my name. I'm Li Wuchen, the bald youth said. He took a deep breath and barely controlled his temper. After glaring at Wang Baol hatefully, he turned back and left. The purple-armored cultivator beside him had witnessed everything. Even though he had followed the bald youth and left, he still could not help but take a few looks at Wang Baol, with awe in his heart. Wang Baol had made him utterly astonished and impressed in this battle. Why would you give a self-introduction after the battle? That's so stupid. Wang Baol muttered and looked at the bald youth's back. He felt that not only was the bald youth's behavior foolish, even his name was. He needed to tell the youth what was considered a good name. Foolishly, remember my name as well? I'm Wang Baol. Wang Baol shouted after coming to this realization. The bald youth, Li Wuchen, staggered and became furious again after hearing Wang Baol's words. He spent quite a while controlling his anger and left rapidly without turning back. Wang Baol hummed a tune while watching Li Wuchen leave. However, when he lowered his head to look at his tummy, he became upset again. His slim body and handsome face, Wang Baol was going to go mad. Lu Zihao had an odd expression and tried not to laugh. He did not dare approach Wang Baol and could only look at his amazing body from afar. He wanted to mock Wang Baol but instinctively felt that he should not offend Wang Baol. Otherwise, he would be called son. Thus, he said softly, Senior brother Wang, what should we do next? Although he called Wang Baol senior brother with a polite tone, he did not feel that he had violated his own principles. He did not think that he was compromising. Instead, he believed that he was looking out for his fellow schoolmate. How would I know? Wang Baol said sadly. Even though the path toward the peak had been opened, he did not feel like going up after seeing his body. So he turned back and wanted to leave. He even forgot to ask Lu Zihao for his dermic artifact armor. Then I will leave now, senior brother Wang. Thank you so much for your help, Lu Zihao said at once. After saying this, he ran toward the path instantly and charged toward the peak, as if he was so afraid of being asked by Wang Baol for the armor and flying frost swords that had been given to him previously. As Lu Zihao charged toward the peak, Wang Baol went down the mountain in a foul mood. But his figure was too special and looked like a huge meatball from afar. While rolling downward, he reached the foothill instantly. Thankfully, when he arrived at the foothill, a teleportation array appeared in front of him before he said anything. With a vexed mood, he stepped into the array and disappeared instantly. When he appeared again, he was already back to the square of Upper Academy Island. When he walked out the array, the cheers of spectators from the various pavilions of Upper Academy Island broke out immediately. Wang Baol is back. If Wang Baol did not become fat with a good mood, he surely would have chatted with the spectators and become the focus of their attention. At the same time, he could also sell his dermic artifacts. But now he was really not in the mood, especially when he recalled the family tree that his father had shown to him. He felt that those fatso forefathers who had originally left seemed to be waving at him. Why did this happen? I only went to provide some help. I only wanted to advertise my dermic armaments. Wang Baol shouted with a sad face. He took out his cruiser and flew to his cave abode in dermic armament pavilion straight away, leaving the spectators behind. The spectators' facial expressions varied among themselves after seeing this. All of them were wise and did not disturb Wang Baol, who was obviously going to explode. As Wang Baol's cruiser was built according to his body, it struggled to maintain a high altitude. With Wang Baol still upset, it shook all the way and returned to his cave abode in dermic armament pavilion. After reaching the cave abode, Wang Baol was angry and mad again because he realized that it was very difficult for him to fit in the door of the cave abode. After trying very hard, he finally got into the cave abode. When he returned to his cave abode, Wang Baol sat on the cattail hassock, which was far smaller than his butt. He looked around his cave abode and cried. He took out the dermic artifact that Chun Yutong had given him and put it on his head. With the vicious gleam in his eyes, he turned it on immediately. I haven't eaten for 10 years, Wang Baol said and prepared for what was to come. Alas, after a while, he found that nothing had happened and became stunned. He took the dermic artifact and checked carefully. After making sure that there was no problem, he put it on again. I have already run 1,000,000 steps. After finishing his sentence, instantly there a series of beeping sounds coming from the dermic artifact. With excitement, Wang Baol prepared to withstand the pain. However, he was dumbfounded again. Following the beeping sounds, the dermic artifact, which used to be very useful in losing weight, still remained the same. It seemed that his brain had already gotten used to not eating for years or running millions of steps. It can't be. Wang Baol started to get worried. I've stayed in the lava chamber for 10 years. I got stabbed 100 times and survived. I need nutrients to recover. I was struck by lightning. All spirit fat melt. Wang Baol gave many instructions. As the dermic artifact still remained unchanged, his breathing started to hasten, and he was driven mad completely. He started to think of all kinds of ideas. Finally, when he glanced at his round tummy, and there was a flash of light in his mind suddenly. I am pregnant. I need to melt the spirit fat to provide nutrients. After his words, the dermic artifact shook suddenly. Obviously, Wang Baol's words had triggered it, and it started to operate. Wang Baol was very delighted and roared again immediately. I have multiple births. 100. Wait, no, 1,000. There was a bang sound coming out from the dermic artifact, as if it was going to explode. It started to operate at an unprecedented rate. Before Wang Baol could be happy, he felt his mind buzz, and he immediately fell unconscious. As the dermic artifact was spinning at a dizzying speeds in the dermic armament pavilion cave abode, the order that Wang Baol transmitted to the brain was perfectly activated by the dermic artifact. A momentary explosion resulted in the spirit fat within Wang Baol's unconscious body to visibly disintegrate. His body gradually recovered. However, the process, compared to normal slimming rates, was indescribably fast. Wang Baol's body also trembled subconsciously. If seen by others, this would be unnerving. They would not be able to help but be impressed by the fatty's harshness and courage to slim down. At the same time, in Wang Baol's unconscious state, there was a forbidden zone that was off-limits to those not granted permission to access. It was found on the mountain peak of the Tao Enlightenment Pavilion, located at Upper Academy Island. Looking from afar, the peak had a depression that looked like a lake. At the lakeside, there was a wooden house. At that moment, the Grand Supreme Elder, who had pointed at Wang Baol, was sitting there, looking at the water surface. Along his gaze, the great competition within the combat pavilion appeared clearly beneath the water surface, just like the ones participated in by Wang Baol. In reality, it was just like a great competition that was held underwater. Under his observation, the bald youth called Li Wuchen paced quickly from far, wearing an ugly expression. As he arrived, he took a deep breath to barely cool himself down. Walking up to the elder's side, he quietly saluted him once. "Master, how do you feel?" His master asked with his eyes fixated on the lake's surface, without looking back. At this moment, the large competition within the combat pavilion had already decided on who was the strongest from each mountain peak. The second round of the competition was beginning. Upon hearing his master's words, Li Wuchen, who could already hardly keep his cool, seemed to struggle to contain his anger even after taking a few consecutive deep breaths. He clenched his teeth. That Wang Baol was too shameless. I merely went to test him, yet he went on to swallow my illusory armament world and even digested a good half of it. Master, I suspect he was originally a beast. Li Wuchen felt more exasperated at this moment. Listening to the words of his disciple, the elder expression somewhat changed. Recalling what had happened earlier, he uncontrollably laughed and turned back to look at the still peeved Li Wuchen. Wuchen, why not let Wang Baol be your junior brother? The elder deliberated, with his eyes having a glint. What? Li Wuchen obviously did not expect that his own master would say such a thing. His mind buzzed. If Wang Baol became his junior brother, that would be extremely terrible in his mind. Li Wuchen became anxious. However, it would be impossible to persuade his master in such a situation. He can only speak indignantly. Master, you need to be careful when making such a decision. I am afraid that you may regret it in the future. The elder gave a faint smile and turned to look at the lake's surface quietly. However, his eyes seemed to be filled with an even sharper glint. The smile at the corner of his lips did not fade away for a long time. Seeing that his master seemed to have made his decision, Li Wuchen, depressed, could not help but look at the water drops of his own illusory weapon world, particularly when he suddenly recalled that this was spat out from Wang Baol's mouth. His anger uncontrollably shot up, his expression changed, and he sharply inhaled. As time gradually elapsed, the Combat Pavilion's competition finally ended after 3 days. Even though Lu Zihao finished strong, he did not come in as champion of the first level of the True Breath realm in the final match. At least, he managed to be among the top 10 of those at the first level of the True Breath realm. The champion this time round was Zhuo Yifan. In third place was Chun Ziheng. As for the second, it was a female disciple called Wu Hui. She was lesser known. However, the assistant whom she invited was actually Zhao Yaming. With her help, Wu Hui was able to go all the way to the mountain peak. Furthermore, she was augmented by the array formation given by Zhao Yaming afterward, becoming the dark horse of the large competition. At this moment, the Combat Pavilion's competition finally ended. As the military and the Federation officials were leaving, the top 10 warriors of the first to the fifth level of the Combat Pavilion immediately became famous on Upper Academy Island, catching the attention of many people. In previous years, the supporting teammates of the other pavilions might be mentioned after the competition, but they would not have received as much attention as those victors of the competition. This was because the competition belonged to the Combat Pavilion after all. However, this time around, it was different. This was due to the appearance of Wang Beol. Regardless of whether it was the advertisement about dermic artifacts that displayed fireworks, his outburst during the battle with Li Wuchen, or his breakthrough in swallowing the water droplets to become a huge fatty, each of those acts was enough to discuss for days. As such, his name was mentioned multiple times. In fact, he was gradually mentioned more often than the favored ones in the Combat Pavilion, becoming more famous. Even the victors of the competition were all struck dumb when they heard of Wang Beol's feat. However, the Wang Beol at the moment was still lying very still in his own cave abode, in a state of oblivion. His body would twitch once in a while. At the same time, his body was clearly slimming down, no longer as hefty as when he returned, gradually returning to his original size. Only at dusk 2 days later, Wang Beol's body, which was still lying there, jolted to life. He slowly opened his eyes, appearing lost. After Wang Beol regained full consciousness, he suddenly sat up, breathed heavily, and looked down to scrutinize his own body. Noticing that his abdomen had become much smaller and that his body had fully recovered, Wang Beol was so excited that he immediately took a mirror to examine himself. Upon seeing that familiar face in the mirror, he could not help but laugh out loud. Success. Things like slimming down is too easy for me. Wang Beol stood up while laughing wildly and continuously turned around in front of the mirror, becoming more and more excited. I am still this slim and handsome. While being pleased with himself and high-spirited, Wang Beol could not help but raise his hand and thump his abdomen. Just as he was about to sigh emotionally, the thump stunned him and prompted him to look down suspiciously. Why is it that I feel like I had hit something? Wang Beol touched carefully, while his facial expression suddenly changed for the worst. What is this round thing? Wang Beol's eyes opened widely, and his breath stopped instantaneously. He immediately recalled the order that he had transmitted to his brain before he became unconscious. It can't be. Wang Beol's head buzzed, and his face turned pale in fear. He quickly took a look and then heaved a sigh of relief. However, he was still stunned for a long while. At this moment, there was an impressive fist-sized crystal in his body that was found on top of the devouring seed, which occupied his dantian. It seemed like a spirit stone but was blood-red in color. In it, it seemed to encapsulate the amazing spirit chi. Upon sensing it a little, Wang Beol immediately drew a deep breath. Based on his own instincts, this crystal appeared to be like a bomb. Once burst open, the huge amount of spirit chi emitted would definitely cause his body to explode straight away. What is this? Could this be a kidney stone? A kidney stone formed by highly concentrated spirit chi? Wang Beol was quite nervous. After observing it closely, he was taken aback. Although about 90% of the spirit fat in his body had disappeared and his cultivation level had risen a little, he did not feel it strongly. Combining with his recollections of the order that he had transmitted before losing consciousness, the origin of this crystal became perfectly clear. Just because I tricked my brain that I was pregnant, the spirit fats dissolved and released spirit chi. The spirit chi then coagulated to form this thing. Wang Beol muttered in fascination, smiling bitterly for a long time. It was good that he had realized that the meridians of the spirit chi were no longer the spirit threads in the past. Instead, it seemed like countless threads had come together to form a small stream, flowing along his own meridians, making his own body clearly much stronger than before. The second level of the true breath realm. Feeling the cultivation level after his own transformation, Wang Baol was much better. He guessed that the stone was very powerful at a glance. If he slowly absorbed it, it would be comparable to pills, expediting his cultivation and refinement. Wang Baol was excited by this thought and quickly had a go. He realized that as his cultivation was activated and the spirit stream was flowing along his meridians, the red stone indeed released some spirit energy. After being absorbed by the large network of spirit streams, Wang Baol was immediately stimulated. This is fate. Wang Baol laughed wildly in elation. Realizing that he was truly at the second level of the true breath realm, his burning excitement made him control the spirit chi in his body to concentrate on his palms, according to the spells recorded in the cloud ethereal technique. He raised his hand and clenched his fist. A fist-sized fireball immediately appeared with a bang. Indeed, I no longer need to rely on talismans. Wang Baol's eyes glittered, and he extinguished the fireball with a wave. He tried again, and small wind blades quickly appeared. This excited Wang Baol, prompting him to try over and over again. However, the spirit chi in his meridians seemed to deplete very quickly, making it hard for him to withstand the expenditure. Looking at what happened, Wang Baol quickly stopped trying. After meditating for a while, he realized that the spirit chi in his meridians had recovered to normal, and he opened his eyes, unable to contain the look of excitement. After using it approximately 30 times, the spirit chi will be completely depleted. It requires 5 minutes of meditation to recover. Wang Baol was excited and delighted, because based on the introduction by someone else he had seen on the spirit intranet, he knew that others at the second level of the true breath realm could release the spells at most 10 times. No one had exceeded 20 times. However, he had made it to 30 times and his restoration time was much shorter. This meant that he was very powerful. My ability to have multiple transformations with the spirit roots is powerful. Wang Baol was delighted. At this moment, his spirit chi was fully replenished. He then recalled the cloud finger in the second level of the cloud ethereal technique. This cloud finger was a specified spell of the cloud ethereal technique. At the same time, it was in fact the special spell of the disciples of Ethereal Dao College. This power was naturally not ordinary. However, this spell could not be used by cultivators at first level of the true breath realm. Only at the second level could this spell be utilized. Upon thinking of this, Wang Baol's heart warmed. After taking a deep breath, he took out the jade slip for the cloud ethereal technique and studied it. He then fixed his gaze on it, slowly raised his right hand, and controlled the flow of the spirit chi in his body according to the specified method in the cloud ethereal technique. Gradually, a thread of mist was formed, drifting out from the tip of Wang Baol's right index finger. This gray color mist, though seemingly ordinary, did not show any sign of diffusion or disappearing. Instead, it concentrated on Wang Baol's index finger and encircled it, just like a short, gray snake. Cloud finger is able to fade into the void and disappear without a trace. At the same time, it can diffuse like clouds, obstruct external enemies, and even be shot out. Depending on the cultivation level, it can demonstrate varying levels of lethality, muttered Wang Baol. This was the introduction of cloud finger on the jade slip. Looking at the thread of mist on his finger, he was unable to see how powerful it could be. As such, he raised his right hand and waved it once. Suddenly, the thread of mist encircling his finger really looked like a short snake. Carrying a feel of spiritual movement, it was shot out in an instant and faded into nothingness, making it hardly possible to see its path. In an instant, it touched the face of a wall. There was no loud bang, just a thud. But Wang Baol's eyes widened, and he took a few steps forward, breathing heavily. He saw a small hole where the thread of mist had touched the wall. Although the small hole did not penetrate the rock wall to the adjacent cave abode, the hole was very deep. By Wang Baol's visual inspection, its depth was about 1 foot, It had to be realized that this wall was no ordinary rock. It contained an array formation. Even so, the cloud finger was able to penetrate 1 foot deep, displaying its great power. This made Wang Baol take a deep breath. At the same time, he felt physically weak. In fact, about 60% of the spirit chi in his meridians had vanished in an instant. If it is others in the second level of the true breath realm, they can perhaps only use it once. Even for myself, I can barely do it twice. This is too powerful. Wang Baol immediately realized that the cloud finger was his trump card thus far. In the midst of his excitement, Wang Baol moved his body. He was again surprised because he felt much stronger than before. As such, he threw a few punches to assess his body, in preparation of a speed test. However, by just moving his body, he almost collided with the wall in an instant. Shocked, Wang Baol quickly stopped his footsteps, raising his hand and leaning forward to support himself. Immediately, a loud bang came from the wall as if it had been hit by a large force. Wang Baol took a few steps, feeling shocked and baffled. My strength has increased. But I did not see anyone commenting on the spirit intranet that when advancing a level, the body will become stronger. As for myself, both my strength and speed has at least doubled. Is it because of my devouring seed and 100% spirit meridians? The feeling of being stronger than his peers of the same level made Wang Baol both happy and satisfied. He did not think further. Just as he was about to continue experiencing how much stronger had he been, the voice transmission ring suddenly started to shake. Wang Baol looked down and realized that there were a few hundred voice messages in the voice transmission ring. They had clearly been sent when he was still in a state of unconsciousness. And even when Wang Baol had regained consciousness, he had not really noticed it. After seeing that, he recalled his order form for dermic artifacts and quickly took a look. After taking a glance, he instantaneously laughed joyously. Apart from the voice transmission inquiries from his good friends, the others were order forms from unfamiliar disciples. As Wang Baol flipped through them, his eyes slowly glowed with delight. I've struck it rich. Most of them are to buy golden bell bead and shut up. Other purchases are not common. Looks like the focal point of the advertisement is really very important. Wang Baol was excited and continued flipping, but very quickly he was puzzled. Someone actually wants to buy my small wooden pail for fireworks? What would they want to buy this for? To confess their love? After reading finish all the order forms behind in awe, Wang Baol scratched his head, fascinated. Indeed, the number of people buying the small wooden pail for fireworks was second only to the golden bell bead and shut up. However, he was immediately delighted. Looks like this brand has already gained traction. Nevertheless, I still need to stabilize longer and put a mark on the dermic artifacts to prevent counterfeit goods from appearing. Wang Baol happily counted and took out all the dermic artifacts that he had refined and made in the past from his storage bracelet and storage bag. However, he was still short of a significant number of artifacts. But Wang Baol was not at all worried. After much deliberation, he thought of carving the word happiness one on all those artifacts. I am called Wang Baol. With this method, I can separate my treasures into 3 different grades. I will carve the word happiness on this batch. After refining and making the numinous treasures, I will carve the word treasure 2. Lastly, when I am able to refine and manufacture dermic armaments, I will carve the word king 3. If there is one day that I am able to refine and make divine armaments, then only these divine armaments are worthy to have my full name carved on them. Unfortunately, although he felt that his words were incredibly grand, there was no one around to suck up to him. While feeling quite wistful, he suddenly thought of Lu Daobin. I hope that Lu Daobin can work harder and aim to quickly come and help me. I am facing a shortage of manpower. While sighing, Wang Baol carved the word happiness on all the dermic artifacts and immediately contacted the department in the Dao College that managed the spirit intranet. He would send all the artifacts there and let those buyers retrieve and trade them. Such a trading method was most common on Upper Academy Island. Although the department that managed the spirit intranet would collect some fees, this relieved producers from the need of meeting their customers face-to-face. as well as validating that the dermic artifacts were real as it was officially recognized. This helped to eliminate many more undue troubles at the same time. This allowed people to sell their dermic artifacts anonymously. The department that managed the Spirit intranet had done a perfect job in protecting privacy all those years. In days, the first batch of Wang Baol's dermic artifacts was out of stock. With the reflux of a large amount of spirit stones, Wang Baol started the refinement and manufacture of the second batch. After half a month, he finally completed all the orders for dermic artifacts. Looking at then spirit stone she earned, his eyes glimmered. This helped me earn faster than the refinement of rainbow spirit stones, and it's not exhausting either. Wang Baol was very happy and used all the spirit stones that he had earned to buy materials for refining artifacts. Then, he opened up the Dermic Artifacts guidebook from the Dermic Armament Pavilion. After searching, he chose the batch that was the hardest to make and refine. He then started to familiarize himself with the manufacturing process and refine the perfect second-grade dermic armaments. In this batch of dermic artifacts, there were fly whisks, precious beads, seals, ropes, lotus flower platforms, and many others. Although he was able to refine the perfect second-grade dermic artifacts, the probability of failing was significant, and he could not be considered skilled at it. With a sufficient amount of materials, he immediately went into seclusion and began his refinement. Very soon, in the process of manufacture and refining, Wang Baol surprisingly realized that he seemed to be different from the past. Regardless of whether it was the carving of inscriptions or the making of spirit kernels, he was much sharper and more precise. It was as if that, at a glance, he was able to feel the internal structure of the spirit kernel that was placed in front of him. Moreover, during the carving of inscriptions, he was able to consider the internal parts of the spirit kernel. He could then imprint some of the inscriptions through the spirit kernels. With this, the inscriptions became versatile and flexible. The availability of so many choices allowed Wang Baol to improve tremendously in the refinement of dermic artifacts. Even though there was no major difference in the materials or the refinement process, the phase of spirit kernels had reached a nearly perfect level. As if he already had a strong foundation, by laying another foundation, it became extremely strong. This resulted in the probability of failing at the stage of materials, manufacture, and refinement to be much lower. The success rate of producing a perfect product would drastically increase. This is because of my enlightenment in the water droplet. Wang Baol's eyes glittered with happiness. I am not far from the day of the refinement of the third-grade numinous treasures and reaching the benchmark of an armament soldier. Full of hope, Wang Baol was immersed in manufacturing and refining during seclusion. As 1 month gradually elapsed, when the ripples of the combat pavilion's competition finally subsided, Wang Baol finally completed the refinement of the perfect second-grade dermic artifact. Looking at each and every dermic artifact placed their emanating streams of light, Wang Baol stood up and laughed out loud. At that moment, he was completely able to achieve a success rate of 100% for any dermic artifacts of the Dermic Armament Pavilion in the list, even if it was the hardest batch to refine. Even in the whole of the Dermic Armament Pavilion, few were able to achieve this. Even among the armament soldiers who were able to refine numinous treasure, there were only a few that could accomplish this. Can I now try to refine numinous treasures? Wang Baol held his breath. To him, numinous treasures contained too much unfathomable power, at a completely different level from the dermic artifacts. If one made the analogy of dermic artifacts as iron, then numinous treasures would be steel.